I would like to amend this to the board orders Bravo 6 Investments LLC to correct the violations within 10 days or by the date of May 7th, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $250 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Second, 10
Motion
days is,
second.
10 days is May 2nd.
Oh, I'm sorry. I read that incorrectly. Yes, 10 days is May 2nd, 2026. Thank you.
And they can always go back to the magistrate and say,
Yeah.
Yep,
More time.
I secured, now it's time for
the
the.
meeting will be later. Okay, so you had a motion and a second. Let's vote.
Auseklis?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Henser?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes. So, the board's giving you 10 days. I think the message sent. I would highly advise get the property secured ASAP. I think as my constituent said, yesterday would be better. How you've got it secured is insufficient. So in 10 days, let's say you're not done by then, you'll be getting a letter to attend a special magistrate meeting, and at that meeting, you'll be able to come in, hopefully have made some progress by then, present your case, and they may or may not give you more time.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay?
And so the board is aware, from 5 days to 20 days, all comes back to the
That's-
same
It does, I
special
know.
magistrates.
You wanted to do a 10-minute break?
Yes. So for all in here, it's 10:25. We're going to take about a 10-minute break. So we'll be back reconvening at 10:35. Keeping, is anybody in here not been sworn in before the meeting this morning at 8:30 when we started? Anybody, everybody's been sworn in? Okay.
Item number 4, property owner Alexander Kesselman and Marguerite L. Kesselman, investigator Anthony Rivers.
I'm Anthony Rivers, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 4. Case number 26-934 regarding property located at 7100 Park Street South. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is vacant at this time. This is an internal complaint case. The property was first inspected on January the 22nd of 2026, and a violation notice sent to the owner with compliance date of February the 19th of 2026. The property was last re-inspected on April the 16th of 2026, and the following violation is work has been completed in a special flood hazard area without an approved permit or post-disaster emergency permit, and the repairs not limited to new flooring, renovations to kitchen and bathrooms. And so 0 out of 1 violation has been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail and posted at City Hall, and sent certified mail as well as delivered by certified mail, and also posted at the violation address on April the 8th of 2026. Ownership is confirmed in County Official Records, Book 23120, on page 44. During the course of my investigation, I've had no contact with the owners. However, I have been in contact with Mr. Wayne Rose, who's been retained by the owners to present this case. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. As far as additional relevant facts, our record checks showed that this property is being advertised for rental of a 4-bedroom, 4-bath rental. And I quote just some of the descriptions in the Zillow advertisement or listing as saying that they have stunning, completely renovated, furnished rental. It is newly designed. It has a newly designed gourmet chef's kitchen, and each bathroom have been renovated. Those are just some of the quotes from the description on Zillow. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1 a photograph which was taken on April the 16th of 2026. This is the property that we are discussing here at the front. And again, currently it is a vacant property. Also, just as a relevant fact, our record check also shows that there is a post-disaster emergency permit in process, and it has been, according to our last record check, it shows that plan review tracking is routed for plan review. So it is in the process. They are in the process of getting the post-disaster emergency permit. I'd like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Do you know when the post-disaster permit was applied for?
It appears, let's see. No, but that record check was done on the 7th of April. Mr. Rose can actually tell you exactly when that was applied for.
Okay.
Yeah,
April 7th is the application date.
thank you.
And is there any limitations on occupancy since it, obviously went through extensive renovations, post-hazard permit? Can they still, because I see it's up for rental, right? So is there some sort of certificate of occupancy they would need or anything like that? I don't know the condition of the home.
They aren't going to get a certificate of occupancy through a PDP. They don't need one. That's not part of that process, but they are required to disclose in any rental listing whether or not it's sustained flooding.
In any rental listing?
Yeah, in rental listings, that was recent from the last legislative session. That was an update.
Okay. Any questions for staff?
So that means that before they rent it to a tenant, the tenant has to be informed if the house was flooded and that was the reason for the remodel?
Correct.
Do we know if the house was flooded?
I can check the damage assessment while we hear testimony from the property owner.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, can you please state your name and address for the record, please?
Wayne Rose, 13118 Cimarron Circle South, Largo, Florida, 33774.
And your relationship to Kesselman, Alexander Kesselman and Margaret L. Kesselman?
Presently, I'm under contract as an owner's representative to handle whatever is necessary. I've been working for them for about a month now. A permit was applied for.
I'm sorry, do you have an authorization to represent form?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Great, thank you. So,
This is just a letter, this is not a form. That's
oh,
notarized.
hold on one second.
Okay, I can already get back to you because it hasn't been notarized. But if this gentleman is acting as the property manager, or the contractor, we can hear from him.
So to repeat what council said, are you acting as property manager or in a capacity that will allow you to testify?
I have been authorized to do anything necessary to clear up this code case. I am a state-certified building contractor, and I am under contract with the Kesselmans, and they specifically,
That's good, okay.
I'm sorry?
She said, council advised we can hear from you.
Okay.
So we're in a situation, you've got a post-hazard permit in process. Looks like a lot of work was done prior to pulling a permit. Looks like you've got a Zillow listing. Not sure you got disclosures in there indicating to anybody that's been flooded, so,
This property wasn't flooded.
okay.
They had, or at least not significantly flooded.
So,
Well, they had less than an inch of water in just a room that is adjacent to the garage door. And this can be verified by the other people on Begonia across the street. They got no water either. There was and this is in correspondence to the city, both to Mr. Rivers and the person in charge of the department, Zafra. I don't remember if that's the first or last name. But there was, I'm sorry?
Last name.
last name.
Sorry.
That's Miss Safra.
Oh, okay. Okay, so there was an insurance claim which was paid after the deductible was just under $11,000. It was essentially just cleanup and a pool pump replacement. The issue and the reason for the permit was when they bought the property during COVID, I guess, they did a lot of interior facelift to it. Painting, baseboards, cabinets, some flooring like that. It was in a flood zone. It was in a flood zone then. So strictly speaking, even though they didn't do any of the major trades, they still should have had a permit because they worked in a flood zone. They didn't. So I've now made application for the permit. Regrettably, it wasn't issued yet. I checked Thursday or Friday of last week. I don't remember the day, but it hasn't been issued yet.
Okay.
There's no chance that it's going to be anywhere near the threshold. I have the property appraiser's letter, and their 49% is almost $88,000. They did 60 some odd thousand dollars worth of work, not even close to the threshold. And this is an after-the-fact permit. There will only be one inspection, a final building inspection.
So based on that, how much time do you think you need for this?
As soon as the
Post-permit.
permit is issued, and it's 3 weeks since it's been applied for,
Right.
but, let's say another month, we should have it. One phone call, and I have access to the house. I can get the inspector in, and we're golden.
So just curious, how extensive was the work? Are you talking electrical? Was electrical work
No,
done?
none of the main
Structural
trades
work?
were
Was this
touched.
just cosmetic?
Cosmetic facelift.
So flooring, painting, baseboards?
They did some work to the staircase. They replaced the treads and a railing, it looked like. And the inspector was probably going to want to look at that as well.
You did
but-
do some structural work. And the reason I ask, this just gives us an idea of how long it might take to get this permit approved. If it's cosmetic, it's one thing, structural, it's another.
I'm going to tell you, it should be done within the month, and it's one inspection.
Okay. Any questions?
Is there any drywall replaced?
I don't think so. I was told paint, baseboard, cabinets, tops, and paint, did I say painting? And flooring, which was tile.
And there's a tenant in there now, or is it vacant?
The house is probably vacant now. They do advertise it for rental. I think it's one of the Airbnb properties. They also come and use it from time to time. They're California residents.
Put that on your list.
Sir, you do know that there's, outside of some few exceptions, that there's it's a code violation to do a short-term rental in the city of St. Petersburg using Airbnb. You get 3 per year. I know, I'm just letting you know because you've just now added that property to the city's list that they're going to monitor. So hopefully we don't see you back here in 6 months for this.
Yeah, I'm not a rental person.
Well, or a codes person. I'll go ahead and read something. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Alexander Kesselman and Marguerite L. Kesselman to correct the violations within 30 days or by the date of, let me get this right, May 22nd, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Any discussion?
May I ask a question?
No, we're,
In 1 minute, you can.
okay, let's vote.
Ostrakis?
Yes.
Henshaw? Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Wait.
No. Okay, sir, you've been given 30 days. I know you want a question, so go, please.
If the permit still hasn't been issued, because I can't make the building department hurry up, if it isn't completed within that 30 days, what do I do?
I have an answer for you. So the answer is, if you don't have the permit in 30 days, you'll get a letter in the mail to attend a special magistrate meeting. At that special magistrate meeting, you'll have an opportunity to present, just like you did here, and they may or may not give you more time to correct the violations. Most likely they will, but I can't presuppose the outcome.
And the violation is merely lack of a permit.
Lack of an approved permit, correct. My 2 cents is water in a home, that's for you to manage, but that sounds like flooding. So that's for you to manage in terms of how you have it listed on Zillow.
And that next meeting date
So the next, I don't know if you heard that from council, but the next meeting, next special magistrate meeting would be June 23rd.
Okay, and that's assuming it's not cleared up?
Correct.
Okay.
Once the permit's approved, this gets put on hold.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Item 153, property owner Levin M. Neely, investigators Ryder Melendez.
Good morning, everyone. I am Milka Stevanovic, code investigator for City of St. Petersburg, testifying for Zoraida Melendez in reference to the item 153, case 25123338 regarding property located at 571 23rd Avenue Southeast. I was sworn at this meeting. This property is single-family structure occupied by the owner. This is an internal complaint case. The property was first inspected on February 10, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of December 2nd, 2025. It was found in violation on November 5th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on April 10, 2026, and the following violation still exists. Work has been performed in designated flood zone without required permits. After the fact, permit is required for the windows, and the roof underline may require a permit. 0 out of 1 violation has been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mailed, and it was delivered by certified mail. It was posted at the violation address April 10, 2026, with at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in a county official records, book 21963, page 0715. During the course of our investigation, we have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for non-compliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are PDP permit number 2511001806, correction, were submitted for plan review as of April 21st, 2026. I would like to enter evidence as Exhibit 1 photographs which were taken on April 10, 2026, document CEB 4102633-8ZM, and photo 1 through 5. So this is an elevation photo, and on the elevation photo, we can see that there were updates towards the windows. And what we mentioned for the roof underlining permit might require is because when this case started, it looked good, and then during the whole process, it started getting a damage. And then you can see that the soffit is getting damaged in that little corner near the tree under that like smaller window. A little close up. And also the gutters are clogged, and there's, I don't know if it's visible, but it looks pretty bad.
Vegetation.
Another elevation photo. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence exhibit 2. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Question?
Could you repeat your name for us?
Milka Stevanovic,
Thank you.
welcome.
Quiz after the meeting. So question, the post permit, was that for just the windows? Was it windows and roof? What was,
The window in the roof.
oh, windows and roof? Okay. Is there, so in your opinion, is there anything else that should be included in the permit, or is that kind of covered everything in terms of the violations?
In terms it covers everything into violations.
Okay, great. Any questions for staff? Sir, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yvonne Neely, 571 23rd Avenue Southeast, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33705.
Great, so it sounds like you've applied for a permit to cover the couple of violations.
I did. I applied for a permit, and then they said that there were 3 other permits on there, one pulled in 99 before I purchased the house, and 2 solar panel permits that I never signed any paperwork on. They pulled them. I don't know how they got away with that, but they did. I have these.
So you get, yeah, and you. We have to keep them. Okay,
Yeah, that they released them. The one permit is still on the property. We check it every day. Still hasn't been released by the city. And that's all we're waiting for. I reapplied for a reevaluation yesterday, a resubmittal, and I'm waiting to hear back.
When did you submit?
I submitted them on the dates of the 5th, whenever they were done. And then I resubmitted them yesterday.
so question for the city, do the old permits, like the solar permit, have to be cleared out first before a roof and a window permit are approved?
Yeah, so we have seen that before, where if there's any open permits that haven't been closed out appropriately, that they either need to be voided or the inspections need to be completed, that way they can close it out.
Okay,
So it does look like those 2 permits are voided in the system now,
okay,
and then the PDEP remains in process.
so it sounds like good news. Any revisions on the permit that was submitted for the roof and windows?
It was literally just routed for plan review yesterday.
Okay.
I had a question for you, Mr. Neely. Are you applying for this permit as an after-the-fact permit, or are you actually going
The
to?
windows are after the fact. The contractor I have chosen for the roof will pull as soon as that's off of there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, in your estimation, how much time do you think you would need to get these permits approved? For both the roof and the windows?
30 to 60 days, depending on how fast the city moves. I'm ready. I was ready to go months ago.
Okay. Any other questions? Ready to-
I'll read. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Levon M. Neely to correct the violations within 60 days or by the date of June 21st, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote.
Alseclis,
Yes.
Hanshaw,
Yes.
Hensler,
Yes.
Wilson,
Yes.
Wait.
Yes. So the board's giving you 60 days. It sounds like, if I've heard from the city correctly, those old permits have been voided, but, verify that on your end. And let's just say you're going to need both permits approved, because once both are approved, then this gets put on hold. For whatever reason, if they're not approved, you're going to get a letter to attend a special magistrate meeting, show up to that meeting, present just like you did here, and they'll most likely give you more time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Good luck.
Good job.
Item
Yeah.
number 28, property owner Alfredo Saucedo and Blanca Jara, investigator Brian Audette.
28.
Good morning, I'm Brian Audette, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 28, case number 2528926, regarding property located at 7045 16th Street North, and I was sworn in at this meeting. Excuse me. This property is a single-family structure and is occupied by owner. This is a C-Click Fix case. This property was first inspected on 1/6/2026, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of 1/30/2026. Property was last re-inspected on 4/16/2026, and the following violations still exist. There's a converted trailer / accessory structure in the rear yard and is encroaching into the setback for the NS1 zoning district. And permits will be required for accessory structures in excess of 100 square feet. Permits required for electricity hooked up to the accessory structure. Permits required for HVAC system installed on the accessory structure. Permits will also be required for the awning overhang attached to the accessory structure. 0 out of 2 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on 4/7/2026. which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in county official records, book 21415, page 2197. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts are there are no temporary use permits or permits for these accessory structures. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on 4/16/2026, documents April 2026 CEB, photo numbers 1 through 10. So this is the one on the north side of the property that used to be a trailer. I think it's permanent now because of the awning that has been attached to it. As you can see, the HVAC system, the disconnect for the HVAC system. Go ahead, Paige. Just another view of the awning that's been attached, overhang attached to it. Paige. Another view of the HVAC with the disconnect. Same, and that's just a side view, how close it is to the fence. And right here is where the encroachment, Duke was out there dealing with the neighbor, and they were like, we can't access these lines, and it's encroaching into the rear yard setback. And just a side view. And that's the elevation shot. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. So, a couple of questions. So the two violations, just as I think about this, the one violation is the encroachment. The other violation is electrical work, HVAC,
Permits.
awning, no permits for any of that work done. And just curious, is the structure small enough if all that stuff was removed and the encroachment was?
They appear to me, I wasn't on the property, so I can only kind of measure from the side yard.
Yeah.
They appear to me to be in excess of 100 square feet.
So it's too big. All right, so you get that as well. Any other questions for staff?
Yes. So what are the side and rear setbacks there?
I would have to look at the exact GIS survey on that.
Does it look
But
like
it's-
it's about a foot off that side fence?
It's
Yeah.
beyond that. It's going to be probably about 4 or 5 feet back in from the property line, from the
So-
rear.
It depends on the zoning district. The sheds that are less than 100 square feet that are exempted from permitting requirements are also exempt from meeting setback requirements in the rear 20 feet of the yard. But I don't know if Ms. Offer had the opportunity to pull it up. She can speak to the,
It depends on the length of the roof line. So there's two for NS1, and then there's two different amounts depending on whether or not the roof line is less than or equal to 24 feet. So, but basically pulling the permit, though, there will be a zoning review, and they would be able to check for the setback issue and advise the property owner where it could be placed.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, can you please state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Alfredo Sacero, and my wife's name is Blanca Jara, and we live on 7045 16th Street, North St. Petersburg.
Okay, so it sounds like you've got a couple of violations here. You've got one where your structure encroaches, right? Then you've got another where you've done a lot of work and didn't pull permits, electrical work, installed an awning, HVAC. So maybe talk about how you got here and how you're going to rectify the situation.
Well, first of all, when we first moved to the house, we didn't have enough rooms for everybody. So one of my daughters asked me if she can live some like outside the house, like on a trailer or something.
Yeah.
So I thought it was a good idea to build a trailer and have her move inside the trailer. But she got married and she never ended up to living in the trailer. So now I'm using the trailer only for a music studio. That's all I use it for.
So do you understand the situation right now?
Yeah.
Two violations. So what are your plans to kind of move? How are you going to move forward to correct the violations? What are your thoughts?
I don't know. What would you recommend to do?
Apply for a permit?
I don't know
Yeah,
what to
first
do.
thing is you've done work, so you've got two issues, right?
Yeah.
You have an issue where you've put a structure that's encroaching, right, where it's where it shouldn't be, right? That's number one. Number two, you've done all this work without a permit. So you first need to apply for a permit, right? And I think what the city's saying is you're probably gonna get some guidance at that point as to what your potential path forward is. But the first thing you need to do is apply for a permit that your work you've done. You already know you have an encroachment issue, and they're gonna obviously say something about that. But the first thing you gotta do is apply for a permit.
Okay.
I have a question, Chair. Do you want to keep the HVAC and the electrical in the trailer, or are you willing to remove that and turn it back into a trailer?
Well, I like to remove everything, because it might be more expensive to.
It might be, and we can't advise that, yeah.
Is English, are you good with English?
Not really.
Más o
Fine.
menos.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I'm a little concerned that we're speaking and we're not doing a good job.
Yeah.
So we're gonna
Help you out.
ask for help for you.
Okay.
I want to
Yeah.
make sure that what we're telling you, you're getting.
Okay.
I just kind of was reading, I was getting that
You were getting that
impression.
sense, yeah.
And we have this wonderful woman who does 100 different tasks for the city, and we're very blessed to have her. Okay, so can we ask just what they understand their obligation is going forward?
Bueno, sí le entendí que tenemos que sacar permiso, pero no sé cómo empezar para hacer el permiso.
They're saying that they understand, he says he understands that he has to get a permit, he just doesn't understand the permitting process, like how to get started with that. So, I can tell him,
Please.
Please.
I don't know if you want it both, but, so, ustedes cuando van, tenemos otra oficina que está aquí
No.
en la esquina de Centro and
La
Fourth,
foto.
y allí pueden entrar al building department y pedir a alguien que también hable español, ahí para que ellos le van a dar los papeles que necesitan llenar, y ustedes tienen que decidir si quieren demolerlo o
Okay.
mantenerlo.
So now we just need a time frame.
So, and just to clarify, we have him working with Mr. Audette. I don't know if he speaks Spanish or not, but obviously we want somebody who's Spanish speaking.
I'm from Tampa.
Hey, I don't want to assume anything.
This has been a great day. We're having so much fun.
One moment. So, usted tiene que todavía trabajar con Mr. Audette. Él no habla español, yo hablo español, tenemos otra persona en la oficina que habla español, so todos podemos ayudarlo. Y necesita saber cuánto tiempo necesita para sacar los permisos.
Yo diría 60 días, está bien.
60 days?
Yeah, and I think the other thing to say, first of all, is well-intended for what he was trying to do to provide for his family. I think he built something really nice. Number two, just to let him know to think about asking for options, right? What are the different things he can think about in terms of the structure, just so he has some help in terms of what he might be able to do.
Yeah, I advise when he goes to the building department, there are Spanish-speaking permit techs that can assist with guiding him through the process.
Okay,
We
perfect.
have the best city ever, that's why.
And how about letting him know that if he does get a permit, that this case goes on hold?
Cuando ya obtenga el permiso, en el caso ya se lo aguantamos o no necesitamos.
Okay.
Thank you.
We just hold on one second so we can vote, and then you can.
I
Any other questions? You want to read? Somebody want to read?
can read something.
Okay.
Sure. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Alfredo Saucedo and Blanca Yara, and I apologize for butchering that, to correct the violations within 60 days or by the date of June 21st of 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote.
Alseclas?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes.
And
Dave?
can you suggest that they get homestead? Because clearly they don't have.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
So you just let them know 60 days, and also about the special I know we already said special magistrate, but
What is the hearing date for the 60 days?
It is
July 21st.
July 21st.
July 21st.
July 21st for magistrate.
okay,
All right, thank
great.
you.
Thank you.
As always.
Good luck.
Item number 130, property owner Marilyn Giarno and James Garino, investigator Ryan Henderson.
I'm Ryan Henderson, codes investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 130, case number 23-14073, regarding property located at 2834 11th Avenue North. I was sworn in at this hearing. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by the owner. This is a citizen complaint case. The property was first inspected on 7/31 of 23, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of 4/24/24. The property was last re-inspected on April 20th, 2026, and the following violation still exists. A permit is required for construction of oversized shed accessory structure / accessory structure, we'll call it a shed, located in the rear yard. 0 out of 1 violation has been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on April 10th of 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 11831, page 1117. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for non-compliance. In this particular case, the additional relevant fact is that there is a structures other than buildings permit that is in process. The permit number is 24-05002040. And in fact, Mr. Doreno submitted corrections to the plans on April 20th of 2026. This particular case had actually gone through the Code Enforcement Board process at one point. He had applied for a variance, was denied, and so we basically started over and brought him back to this process. So that's why he's back here. Now, we will still show photographs. I would like to enter into evidence exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on 10/24 as well as 1/20/26. This is the elevation. That's the one from 420. The next photograph shows the shed that's in the back. Now, that's the condition that it was in as of the 24th of October of 23. However, since then, it's a 10 by 12 shed. He has moved it. And so it's a shed that still needs a permit, but it's not oversized like it was before. It's oversized in that it's 10 by 12, but that's what he's working to get the permit for. It doesn't have that big attachment on it anymore. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 2, this fact sheet. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Is it just a shed with no electrical, no AC, just a standalone structure?
So that question, Mr. Doreno could probably answer that question as far as the electrical components. I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. And I guess it was removed off a building, so now there's all 4 walls, and we're just kind of...
So they essentially just moved it. Part of the reason it was encroaching was one of the issues as well, so they moved it so that it's in a proper, appropriate place on the property, and they reduced the size of it as well.
And in your opinion, is that, you think, going to come in compliance with code?
Well, that's why they're working through the permit process. Yeah, it's not my opinion.
I meant permit, sorry.
Yeah, they're working through the permit process to make sure that he's all good with the permit people.
Okay.
Permit department.
The permit from 24 is active?
It is active, yes. And he just submitted corrections last week, well, on the 10th.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, can you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Jim Garino, 2834 11th Avenue North.
Well, so it sounds like you tried to get a variance. Unfortunately, didn't come out on your side. Looks like you've got taking that permit and moving it forward. So maybe tell us about kind of next steps, how things are going, and how much time you might need to get this permit approved.
I hired a architectural engineer, and I submitted the documentation back at the end of January, and then I was waiting. But then I haven't heard anything, so I emailed them, and they said they didn't accept email. So I brought in the documentation the beginning of April. Okay. And then I was waiting, and then I just emailed for the status on Monday, and they said it's in review. So I'm kind of waiting on what happens from there.
Sounds like it was sent back for corrections, if I...
Do you have a contractor that's handling this for you?
I'm doing it.
You're doing it, okay.
Is it just a standalone structure, no electrical, no AC, just...
It used to have just electric, but I disconnected all that and moved it
It's
up
basically
5 feet. It's just a shed.
just a structure, 10 by 12 structure. Okay. Any idea on how much time you think you'll need to get that permit approved?
That's up to the city. I'm waiting on them. I'm ready.
Yeah.
Well, if
Could be 60 days, could be 6 months.
you submitted corrections, then it's gonna have to go back.
It's gonna go
through the
back,
process,
yeah.
so.
You're looking at least 30 plus. Sounds like you moved it though.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Sounds like you moved the structure and
From the original.
from the original, took the electrical out.
I can read something if we don't have any more questions.
Okay.
Good? Okay.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Marilyn Guarino and James Guarino to correct the violations within 45 days or by the date of June 6, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, let's vote.
Auseklis?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes. So the board is giving you 45 days. Let's hope by then you get your permit approved. Assuming the permit is not approved within 45 days, you're going to get a letter to attend a special magistrate meeting where then you can go in and present your case to that individual, and then they will most likely give you more time. But cross our fingers you get the permit soon.
Good luck, sir.
Yep, good luck.
Yes, 45 days, $100. Item number 93, property owner RIIS Investments LLC. Investigator Jean Madou.
Good morning, I am Jean Madou, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 93, case number 25-21024, regarding property located at 870 13th Avenue North. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a commercial structure and is vacant at this time. This is a C-click fix case. The property was first inspected on July 30th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of February 10th, 2026. And the reason for that date is because we had sent out an addended notice. The property was last re-inspected on April 15th, 2026, and the following violations still exist. Parking lot is in disrepair, with holes, voids, broken concrete, missing areas, and or areas that are not level, creating a tripping hazard. The rear stairs, decking, rails, and balusters have rotted wood, and the roof is in disrepair with rotted wood to include but not limited to the rafters. 5 out of 8 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was hand-delivered at the violation address on April 6, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 19467, page 1049. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner's daughter was on April 9th, 2026. The department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter for non-compliance. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1, photographs which were taken on April 15th, 2026, document CEB 04222026, J1M, photos 1 to 6. So that there shows the elevation shot of the property. And on this here, you would see the decking, and the railings was recently replaced. Over there shows the rotted rafters. Again, this here shows the decking. You can see the rotted wood on the decking, and the railings. That part there where there's a little piece of discolored painting, there was a portion of stairways there, but that has been removed. And the parking lot, so you can't really see that great, but there are shells there. Initially, there were broken pieces of concrete, so they covered it up with some shells, which I told them it's not an approved surface covering, so they will have to work on that. And there shows all the cracks and stuff in the parking lot. Okay, and I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit 2.
Thank you.
And this concludes my presentation, sorry.
Now, thank you. So a couple questions. So in your opinion, does the structure itself, any of that work require a permit? I saw some handrails replaced. I mean, is it,
Maybe the staircase, if they're gonna like replace all of it.
okay.
Yeah.
And maybe if the rotten wood underneath, right, could potentially. And then as far as the driveway, is that, would that require a permit? It was hard to tell the extent of the damage, and I know they covered it with, looks like shells.
Yes, it's gonna require a permit if they're redoing the striping, because zoning will have to see how many parking spots that they're going to need and where any ADA accessible parking spots will.
Okay.
It looked like the striping had been done.
The striping was done.
The striping was done, I
Yeah,
apologize.
so now it's just a disrepair in the entire lot.
Okay. The disrepair, how big is it? Is it just patches?
Yes.
If it's just patches, then no permit.
Then no, okay. So maybe on the structure and probably not in the parking lot.
I did not see the photographs.
Okay.
Because I was in the side taking a phone call, so.
No
I'd be
worries.
happy to look at them real quick and provide any guidance, but.
I do still have the photos.
Any other questions?
Pull up if you.
Yeah, if you want to pull them up real quick.
Yeah.
Elevation shot, back decking, rotted wood, back decking with the removal of the staircase. This is the shells covering cracks in the parking lot. And then these were the cracks in the side parking lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you go back to that? If the entire portion of that underneath there is all deteriorated, or that, I mean, that's more than just patching a small little section of, you know, a pothole or something like that.
Right.
I would say if they're gonna come in and do repairs there, is that the alley, Ms. Madhu?
No, that's the parking lot.
I'm saying on the back.
Yeah, to the back there, yes.
Yeah, okay. So an apron doesn't come into play because it's not going to the front, you know, the street. But still, based on the size of the repair that would have to be made, I would say yes, a permit would be required for that.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Ma'am, can you please state your name and address for the record, please?
It's Dominique Dolly, and I'm at 3610 8th Avenue North, and I'm representing my mother, and I have the authorization.
Okay. So we've got a C-click fix case here. It's been going on since July 30th of 2025.
So the property is currently under contract, and the closing date is June 19th. So we did the shells thinking that it would be an improved surface, and upon speaking to her, we realized it isn't. So we will need to get a permit to fix the parking lot. So we're just asking for an extension of time to get the remaining things finished.
So in your opinion, because I'm assuming you're trying to get everything rectified before the closing date.
Yeah, I mean, it's being sold as is, but we are trying to do all the repairs to get everything done. So we just wanted the extra time to make sure that everything gets done correctly
Okay.
and get the permitting that needs, now that we know that we need the permit to do the correct repairs to the parking lot and everything.
And then the structure itself too, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then in your, what you're thinking, like
90 days if possible.
90
yeah.
days? Do you think any of this is going to require a permit?
I'm assuming that the parking lot will need a permit if the shells and all that needs to be redone, since it's a little bit larger of a space, then I think we need a permit to get a contractor to do it the right way.
Okay.
So then are you extending your closing? Because 90 days takes you into July.
No, we are not. We were just asking for the time just in case anything doesn't go through with the closing, so that way we just have all the time we need, just in case that doesn't go through, that we have that extra month to make sure that we do everything correctly.
Okay.
Yeah, I
At
think
least
just
something.
recognize it's still a C-click fix, right? So somebody out there is not happy. Okay,
I'll read
any,
something if that's
I'll read-
okay.
oh.
Are you, any more questions?
No.
Okay. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders RIIS Investments LLC to correct the violations within 90 days or by the date of July 21st, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $200 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
I think it's too much time, but we can vote it out.
I'm willing to amend if everybody.
I think it should be 60 because it's a C-click
I
fix.
think it should be.
And it's been open since
July.
last July.
Okay.
Just a personal opinion.
Sure. I'll amend my motion to 60 days. Within 60 days or by the date of June 21st, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $200 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
So it's 60 and 200 now.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's vote.
Rosseckless,
Yes.
Hanshaw,
Yes.
Hensler,
Yes.
Wilson,
Yes.
Wait,
Yes. So you have 60 days.
Understood.
Okay. Best of luck.
Item 106, property owner Radel Emberg de Silva Barreto, investigator Joseph Bernori.
I am Joseph Bernori, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 106, case 2610, regarding the property located at 7436 Locust Street Northeast. Was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is occupied by owner. It's a Codes follow-up case. Property was first inspected on January 5th, 2026, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of January 29th, 2026. Property was last re-inspected on April 7th, 2026, and the following violation still exists. Permits are required for work and repairs due to storm damage, including but not limited to replacing drywall cabinets, floorings, and all trades. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since the case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, was posted at the violation address on April 7th, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 20428, page 2236. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was April 7th, 2026. Owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are: there is a post-disaster emergency permit number 264000513 that was applied for on April 7th, 2026, and there was a substantial insurance payout, and the owner confirmed that he had done work in a voice message. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, a photograph which was taken on January 5th, 2026, document APR 26CB, one photo. So here's the elevation shot. It was determined that the violations exist through visibility from neighboring properties that didn't want to put their name on the case, and then the owner just conceded that, yeah, he's been doing work and they had some damage. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Okay, sir, can you please state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Ray Barreto, in 7436 Locust Street Northeast, St. Petersburg, Florida 33702.
So is this your primary residence? Is this, so tell us about this property.
Yes, it's my house. you know.
Okay.
And
So it sounds like you've got a post-disaster permit in process right now.
yes, I did 3 weeks ago, I think, and just to see, and because I didn't know I have to have the permit to put like a drywall and baseboard.
Yeah, so it's gonna be my question. So how much, like, what work did you actually do? Was there any electrical work? Was this just cosmetic?
No, just cosmetic, just the drywall and the baseboard and the flooring.
Flooring? Okay.
So you got water in your house, what, about 3 inches, 4 inches?
Yeah, like I would say like 6 inches. And first of all, I removed like a 12 inches, you know, and I heard somebody say, no, you have to move 48 inch, you know, and I remove everything.
Right.
I did know, and I did those repairs.
No electrical work done inside your house?
No.
What about?
I mean, I changed because.
Outlets.
Yeah, outlets. I changed because, it's a new drywall, everything, and it was old outlets anyway, the little brown one, and I changed for the new one, just cosmetic, I mean,
And who did the work?
I did by myself.
Okay.
So you submitted the permit, sir. Have you been following up with that? Do you know?
Yeah, I just, they sent they go email to me, and I didn't have anything. And now, I mean, next week I have to go to overseas, to see my parents. We have some insurance, like a health insurance over there. And I went when he went there, I was in overseas too. My sister passed away, and now is my dad. It's just
I'm really sorry to hear that, sir.
Sorry.
No, thank you. And that's why I didn't get him like quickly.
So just kind of I know it's very hard when you're going through the permitting process to make a time estimation because part of it is out of your control, but how much time do you think you need to at least get the permit issued? Well, it's only been applied for, right? Not been issued. To get the permit issued so that this isn't an issue for you right now.
I would like to ask you guys like 120 days, because next week I'm gonna go to overseas to see my parents, and I ask a little bit more time, just.
How long will you be overseas? How long will you be gone?
Let's.
Don't know.
I don't know because it's my dad's situations, and.
Do you have somebody here that's going to represent you while you're away? No.
Is there anybody else living at the property? Is it just you?
No, just me and my wife and my little baby. I have 3 years old,
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, something get tough in my life.
No, we're sorry.
Yeah.
Just one more question around the work that was done. HVAC, air conditioning?
No.
No air conditioning work?
No
Nothing?
air condition, no.
Okay. Just want to make sure because
No.
times can get slipped through the cracks.
No AC. Just I did by myself because it was the cosmetic thing, and I apologize for that, and I did some, like I said, outlets just to cosmetic, because my house was old.
Yeah.
It's
No.
1970s, I guess. It's just too old.
Okay.
You're not a bad person. A
Yeah.
zillion people did that after the storm.
Yeah.
You're fine. We're just getting you back on track. Our job is just to get you back on track. This
Yeah, no, I'm here to.
Nobody's mad at you.
All right, okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Well said.
Trouble
somebody-
over time because he's going to be away.
Yeah.
And nobody is here to talk with him, so even if we gave him 90 days, he might not be back.
Well, maybe
Correct.
read
From this
something.
magistrate.
Maybe read something. We'll talk about it.
Mr. Barreto, I have a question. While you are overseas, do you have the ability to communicate with the codes investigator here?
Yes.
Because being that you're not going to be here, if they mail things to your home, you're not going to get it. But if you at least have the ability to communicate with
Yes.
him, you might be able to know that stuff is happening.
Now I have his phone saved.
Trying.
I know.
He's got your number.
Yeah, we've been communicating regularly.
I'll read something.
Yeah.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders, oh boy, Ray Dillenberg, Ray De Silvia Beretta.
Ray Barrett is fine.
To correct the violations within 90 days or by July 21st, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote.
Alseclis,
Yes.
Henshaw,
Yes.
Hensler,
Yes.
Wilson,
Yes.
Wait,
Yes. So the board's giving you 90 days. I know you're going overseas. Sorry for that reason. I would suggest get a communication plan, like how you plan on communicating when you're overseas with the.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Good
Thank
luck,
you.
sir.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Item number 84, property owner Kelly Bachman and Randolph L. Gaddican, investigator Greg Foster.
Good morning. I'm Greg Foster. I'm a codes investigator testifying in reference to item number 84, case number 25-18700. This is regarding property located at 1619 49th Avenue North. I was sworn at the start of this meeting. This property is a single-family structure. It's occupied by owner. This is a C-click fix case. Property was first inspected on June 18, 2025, and a violation notice was sent to the owner with a compliance date of July 11, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on the 15th of April, 2026, and the following violations still exist. After the fact, permits are required for the rear enclosures, additions, new rooms, windows, doors, plumbing, electrical, all work done post-storm recovery needs to have proper permits. 0 out of 1 violation have been corrected since the case began. Notice of hearing was sent first class mail, posted at City Hall. Sent certified mail was also posted at the violation address on the 8th of April, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed, county official records, book number 20161, page number 1662. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was towards the end of last year. The owner was working on the permits. They were in process at that time and did not indicate exactly when the violations would be corrected. The department would recommend 25 days, $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts is that there are 2 permits that are in process. One of them is for residential renovations. One of them is for a post-disaster emergency recovery permit. So both of those permits are in process, like I stated, and then the revisions or the corrections that were sent back on September 9th. So I think the last action that I see on both of those permits was from September 9th. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1, photographs taken on April 15th, 2026. This would be document CEB, photos 1 through 3. This is the elevation shot of the property. And the rear of the property, I believe at one point there was a big tree back there, and I think there was some limb damage to the rear of the structure. Owner's rep can testify to that, but you can see some of the additional rooms that have been converted, some of the windows, and some of the doors that we're talking about here. That's just another side structure. So I would like to enter this fact sheet and these photographs into evidence as Exhibit 1 and 2. This would conclude my presentation.
Thank you. So, a couple questions in terms of the 2 permits that are in progress. You think that covers?
Yes.
All the work?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you say they were returned for corrections in September, or had he responded back in September?
I'm showing, I believe it's sent back for corrections on September.
Okay, and
I think
nothing's
that,
happened since that.
I believe that's correct.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. Sir, can you please state your name and address for the record, please?
Abram Gaddikian, 5010 3rd Avenue South, St. Petersburg, 33707. And I have a authorization. So as far as we know, we're waiting on the city. We got, I know this was an after the fact permit, obviously, got an architect, got plans, they were sent back, got them fixed, they were sent back again. So as far as we know, we are still waiting on the city for that permit.
Well, according to the city's records, they're waiting on you
Since September.
since September.
Are you submitting them, or is a contractor submitting?
Kelly Bachman, the owner.
So the owner is handling this, not a contractor?
They were working together. That contractor has since vanished.
So then who's managing it now?
So that could be the problem.
Kelly Bachman.
Okay.
She went direct to the architect to get the plans fixed. They were submitted in the portal. Definitely was not in September. So I don't know if there's a conflict on her end, the city's end.
No, it doesn't say they were submitted in September. It says they were returned for corrections.
Yes,
Okay, and that nothing was received.
on your side. So someone on your side, typically the contractor, would then follow up because they've been submitted for correction.
I can't say exactly when this was, but I know in the past 2 months, new plans were updated in the portal.
I think I would follow up with the building department and be sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
It sounds like either something went wrong with what you submitted and they don't know it, or they sent it back for more stuff.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
So you need to check with them and probably, well, if you can't do it in the next 20 minutes, it'll have to be tomorrow.
Right.
So it looks like on the e-plan portal, it is waiting for the applicant to resubmit the task. So you might have, or the contractor might have uploaded plans, but then you actually have to reroute it back to the city. I'm not seeing any new uploads into that permit since this is the residential additions permit since February 19th, 2026. So that's before the building department's most recent request for corrections. So as far as I can see, nothing new after that was uploaded and provided to the city.
So February 2026, but didn't you say they were requested in September of 25?
So you have 2 in-process permits, one for a post-disaster emergency permit and one a residential additions permit. Your post-disaster emergency permit's been waiting for corrections since September. Your residential additions permit's been waiting for corrections since February 20th of 2026.
I see.
Yeah, so there's two permits out there. What's Ms. Bachman's plan? To hire a contractor, try to manage this on her own? Like, what's the thinking
I
here?
believe her plan is to try to handle it on her own. At this point, is this something we need a contractor for?
If there's a contractor of record on your permit, you're gonna have to straighten that out with the building department.
Yep.
And depending on what the city requires you to do, if it's some sort of adjustments or amendments.
And it depends on the
If they had a falling out,
I'm sorry?
if they had a falling out with your other contractor, things are on hold because you guys don't have one to replace them.
Understood.
To answer this information that we've requested.
Yep.
Understood.
Yeah, your
So
best
we need to
bet
get a
is to
contractor
contact,
ASAP.
Okay.
contact the building department.
Yep, because it also is going to depend on the extent of the work too, whether she can follow her own permit or not.
Okay. I'd like to ask for 90 days to extend this.
Okay. Any other questions? You want to vote? Someone want to read, then we'll talk?
I'll read something. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Kelly Bachman and Randolph L. Gadakian to correct the violations within 60 days or by June 21st, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second?
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
It's C-Click Fix, that's why. And it's been enough time.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Okay, let's vote.
Osterklas?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes. So, sir, the board's giving you 60 days. If for whatever reason you don't have both permits issued, you'll get a letter from the special magistrate to attend that meeting. Obviously, go to that meeting, state your case, and they'll most likely give you more time to try to get this rectified.
Okay.
I think you've got a lot of work in front of you.
Seems that way.
Yeah.
Thank
Good luck.
Item number 121, property owner Spirit Master Funding X LLC, investigator Brian Greenman.
I am Brian Greenman, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 121, case number 25-15757, regarding property located at 1701 4th Street South. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a commercial structure and is occupied by tenants. This is an internal complaint case. The property was first inspected on April 15th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with the compliance date of February 9th, 2026. The property was last re-inspected on April 16th, 2026, and the following violations still exist. White vinyl fence along retention pond in disrepair with multiple missing slats. Junk items and outdoor storage around retention pond at west side of property. Items include but are not limited to clothing, hand-thrown debris, and other miscellaneous items. 0 out of 2 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on April 10th, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in county official records, Book 20604, page 0349. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit Number 1, photographs which were taken on April 16th, 2026. Document 0416267557 BNG CEB and photo numbers 1 through 5. 121. This first photo shows some of the debris on property around the retention pond. This is the white vinyl fence with missing slats in disrepair. More debris, and then just the shot of the retention pond with the fence and the debris, miscellaneous items, and this is the establishing shot of the property in question. I would like to enter this fact sheet in evidence as Exhibit Number 2. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any safety concerns with the fence being broken, that being a retention pond, and
I know there was issues, so this case was reopened because there was an original case and then it was reopened for the same violation. There was issues with people being in and around the retention pond, safety issues there.
Okay.
This complaint was started, this came from, to us by the St. Pete Police Department that were having issues with transients breaking in through the fence and camping in that area.
In that area,
Yep.
Okay.
Maybe Wendy's and Family Dollar could coordinate on a fence solution.
Split the cost.
Split it, yeah.
And how many times have you been out? I mean, is this the same problem? Does the fence look the same to you, or is it just like this is like a continuous sort of problem? You go out, it fixed.
Yeah, so this case was handled by a different investigator. I just took it over within the past couple of weeks, but based on what I see in the case, it's been at least an issue, a repeat issue a few times here. I know I spoke with the representative for the property earlier, and he mentioned that just a couple days ago that they'd fixed it up again, but the white vinyl fence seems to be maybe an issue with people just busting into it.
Yeah, those are easy to take apart.
Chair, I would say that the junk has significantly improved, though, since the origination of the case.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for staff?
Well, I would just make a comment. As someone who lives on the south side, that was not even that much junk in your yard. I mean, every single week I have to go and pick up trash in my yard because I call it urban tumbleweeds. It's just everywhere. So that wasn't even that bad. I'm sure that they have somebody who cleans that up every couple weeks.
Urban tumbleweeds, that's a new one. Any other questions? Okay, sir, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Brandon Trento on behalf of the owner at 1701 4th Street South, and I do have the authorization as well.
And we need your home address?
12407 Blue Hill Trail, Bradenton, Florida, 34211.
Okay. You- So tell us about the fence and Sounds like there are some improvement with the junk and debris, so appreciate that, but
Yeah.
it looks like it's kind of a little bit of a lingering issue.
Yes, and I did have the opportunity to speak with the code officer today. I believe it was reassigned, this project, so we had tried to get in contact with the office originally, but I think because of the reassignment, that was difficult. Since then, I am pleased to announce that it has been cleaned up, and I do have pictures to submit if needed. But I do know, based on the corrective actions, someone will still need to get out there to check on it. But since then, it has been corrected.
Okay, great. So fence, debris, all copacetic?
Yes.
All right.
See your pictures?
Yes.
Are you guys planning to stay with the white vinyl fencing, or is there a more permanent solution?
I believe that's the intention, but I'd have to ask the client.
When were your pictures taken? Yesterday?
These were taken a couple days ago.
So my humble 2 cents, you might want to figure out how to glue those white vinyl fence together. I know it, they're easy to take apart, so it's going to be a continuing issue for you.
Especially that location,
Yeah. So do you guys want to see the photos, or do we want to? Okay.
Yeah, it looks completely enclosed. I've seen all I need to see.
I'll look last. Just
Got a
give us
second
a
copy
minute.
if
Let
needed
us,
to.
they want to look at the photos, and then I think we'll read something in.
Slats do come out and go back in.
That looks good. It's all clean.
Yeah. You should come to my property on some days. There's, looks good. Yeah.
Keep people out.
Thank you for the pictures.
Yeah.
If we're ready, I'll read something.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of facts and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Spirit Master Funding X LLC to correct the violations within 10 days or by the date of May 2nd, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $200 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Motion and a second.
So I chose what I did just to give them time to go out and re-inspect and close the case.
Yeah, because it should be an issue. Yeah.
Perfect.
Because I'm thinking, they are.
By those pictures, but I want him to see it and close it officially.
Okay, let's vote.
Asuklis?
Yes.
Henshaw?
No.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes. All right, sir, we've given you 10 days. Thank you. Looks like you're, hopefully have this behind you. We'll have our eyes and ears on it, and let's just assume this is done. So good luck. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks.
Item number 42.
All right, just real quick, Chair. So I think this next case will put us right at halfway through the hearing, and then after that, we still have 6 lien release.
Okay.
So certainly a situation where we're gonna have to break for lunch. I would defer to you if you want to hear this case, get right to that halfway point, and then probably come back at 12:45.
Okay.
Just to try to cut a little bit of time off instead of taking the full hour.
Okay. How you guys power through this one? Good? Okay. So, folks in the audience, we're going to hear one more case and then take a 45-minute break. Sorry, we got to take a little time here. I know it's been half a day so far. So we're going to hear this one case, and we're going to start back up at 12:45.
No.
Sorry, sir.
Item number 42, property owner Natalia Pristash, investigator Carl Gordon.
Let it. Okay.
I'm Carl Gordon, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 42, case number 25-28924, regarding the property located at 2007 43rd Street South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and it is vacant. This is a C-Click Fix case. The property was first inspected on December the 19th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of February the 2nd, 2026. The property was last re-inspected on April the 13th, 2026, and the following violations still exist. The roof located on the structure is in disrepair. Tarp located on the roof is indicative of roof disrepair. The tarp is not an approved roofing material. Grass weeds vegetation located on the property, including the private property and or public right-of-way, is at least 10 inches in height and needs to be properly cut, edged, and properly maintained, including areas in and around the gutter, curb, and or sidewalk. That vegetation located on the property and on the fence needs to be removed from the property. Shrubs, vegetation located on the property needs proper trimming. Chipping, peeling paint located on the fascia. The wood fence located on the property is in disrepair. Broken, damaged parts, pieces located on the fence. The fence needs to be upright and sturdy. 1 out of 6 violations have been corrected since this case began. This notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on April the 6th, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 14664, page 1990. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for non-compliance. Additional relevant facts to this case is this morning was my first time having a conversation with the property owner. And it appears from the conversation with the property owner, and the property owner appears to want to sell the property as is and just waiting for a buyer. I would like to enter this evidence into exhibit number 1. Photographs were taken on April the 13th, 2026, document 041326 924 CBG, and photos number 1 through 7. This here is a picture that was showing of a violation that was corrected, but it was just to let you know that they had jumper cables on the wires. Jumper cables have since been removed from the property. This is the front view of the property itself. That's the tarp that's located on the roof, and also if you see on the fascia, you can see chipping paint on the fascia. The grass within on the property, and as you saw in the front, that first picture, the second picture of the elevation, the gate is closed and it's locked, so you can't. Our sanitation department couldn't get back there to cut the grass if needed. That's the shrubs that needs trimming. Dead vegetation located on the property that needs to be removed. Vegetation along the fence line that needs to be trimmed and cut. And that's the fence that's located that needs to be repaired. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. So this is a C-Click Fix, right?
Yes, sir.
And just looking through this, only looks like a permit will be needed for the roof. Everything
yes.
else is just kind of cosmetics and cleaning up and stuff like that?
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Okay, can you please state your name and address for the record, please?
Natalia Pistache. Твоя адрес сказать, чеки.
Yeah, your home address, please?
She's asking which property you wanna.
Her home address. Where she lives.
My wife.
Right. Where you reside, your home.
5128 13 Avenue South, Gulfport, Florida.
Okay.
5128. Sorry.
So, I want to ask first, English, is this going to be okay? Can you understand us? Do we need to make sure we're speaking a little slower, we can talk fast.
That's okay. He talked very fast, but whatever, I followed him, I understand that.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know when he was there, but I periodically go there and cut the dress always. Before, they dress like this. I'm right?
The grass on the outside of in the public right of way was cut. This grass on the private property is still remaining.
So, do you understand all the violations that have been placed against your property?
He's talking about the roof, everything, and I cannot do that.
I understand, but first question, do you understand what all the violations are?
No, I misunderstood. Repeat this again.
Do you understand that your house is a mess?
Oh, gosh, no.
So,
there is overgrowth, there's landscaping,
your roof,
painting, the roof.
Chair, if I may.
About?
yes.
Yeah, just based on Mr. Gordon's testimony about the potential sale of the property, maybe that would be worthwhile jumping into first to determine if that's just going to be the avenue in which this comes into compliance, and see if there's what the timeline of that looks like.
See a for sale sign.
Yeah, and whether or not they've engaged with the realtor, things of that nature. We're always happy to go out to the property with the property owners, depending on the outcome of this, point out the specifics and kind of review that. I'm not sure that we're going to be able to accomplish that on the dais today.
Right.
But I think really, if they've made the decision that the property is going to be sold, and that's how they're going to rectify that, which is perfectly understandable, making sure we provide appropriate time to let that process go through. And then we'll do the other work that you guys are trying to accomplish right now, kind of with an inspection on site to assist with that, because I think that's the best way to accomplish it.
And I think recognizing the violations don't go away just with a for sale sign.
Correct, yeah, that it still needs to,
I'm kind of wondering if,
yeah.
all right.
Yeah, and that's where I was gonna go with
Yeah.
it. So you're gonna sell the property?
That house is already on the market.
It's on the market already?
Yeah, it's already.
Okay, good.
I hired a person, realtor,
Realtor?
and he put on sale already.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
And
So you
around the
really-
house, I always try to keep clean, always.
Right, so
Periodically.
you really just need time to get it sold, right?
Yeah, just like that, extension time, sorry.
Okay.
I cannot fix anything more.
When did you put it up for sale? Do you know that? Do you remember?
No,
A long time ago? Or
no. Not a long time ago.
About a month ago?
End of March.
Maybe like that. Before I have a big problem with the tenant who stayed there, because, like example, he talking about the,
Okay, we got it.
I'm sorry, thank you.
It's been listed since March 18th.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's already been a pretty significant reduction in price, so it seems like there's a, you know, understanding that, you know, that the goal is to move the property, so.
It'll sit there forever.
So just one thing to recognize is the violations still stay with the property. They don't go away. And this is not put on hold. So when you're selling the home, just know that this will come up and we'll get, new homeowner will either have to decide if they want to take this on or not. Just want you to be aware of that.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
I know, I could tell by the,
Oh, that's okay, I understand. Sorry.
yeah.
We'll handle it.
A realtor put that house for sale as is.
Yes.
I understand.
As is. And I understand that when somebody buy it, then he have to
Fix it.
Fix it.
fix it.
Perfect.
I understand that.
You got it. Okay.
Thank you.
I'll read something.
Yes, please.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Natalia Pritash to correct the violations within, 90 days or by the date of July 21st, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
No, I mean, sales are down, but if they can get it sold and get a closing scheduled, I think 90's
Cheap
reasonable.
enough for somebody to
Yeah.
come in
Yeah.
to revamp it.
Okay.
Because it's
Everything.
I mean, it's a citizen complaint and it does
know.
look bad.
It
So
does.
It does.
Don't want it hanging out there too long. So 90 is reasonable.
Okay, let's vote.
Sutcliffe?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes. So you have 90 days to correct the violations. Let's hope the home sells well before then.
Repeat this again, please. 90 days to fix it.
To fix the violations.
Or sell the house.
Or sell the house.
Sell the house.
For sale or-
Yes.
But
You
to
sell
fix
the house,
violation,
you're
need
done.
do remedial that house.
So as soon as the house is sold, so the main thing, if you have no intention of fixing the violations, the main thing is to ensure the house is sold within the 90 days, because as soon as that happens, you're no longer associated with the property, and then this would transfer to the new owner.
I agree with that. I
Yeah,
understand.
yeah. So that should be, we understand that the violations aren't going to be corrected within 90 days. The time provided was hopefully to provide enough time to get the house sold.
Okay.
July 21st.
Question. If he didn't sell it during this time,
What happens? You'll get a letter to show up to another meeting like this,
okay, but you can charge me something?
and then you can present just like you are. It's a special magistrate meeting, where then you can ask for more time.
Okay, but you say they charge me after that, or, sorry?
No, so as long as you show up to that meeting, I know where you're headed, you'll be good, no fines.
I can't-
No
I can't-
fines.
I never
Don't-
broke any schedule,
Yes, don't miss the meeting.
never broke.
Don't miss the meeting.
Yes, yes, yes. No. I'm very responsible for everything. But they can't, especially come here, she very tired, she's disability.
Yes.
She's disability, and very hard for her, but I'm old too, but I'm trying to help her. My wife.
Just
No,
watch
it's
the,
very
watch
good.
the mail. Just
Watch the mail, and if you have questions, call Mr. Gordon or email Mr. Gordon. Okay?
Good luck with you,
luck
sir.
on
Good luck to you.
selling
Good
your
luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I want to sell it, and she want, on her name, this house, but I try to help how I can. You don't need a report or relief, we tell already.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
you will get it.
Thank you for coming
Good luck.
in.
Thank you, thank you. I like.
We're gonna take a break for lunch. Our goal is to come back by 12:45.
Meeting is If I could have everyone's attention, we're going to start to resume the meeting, code enforcement hearing. So has everybody sworn, was everyone here at 8:30 and was sworn in at the beginning of the meeting? Okay, great. Thank you.
We're resuming with item 108, property owner Mary Griffin and Mary Living Griffin Trust, investigator Joseph Bernori.
I am Joseph Bernori, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 108, case 25-29258, regarding the property located at 310 90th Avenue Northeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is occupied by owner. It's a codes follow-up case. Property was first inspected on December 29th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of January 28th, 2026. Property was last re-inspected on April 6, 2026, and the following violations still exist. Permit is required for new build in the rear of the property, not covered under the RESE permit, and the new build in the rear is encroaching an NS1 setback. 0 out of 2 violations have been corrected since the case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on April 6, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 23303, page 0744. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner, and the owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. This department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are this property is being raised, and they have an approved permit with recent approved footer inspections and vertical steel inspections. And they also made a new permit for the attached shed in the rear that wasn't under the scope of that. They made a separate attempt to permit that, and now the building department has basically made some return of notes that they wanted included in the scope of the approved permit that they already have. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on December 29th, 2025 and April 6, 2026. Document APR 26CB, photos 1 to 8. So that's the structure in the rear there. There's an elevation shot. A little more detail. Different angle. Long shot, etc. Okay, I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. So the item in question, is it the, you said there's
it's
the encroachment, there's an addition.
Yeah, I believe the intent is to have it as an exterior shed, but the way it's being built, again, attached to the structure, the building department would like it included in the approved RESE permit for raising a house.
And does that, will they still have the encroachment issue, or is that going to be?
That has to be determined by the building department.
Yeah, then, so the last step in the permit, and excuse me, Mr. Bernori, if you already said this, but basically they met with zoning. They said you can either attach it and revise the current RESE permit, or keep it as separate with a detached fourth wall and then continue moving forward with the permit that this other permit that they've opened. Through either process, zoning would then ensure that it meets all of the setback requirements.
Okay. And has the work been completed on this additional structure?
It's pretty far along. I don't remember the detail if everything was finished on that area in question today, but it has moved along since the case has started.
Okay. Any other questions for staff?
I'm not, from the picture that I saw, Mr. Bernori, it looks like the shed or whatever it is in the same line as the side of the house. What setback is it in?
Maybe we can look at the
Side
picture
yard or the
again.
rear yard?
We look at the picture again. So it's actually bumped out.
Yep, side.
So it's the side yard.
Approaching it says,
The property line. So usually it's a 5-6 foot setback.
it looks like the neighboring fence is like right around here.
I think I get it. All right.
Any other questions? Okay. Can we please get your name and address for the record, please?
Mary Griffin, 310 90th Avenue Northeast, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33702.
And do you plan on testifying? Because if you are,
Yes.
we'd need your name and address too.
Greg Morocco, 310 90th Avenue Northeast, St. Petersburg, Florida.
Thank you. So, tell us what's going on, and sounds like you probably have some plans in place that might get this rectified?
We do. We lost our shed as part of the flood, so I was replacing the shed, got a little overzealous and made a open air roof structure. The roof structure was the one that was encroaching on the setback. I've moved it back since then. We were told by the building department we could have a separate permit for it since it's a shed, and I've made it detached from the house, just leaning up against it. So I guess we have to go back to the permit department and figure out how they want us to do it.
Okay. So you actually move the shed so it's no longer encroaching?
Correct. I have a plot plan here, what do you call it, a survey with a highlighted area if you guys wanted to see it or not, but it's.
I don't think we.
The building department just told us we had to be 7.5 feet back from the fence.
Okay.
We did that.
And then you plan on, I'm sorry.
The guy at the office, when we spoke to him, said it only need 4 walls. It technically doesn't need, they don't say specifically how much space between the house and the fourth, the back wall of the shed.
Right.
So as long as there's 4 walls, he said it's detached.
Okay.
And that's our plan.
And then is the plan to have this as a separate permit and go down that route? Or are you going to make it all encompassing?
That was the plan because with the house rebuild we're abandoning downstairs. The building department said if we put it on the same permit, then we could be subject to FEMA rules, which we're not doing. We were avoiding that. We're never dealing with this again. So
Okay.
I don't know what our next step is.
That's why we want to keep it as a separate permit.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like you had 2 options open to you. So you're going to go the separate permit route. Any idea? I mean, it sounds like you eliminated the encroachment issue. Any ideas on how long you think it will take to get your permit approved?
Well, it took us 6 months last time, so I have no idea.
Okay.
And
Different circumstances, hopefully, this time.
But we have to go back to the permit department and figure out how they want us to do it. I guess there were some comments that they wanted us to.
Yes, he said that he said that they wanted us to add it to the RES and that we couldn't do it as a separate permit when we just spoke to
In
him
the
now.
application for the structures, what is it called? Structure other than building permit, 26400-856. There are communication notes that state the RES permit should be revised to include the scope of this work.
But it's only if it's attached.
Right.
Correct.
So yeah, I don't know of any, this is our first day meeting. I've never had any communications, so I don't know of any other modifications or plans that the homeowners had. So we can reconvene that, and then they can meet with the building department and determine the route.
If it has 4 walls, then
Yeah.
it's technically detached, and
Yep.
they should have a separate permit.
So they have opened a permit for like a new other structure, and that's where that meeting step is captured. That's where we're reading it from. So if they wanted to keep it as like a detached structure with 4 walls, they would just proceed under the permit application they already opened.
Okay.
If they want to attach it, which they don't want to, then they would just void it and add it to the other permit. But right now, they've at least taken that first step that they needed.
We've had enough delays with the house. We don't want to do anything else to delay us.
We hear you.
Well, it sounds like you guys are working with a contractor, you're aware of all your permitting, you're involved with the city, so you just need some time to sort out which pathway you want to go and then get that into place.
It was my mistake for thinking I could build back the shed without a permit, and then I got overzealous with the roof structure, so.
I mean, that's the least of the oversights we've seen lately, so it happens.
Any other questions? You want to read something?
I'll try it.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I'm quick, you go.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violation of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Mary Griffin Trust, Mary Griffin Living Trust to correct the violations within 120 days or by August 20th, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any
He needs time.
discussion?
I just, for him to come back, gave him a little bit extra to see if they can get resolved.
Yeah, plus they have the other permit they'll have to clean
And the
up
oth-
since
yes.
they're handling this separately.
Yeah. So that's my thought.
Okay, let's vote.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Henser?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes. So the board's giving you 120 days. Hopefully it will not take that long and you'll get this behind you, but on the outside chance you don't, you'll get a letter to attend a special magistrate meeting. Make sure you show up to that meeting, go in and have the same discussion that you did, and they'll most likely give you more time to get this resolved.
Perfect.
So, good luck.
Appreciate it.
Number 24 should be checked off. Okay, and it is not. Position 25 then? Item 151, property owner Brittany R. Drayton, investigators Ryder Melendez.
Is 85 gone?
Yes, it's supposed to be crossed off.
And we're going to 151.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Milka Stevanovic, code investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying for Zoraida Melendez in reference to item 151, case 26811, regarding property located at 3025 35th Avenue South, and I was sworn at this meeting. The property is single-family structure occupied by the owner, and this is a citizen complaint case. The property was first inspected on January 30th, 2026, and a violation notice sent to the owner with the compliance date of February 25th, 2026. The property was last re-inspected on April 10, 2026, and the following violation still exists. After the fact permit is required for the conversion and alteration of the garage into a bedroom. 0 out of 1 violation has been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and it was hand-delivered by Zoraida Melendez on April 10, 2026. Ownership was confirmed in a county official record, book 22211, page 1958. During the course of our investigation, our last contact with the owner prior to today was on April 10, 2026, and the owner did not indicate when the violation would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter non-compliance. The owner tried to, other additional relevant facts regarding this case is that the owner tried to submit the permit application through the app, but the system did not accept her address. I would like to enter evidence as Exhibit 1 photographs which were taken on April 10, 2026, document 041 026 811 CEB, one photo. As you can see on the elevation photo, this is a garage in question that was it closed without a permit. And I would like to enter this fact sheet evidence as Exhibit 2. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. In terms of the permit, don't know if you have the details. Was this just an owner submission, or do we know if a contractor submitted it?
There's no permit on file right now.
Yeah, there's no permit.
Like the attempted.
She tried to.
Oh, yeah.
But there was that issue with the address where it didn't go through.
Okay.
Was the issue just a typo?
That one is crossed off, yeah.
I tried that myself as well, and it didn't work.
Okay.
So she would explain more to see what happened.
Okay. Any other questions for staff?
Do we know what the building department does when they have a situation like that?
Like where they are not taking the correct address?
Yeah, where.
I think it would probably be, as far as E-Plan goes, I know that they have a specific email set up to help people troubleshoot any issues. And then absent of that, it would just be easiest to go in person, and then they'll help. They have like the technicians there who will work through like what are acceptable addresses in our system that match up with the parcel IDs on the property appraiser.
But the addresses on here is the one that's in the
Correct.
property appraiser's record.
Yes.
Should show up, okay. If you could please state your name and address for the record.
Brittany Drayton, 3025 35th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33712.
So, looks like we did some work without a permit. Looks like you tried to file an after the fact permit, so maybe elaborate a little bit about what's going on and kind of your next steps.
Yes, so my husband completed the conversion, and we was gonna file, but our neighbor said something before, and so I tried to submit the permit, the application online, but every time I put my address or use the, I think it was the parcel number, it says that it's not within St. Petersburg limits, so I'm probably just gonna have to go down there and file.
Just a couple questions before we kind of talk about the whole permitting process, maybe help you there. Is your husband a general contractor, licensed contractor?
No, he just does construction work underneath the general contractor.
How extensive was the work done?
It was
The wall involved, like walling things in, structural work, electrical, everything?
yes, it's electrical work, raising up the, I guess, the gas curb up to the match the flooring and all of that, drywall,
Okay, so pretty extensive.
yes.
So I am not a permitting expert by any stretch, but just the extensiveness of that work is probably going to require more than just a homeowner's application for permit. I mean, you definitely go talk to the experts, but you're probably gonna need drawings, you're gonna need a contractor, it's gonna be a lot more than just you filing that permit yourself. So, I don't know how much you guys have started to investigate what you're gonna need to get compliant with the city, but I think it probably will be a fair bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess the question, that's a great comment. Did you enlist the services of like of an architect to kind of put the plans and drawings together, or you guys, is this more of a hand sketch and some verbiage and submitting it that way?
We did get an architect involved, and we do have the work, I guess, the plan for it, and then that's pretty much it.
Okay.
From there.
Good.
So when did you plan to go down to the building department?
Soon, so I can. It was just kind of like hard the last couple months. My husband's not here, and so with the 4 kids, trying to find somebody to get them, my youngest, and go down there and wait in the line and stuff and do all of that. That's how I tried to do it online first.
So you have
the troubleshooting portal?
No, I didn't. I just kept trying to do it. I used different web browsers, and it was the same thing. So I did not do the troubleshooting.
Okay. You might try that before you try to drag 4 kids down there and keep them in line for hours.
Yes.
Although it may let you get to the front of the line.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Have one of them bring a trumpet.
Oh, it might get through quicker.
Let me write this down.
Yeah, really.
So you have the architectural drawings
Yeah.
of the part of the house that you enclosed, the garage. Have they been submitted to the city?
No.
No, they haven't, because of no
The address is not
parcels.
being
Stopped at
recognized.
go. She can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
So how do we advise her on the
software issue.
address? Does the city?
No,
Well,
there's a troubleshooting portal. Ms. Zafra just explained, there's a troubleshooting portal where you can go in and get help when your address doesn't match what's in city records.
Oh, my apologies.
So if she goes through the troubleshooting and she actually succeeds in getting it to drop,
I see.
then she's gone. But otherwise, she and her 4 children and their trumpet are gonna have to go down there.
Right, yes.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
If I could get the property owner's email address, if you want to give it to Miss Melendez or Miss Milka after this, I can send you, there's a few videos on the website as to like step-by-step how to apply on ePlan, and then I can give you the ePlan like email that you would email, like you just need to take screenshots and send it to them. It's like, I've run into this error, and then they'll respond back to you on how to fix it.
Okay, thank you.
Because we want you to get your permit.
Yes.
We want this to go away.
Yes, thank you.
We don't want you to have to miss work and take the kids down either, so we understand it's a challenge. Okay. Are we, want to read something?
Or does she want to give us an idea about
I don't know. I can ask. I mean, do you have any idea as to how much time you think you'd want?
I don't know, like as long as y'all can, so I can try to get this done, but I will get it done though, whichever, just so I can get this past me.
So this was a citizen complaint, so we also have to take that into consideration. But we understand your situation as well. I can try and read something if nobody else wants at it. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Brittany R. Drayton to correct the violations within 90 days or by July 21st, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Works for me.
It's the usual.
Okay, let's vote.
Osseklis,
Yes.
Henshaw,
Yes.
Hensler,
Yes.
Wilson,
Yes.
Wait,
Yes. So the board gave you 90 days. So let's just say things don't work out, right, and permit hasn't been approved, but let me back up. So once the permit's approved, this gets put on hold, okay? Let's just say the permit is not approved, then you're gonna get a letter in the mail to attend a special magistrate meeting. Make sure you show up to that. You can have the same discussion like you did with us, with that person. I think the city's also, make sure you give them your email address so you can get that information. Fingers crossed the portal works and you get the troubleshooting resolved and get this in as quickly as possible. If for some reason it doesn't work, fortunately you're gonna probably have to go down and do it in person. And I would say do it sooner if you can. Do as soon as you can.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good luck.
Good luck.
item number 36, property owner 123 Home Run LLC, investigator Brian Greenman.
I am Brian Greenman, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 36, case number 26-523, regarding property located at 4100 49th Avenue South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is occupied by tenants. This is a citizen complaint case. The property was first inspected on January 15th, 2026, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of February 9th, 2026. The property was last re-inspected on April 16th, 2026, and the following violation still exists. Work was performed without a permit that included but was not limited to doors, windows, support beams. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on April 8th, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 22757, page 1437. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit Number 1, photographs which were taken on January 15th, 2026 and April 16th, 2026. Document 0416265523 BNG CEB and photo numbers 1 through 8. So this first photo is a photo of the new door on the property. This is an establishing shot of the property from last week. These are the new support beams at the property. new support beams and windows, new windows and support beam. And this is the former shot of the property with different windows, different support beams, and different doors. And then, yeah, these are close-up of the old support beams and the old windows. And then that's the old side door that was replaced. I would like to enter this fact sheet in evidence as exhibit number 2. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. So there's no after-the-fact permit that's been pulled, nothing that...
No permits on file for the work that was done.
Okay. And citizens complaint, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Any questions for staff? We please get your name and address for the record?
Lean Bertrand, representing 123 Home Run. Address is 8152 Brent Street, Port Richey, Florida.
So sorry, could I get the name again? I couldn't hear that.
Erlene Bertrand,
Thank you.
And what's your relationship with 123 Home Run LLC?
owner.
You're the owner. So it looks like done some work without permits. So what are your plans?
I've reached out to a general contractor. They said ask for 90 days. So I plan to just do whatever's needed.
Okay.
I'm going to follow whatever the GC says.
Just curious, who performed the work?
We had a series of different repair companies perform the work.
And sorry, in terms of it's a duplex, a triplex. It sounds like you have tenants in there, and are they paying?
It's a single family.
Single family. Okay. They paying rent?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you have any flooding of that property during the storms?
We did have water damage.
Okay, so you've done interior renovations and repairs in addition to the doors, windows that were, and the beams?
No, actually, we only did floors when we got the flooding, so.
And
No drywall
No.
replaced?
that must have been very little amount of water then.
Yeah, it wasn't much. We had some people come in and inspect and, tell us what we need to do.
Does 123 Home Run LLC own other properties in St. Petersburg?
No.
Any other questions? Someone, if there isn't, someone want to read?
I'll read something. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders 123 Home Run LLC to correct the violations within 45 days or by the date of June 6th, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I don't think 45 days is long enough.
Yeah, why
She
are
hasn't
we
even
going
started the process.
I just picked a date. 60 feels better for you?
90 feels
90 feels better? Okay. I will amend the recommendation. The board orders 123 Home Run LLC to correct the violations within 90 days or by the date of July 21st, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Motion and a second. Okay, let's vote.
Seckless?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Henser?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Wait?
No. Okay, the board gave you 90 days. Should hopefully be enough time to get the after-the-fact permits for all the work that was done. So for some reason, the permit's not approved, right? You'll get a note to attend a special magistrate meeting. Highly suggest you attend that meeting. Then you'll be able to have that discussion at the special magistrate meeting, and hopefully they would give you some more time if you're not done.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Item 136, property owner Andrea Land and Deborah Jones, investigator Timothy Howard.
I'm Timothy Howard, Building Demolition Coordinator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 136, case number 26669, regarding the property located at 2326 11th Street South. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by owner. This is an internal complaint case. The property was first inspected on December 23rd, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of February 2nd, 2026. The property was last re-inspected on April 15th, 2026, and the following violation still exists. Per the city building official, the fire-damaged portion of the structure is unfit/unsafe for human habitation/use. There is no requirement for the structure to be vacated. Permits are required for repair. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on April 10th, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 10788, page 2334. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was on December 23rd, 2025, and the owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 5 days and $250 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case: residential alterations permit 26-04000686 is in process and ready for corrections as of April 10th, 2026. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1 photographs which were taken on December 23rd, 2025 and April 15th, 2026, document April 2026 CEB in photo numbers 1 through 3. So here you see a photo of the fire damage that occurred at the property. That first photo was during the initial inspection in December, and this following photo is as of the 15th of April, so more recent. And this is just an elevation shot of the structure, also taken during that initial inspection, December 23rd. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. So the residential permit, is this, I guess the structure is sound enough that they can just rebuild with the existing footprint?
It looks like a forensic structure condition assessment report was provided. They are going to, based on that report, the building department is going to require construction drawings signed and sealed by a design professional because structural repairs are required.
Okay.
So she is able to pull it as an owner permit. She just needs some kind of like an architect or an engineer to sign off on her plans.
Gotcha. Okay. Any other questions for staff?
Yeah, and you seem to imply that at least part of the structure was still habitable. Is that correct?
Correct. The building official determined that the damage was not extensive enough to require the structure be vacated. So only that portion of the structure that was affected was posted unsafe. The remainder was allowed to remain occupied.
Okay, thank you.
Ally, question? Okay.
No,
Okay.
thank you.
Good. Okay. Can I please have your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Andrea Land. I live at 2326 11th Street South, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33705.
And do you plan to testify as well?
No.
Okay. Up there for
My mom.
support. Gotcha. So, sorry about the fire. Sounds like you've got a residential permit in process. So tell us a little bit about what your plans are.
I got a couple of things in place. This is new to me. Excuse me if I get emotional because
okay.
the fire happened like the Monday before Christmas. So I did apply for the city rehab program in January, and I was told that we'd be put on the top of the list because we're not at home. I mean, we didn't have to vacate, but they pulled my electric, so I don't have any power. I can't stay there. So we've been living with family and kind of like clothes in our car, just trying to make it through. But the rehab program, I kind of forgot about, so I reached back out to it. Someone gave me a supervisor's information, got a hold of them, so I guess somebody's supposed to be reaching out to me now by the name of Steve or Forrest, because they say they apologize for forgetting about me. I'm not really sure, but while I was waiting on that, I still was trying to do my own thing. So I hired an engineer, getting the money up, got an engineer to come out, submitted some paperwork. I've been to that zoning place, I've been to the permitting place time after time. They've sent me back. I had a digital sign form from the engineer. They said that didn't work. I had to have a raised form, got a watermark form. Took that back. They said that they had questions about some of his wording, and then they wanted to clarify some drawing. So I've been back and forth trying to do that in, because at this point, I was willing to try to do the work with a family member just to get back in our home. We haven't been home in 4 months. Thank God I ended up hearing from the rehab place. So right now I'm just waiting on whichever one come through so we can go home. We haven't been home, and it'll be 4 months on the 22nd. So, well, today. So we're just trying to get home. I'm willing to do whatever. Haven't been able to get a permit. Been down there almost every week and just being sent away by, I've been working with a guy, Petersburg, just back and forth, waiting on an answer, leaving discouraged, just trying to keep the faith. I just want to go home.
And are you trying to pull the permit yourself then? Is it
Yeah.
going to be an owner's permit?
Yeah.
Okay. And sorry, you said the rehab program did get in contact with you. Did they
I
have?
did, I got an email from somebody, because the supervisor, after I emailed her and told her how. I
Were
was
they
told-
asking for more information? Were
They
you?
did ask for a little bit more, but I got all that to him, and he told me that now that he has all the documentations, that a rehabilitation officer will be getting in touch with me. So I don't know how soon that's gonna be, but I'm just being hopeful.
Okay.
Ma'am, I'm gonna reach out to the housing director and see if I can get it expedited.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Well, I do want to. Go
No
ahead.
insurance.
No insurance, well, it started with a car, it wasn't a house fire. I had full coverage with Progressive, my car caught on fire, ended up burning that portion of my house. So with the full coverage, they told me that if it had been someone else's house, they would have covered it. So I'm just going through a lot with that also. Carried full coverage for that reason, if anything happened, but they said because, so it never was my house. It was just where I was parked at in my driveway, that the fire from the car caught on to my house.
Follow up on that.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
No, it won't work.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
that's crazy.
It won't work.
The city said that you're ready for corrections as of April 9th. Have you looked in the system to see what answers they need?
I haven't, because Peter told me that he needed to talk one-on-one with the engineer, so no one's called me. I've left Peter messages. He told me upfront he don't answer his phone. So I've left him several messages, and I haven't heard anything from him. I asked him to give me a call about them, because I was nervous about the hearing today, because I wanted to be able to tell you guys something. I haven't heard anything.
If the city is gonna assist, like if housing is able to approve her and get assistance, then they will take over the permitting process. Because right now, the next step that she would need is like architect or engineered plans. So I wouldn't want the homeowner to take on that cost of hiring somebody if the housing department is gonna be able to approve her and just make the repairs themselves.
Already did. I paid somebody. Just because I didn't hear any. Yeah, I sent the application in January, and I haven't heard anything, so I just was trying to, just
Yeah,
want to
I
get.
would, if, it's up to you. I've emailed her. I can follow up and see
Okay.
if we can get that scheduled, that next step of that application process scheduled for you. If they choose, maybe if the housing application isn't able to cover the extent of the fire damage, at least you then already have a design professional that you've contracted with, and then they would just need to help you with preparing the plans. That would be the next step.
Okay.
She's already submitted plans and they're picking them.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's where they are now, back and forth. And she said the building official wants to talk to her architect, but the building official doesn't take phone calls. So,
We can assist with coordinating that.
okay. That's,
And be the
Thank
squeaky
you.
wheel with your insurance company.
And don't be nervous right now. We're yeah.
Nicest
So
people
yeah.
in the world.
Yep.
They really are.
We know you're doing all you can, so don't, please.
Just
Yeah.
St. Pete residents, same as you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody want to try to?
I could try and read. Good. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Andrea Land and Deborah Jones to correct the violation within 120 days or by 8/20/26. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
So a motion and a second for 120 days on $100 per day. What's the lowest we can do for a daily fine? We could go
I'm
to-
okay with it. I'm thinking the exact same
Yeah.
thing. I'm going to amend it to be 120 days at $50 per day.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote.
Osseklis,
Yes.
Hanshaw,
Yes.
Hensler,
Yes.
Wilson,
Yes.
Wait,
Yes. So the board's giving you 120 days. If for whatever reason this is still open, permits aren't issued, you'll get a letter to attend a special magistrate meeting. You'll be able to go in and present your case then. Let's hope this is moving along forward so you can get back in your house. The other thing I want to say is you've done a great job maintaining your property.
Thank
Right? It looked really nice on the outside considering what's going on and all you're going through. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good luck.
Really nice daughter. Be your own best advocate. You guys got this.
Yes, thank you.
Best of luck to you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you.
Item 161, property owner Terry L. Krogman, investigator Timothy Howard.
I'm Timothy Howard, Building Demolition Coordinator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 161, case number 2527770, regarding the property located at 2247 Coronado Way South. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by tenants. This is a codes follow-up case. The property was first inspected on November 17th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of December 5th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on April 15th, 2026, and the following violation still exists. Per the city building official, the structure is unfit/unsafe for human habitation due to roof disrepair. Permits are required for repair. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on April 10th, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 05244, page 1628. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 5 days and $250 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are roof permit 23-10001317 is approved as of October 20th, 2023. This permit was previously expired and was just reissued yesterday, April 21st, 2026. This permit has had no inspections. There are no permits on file for the required interior repairs. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on November 7th, 2025 and April 15th, 2026, document April 2026 CEB, and photo numbers 1 through 6. So this is a photo from the rear of the structure. You can see the missing soffit there and then the roof above it, and you can also kind of see through the windows. The roof is pretty much gone, at least on this portion of the structure. If we could go to the next photo, please. So again, like I was saying, you can kind of see through the window, the roof missing. This is an elevation shot. This is just taken on the 15th, so there is some roof work in progress. I believe the next photo will show what that front portion looked like prior.
I'm looking for it. Oh, I don't see a prior photo.
So maybe that's not in there, but there was some further damage towards the front of the structure. The repairs for that are underway. I did not have access to the rear of the property during my last inspection, so I can't speak to what that looks like currently. So I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Did you say this is occupied by tenants?
Correct.
Tenants are in there right now.
There's an RV on the property. I'm not sure what is utilized primarily. We did have social services out there to offer relocation assistance if needed, and that was, they did not take us up on that. So Yes, there are tenants. I'm not sure if they're utilizing the RV or the structure, more so one or the other, but there are tenants there.
Okay.
I have one more question. So you mentioned about interior work. So I understand that we're talking about the roof, and the roof is the unsafe part, but we're assuming that they'll need to do work in the interior as well?
Correct, yeah. With the roof being uncovered or the structure being uncovered for so long, there's certainly water intrusion. And so either the existing permit will either need to be revised or a new permit pulled to cover the scope of work for the interior work.
I have a question. Are tenants even allowed in these circumstances?
The structure's been posted unsafe, so nobody should be inside of it.
That's what I thought.
Are utilities still hooked up to the property? Do you know?
Yes. There are.
Water and electric.
I can't speak to electricity, water, yes.
And then, do we happen to know what the root cause of the damage? Like, was this a fire? Is this just neglect? Was it?
I'm unaware of what caused the initial roof damage.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Okay, if you could please state your name and
Hi, I'm
address.
Terry Krogman at 2247 Coronado Way, St. Petersburg, Florida.
Is that your home address, or
Yeah.
is this?
The back roof was done with a storm, and there was where the window is was probably maybe a 10-ton oak tree that went through the window up through the roof. So that part of the roof problem just happened as far as, a year ago. I took the rest of the sheeting off because the whole roll roof went right in the front yard. So basically the whole roof. And when FEMA came, they documented everything and brought their engineers, and they cut me a $15,000 check for just that back roof. So, so now I fixed the front roof on issues that had nothing to do with the storm. They were just current, age problems. So now I'm working on the back.
If I could just back up for a second, do you have tenants that are?
And then I did the FEMA gate. No,
Oh, excuse me, sir. Just, if I could just back up, just want to go to the, do you have tenants living there as well as yourself, or are you the only one living there?
It's just my wife and I.
And are you inside the structure?
No, we're in an RV.
You're in the RV.
Yeah, we bought an RV to work on the house.
Okay.
It's right alongside there. Because that's what FEMA told us to do. We just went by the FEMA guidelines what to do.
So when did you get the money from FEMA?
I got it, I say, probably a month right after the storm. Pretty quick.
But you didn't fix the roof?
No, what I wound up doing is buying an RV for $10,000 and then doing a demo myself, as far as I can, And then we bought the roof. We bought the roof and the materials in the backyard. So we bought a whole metal structure roof. It's paid for. I paid, $26,000 for it. So the whole roof, the whole system itself for the house, maybe $40,000, I don't know, maybe less.
That's sort of immaterial to me. What I'm trying to get at, sir, is that the roof has been open since the hurricane?
No, I had it covered up. I had 3 tarps on top of it and everything. We just uncovered it uncovered it just to start doing a demo, because I got a dumpster and started demo the material for it. So when Zizi took them pictures, said she just wanted to go in the backyard, and she took pictures. I said, I got all the pictures you want from FEMA. If you want, you can take them home and put them all on your wall. I don't know what she was. I said, I even showed it to her. You don't have to take pictures of it. I got my own.
Okay, well, sir, that's sort of all beside the point. What we need to know is can you get this permit issued to have the roof done?
Yeah, I got a permit now.
How much longer do you need to get the permit issued?
I have a permit in my hand.
Not issued.
The permit was reissued yesterday.
But to clarify, this permit was issued before the storms, and then it expired, and so
Yeah.
you will likely need a revision due to the changes in the structure since you originally pulled the permit.
I did. I showed the reviewer as-built, and he said, just continue what you're doing. That's what he told me to do. Just continue, just document how many plywood, if you're doing replacement of joist control, there are 2x10 joists going across there. Probably need, I think there's 10 of them kind of screwed up. They gotta be replaced. And then yes, the interior is a different, different phase of it, but I just want to get the roof on there now.
So I'm assuming you're using a roofing company, right?
No, I'm doing it myself. I built the house.
Okay, so I think what the city's telling you is if you're using an old permit and you're doing more work than what's in your old permit.
Well, I
gonna-
try to do that, change the permit number to a new permit. I would pay for the new permit. They didn't want to do that. They just wanted to extend this permit with this permit number. So that's why I only got it yesterday, truthfully. I've been going back and forth for about, I would say, at least 90 days back and forth.
So does this permit, it was reissued yesterday, so we still have the whole structure issue, right? That's
So what
part of this
we'll end
case.
up doing is we're gonna send the photos that we showed today to the building official and ask her to review it and see if she believes that the photos of the structure as it is now align with the permit that they currently have active.
Okay.
If she deems that they don't match, she'll put a hold on that permit. And she will explain what revisions she will need to see to the permit in order to satisfy our unsafe violation.
Okay.
Just to cut to the chase, why can't I just go down there and
Just hold on 1 second. We're trying to get some things.
I don't want to wait another 3 months.
Just give us a second. We'll come back to you.
Yeah.
So if the roofing permit is approved, let's just say it is, does that put this case on hold, or is there still the structure? Because I didn't hear anything about it. I saw you got the structured part of this too, so.
I would imagine that the building official will have him permit everything in one go. So interior work that needs to be done due to the water intrusion and the roof.
Okay.
So once we see that there are active permits, we will defer the case from special magistrate process as long as work is ongoing. If there's no work occurring within 90 days, we would bring it back to special magistrate and require an update.
Okay. So this needs to be more than just a roof permit that's approved. There's got to be structural and anything else.
And that was gonna be my follow-up question. From the looks of those photos, he's clearly has to do framing of some sort. That, I don't believe a homeowner can do that without going through a licensed contractor.
No.
Or the city lied to me when I got my own roofing permit, so could be possible, who knows? But yeah, I mean, I had to have a licensed framer actually on my permit to be able to do the framing before I was able to re-roof it, so Sir,
I've been working with Bechtel Construction Company for 40 years. I've done construction all around this world 6 different ways.
So, sir,
I know how to do my own building.
I think what we're trying to do is actually trying to help you out, right?
It's costing me money to go get other people to do my job. I don't want.
Sir.
I'm retired.
Do you have a license?
Huh?
Do you have a contractor's license?
No, I don't. I'm a homeowner. I built the house on a homeowner's originally.
And rules have changed since you built the house.
Yeah.
But maybe they should rethink it. Do you ever see what they're doing in construction?
Sir, that's not our purview.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I know I can help build what they're doing.
Let me ask you this, do you have insurance to handle the interior repairs?
No, I'm doing it my own dollar. They canceled my insurance like 10 years ago. Yeah.
Listen to questions and you'll get so much further ahead and then you'll be done with us.
All right.
Okay. Did you file an insurance claim?
I don't have insurance.
That was okay, so that answers that question. So as we stand here today, the money you got from FEMA, you spent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so the balance of the work you're trying to do yourself, as has been pointed out to you, you'll get so far with that, and then at some point you are gonna have to bring in somebody who's licensed. They do that for a reason. If you've been in the business as long as you say, you know there are times that you really do need somebody to have a license to just make sure all the I's are dotted, you know that. So what we're trying to do is give you a pathway to get there, okay? So at this point, you have a permit, it's gonna be re-reviewed, because it's very, very old, pre-storm, pre-tree falling on you. It's very old, they're gonna see if it needs any modifications. So you're gonna continue to work with the city, and you're gonna follow their instructions. And if one of those instructions are that you need a contractor to sign off on a part of the work, that's what you're gonna have to do. So our job is to figure out a time frame that allows you to do those things.
I mean, I work with Fleshman and Garcia. They have an engineer. Can I have an engineer sign off on it?
If you have a contractor that will sign off on, for you for free, you're very blessed.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, so now I think we just need a time frame, correct?
Maybe. So I just want to make one more point. All the work you're doing above and beyond this, you're just getting a roof permit. Any of the other work you're doing on the structure interior, you're gonna need a permit for that. So as you think about this, you're gonna need a permit for everything.
no, I know that. I
Okay,
realize.
just want to make sure. And so
Yeah,
that's what we're gonna try to.
I was never, going by this. Don't
Yeah.
say this.
Okay. So just think of this holistically, roof and all the structure. Okay, good.
Because I pulled a review, they're reviewing a 4K system I'm doing, changing the look of the house in the front.
Yeah.
So they're reviewing that right now.
Okay,
So-
perfect. So I think this.
There's like there's a lot of
What we're gonna
dynamic.
try to do now is, we're gonna read something in to try to give you time that's gonna allow you to get your permits, okay? So, someone wanna read?
I'll do it. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Terry Krogman to correct the violations within 90 days or by the date of July 21st, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
How many days did you say?
I said 90 and 100.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote.
Seklis?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes. So the board's giving you 90 days to get the permits involved. First of all, we're sorry this happened, right? No one likes to have something happen to their home,
It is
so
what
we're
it is.
sympathetic to what's going on. But you have 90 days to hopefully get all your permits, get all this stuff figured out, do it the right way. If for whatever reason you don't have it done within 90 days, you're going to get a letter to attend a special magistrate meeting, show up to that meeting, have this same discussion, and they'll most likely give you more time. Okay?
Can I just go to the city or the permit and just do this myself and have this update the permit, or I don't see where I stand with that? This permit, I mean, you're telling me this permit's pretty much worthless now, right?
I
Yes,
I don't think we said that.
so it'll likely require a revision, is what we're saying. We're gonna email the building official today. I anticipate it'll be a quick turnaround, and then you'll just have to go into the building department and provide a full scope of work. So not just the roof work that you're doing, but anything interior that you're also doing also has to be included.
Okay.
Remember, everything in one go. And then once that permit is approved, and as long as you're actually working, we can defer your case from the special magistrate hearing.
So do I need as-built as far as the new drawings, or do I have to get a new set of drawings for, I'm not gonna change any dynamic. It's, I'm just putting back together what it was. So how they work, they need a set of drawings?
Building department is gonna tell you exactly what you need. I don't wanna tell you one thing and then have you
Alright.
go down there.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
Good luck to you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have 90 days?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Item number 82, case, property owner Sophia Tovar, investigator Glenn Haight.
Hi, I'm Glenn Haight, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 82, case 26-368, regarding property located at 1353 51st Avenue Northeast. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by the owner. This is a citizen's complaint. The property was first inspected on January 14th, 2026, and a violation notice sent to the owner with compliance date of February 6, 2026. The property was last inspected on April 14th, 2026, and the following violations still remain. Pavers installed throughout the property is more than 60% impervious surface. and they need to contact the zoning department or to obtain a permit or remove a portion of the pavers. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, and sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on April 6, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in county records, official records, book 22720, page 0424. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was on April 6, 2026, and they did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $150 a day thereafter for noncompliance. I would like to enter into evidence Exhibit Number 1, photographs which were taken on April 14th, 2026. Documents 0414263668GH/CEB and photos number 1 through 4. First is an establishing shot, and just to show the pavers, they installed a circle driveway there, and then there's pavers to the right, and you can see where they continue under the fence on the right side there. This is the other side of the property, and you can see the pavers on the side yard there. This is the rear yard, and there's some black, this weed cloth down there, and you can see the paved area on the far side of the photo, and then the pool area. They got a driveway put in 2023, and part of the conditions of that permit for the driveway was to remove portion of the pavers and then put grass in that area. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Can you repeat that last sentence? I want to make sure I heard that right in terms of
So
what the permit
they
was.
got a driveway put in 2023, and they pulled a permit to extend the circle driveway.
Yes.
It was a single driveway, and they made it into a circle. And part of the conditions
Sorry,
of that,
was that all supposed to be pavers? So that was done correctly?
yeah, it was done correctly, but part of that permit was to remove some of the existing pavers were there. They were saying they could put the circle driveway in, but they needed to remove a portion of the pavers. Now, the way the city conducts its driveway inspections for permits is they do the initial inspection to check the forms, but they never go back after to do a final inspection. So the city would not have known that they didn't remove a portion of their pavers back
Okay.
then as per conditions
okay.
of the permit.
That process has now changed, so zoning does.
Go back out and confirm. Okay.
And
Thank you.
that's because they need the green space, is that it?
Right, so
Yeah.
the issue that Mr. Hayda cited for is the fact that their impervious surface ratio is too high.
Too high.
For their lot.
Okay. And this was a citizen's complaint, so.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Can we please get your name and address for the record?
Hello, my name is Sophia Tovar. My address is 1353 51st Avenue, Northeast. This is my father. He's been helping me out with all of this, so he's here as well with me.
Is he going to testify? Because if he is, we'll need his name and address for the record as well.
No, I'll testify, but can he input a few things?
If he speaks at all, he has to give his name and address.
Okay, go give your name and address.
Okay, 1955 Charles Place, Turlock, California.
And we need your name?
Mark Tovar.
Okay, thank you. Did you guys get that? Okay. So, couple too many pavers, not enough green. What are your plans?
Yeah, so I did speak to zoning, and they said as long as I was under the 60%, I didn't need a permit. So we're gonna get an AutoCAD drawing and a survey to see what our percentage is at, because I believe we are under the 60%. That black tarp that you guys seen is temporary. I had just put that down for my dog so they didn't track dirt in when I was on vacation. But we are waiting for the survey to make sure we are under the 60%. If not, then we would remove the pavers till we meet the 60%.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just asking for additional time. I don't know what you guys can give me, maybe 50 to 90 days to get this fixed, just because it is quite a bit of pavers. If we do need to get them removed, it might take a little while. So that's what's going on.
Just curious, when you remove pavers, what are you thinking about going back with?
Landscaping and maybe gravel, because I heard you can have gravel, an impervious surface, as long as there's landscaping in it. If not, then I can do grass.
Yeah,
Yeah, because that's what zoning had told me. I believe it was Joe I spoke to.
Okay.
We kind of plan on doing a desert scape, so we kind of conserve some water because there is a drought.
That's a very good buzzword. Thank you.
Be careful with the surface you use.
Yeah.
So.
I'd like to give a little input. When we did the original driveway, we had a complaint, so we got drawings and everything done for the front of the house. We actually complied with the drawings with the wraparound driveway, and the guy did come out and did a final inspection. So there should be a final inspection in the city log. Just to let you know that it was inspected, and they did come back to double check it, because there was a lot of eyes on us, so we requested that the inspector come back and do a final on the initial driveway. There should be one on the file.
Fortunately, I don't see anything regarding a final. I see that there was a forms inspection, like Mr. Haight said.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Just two comments from me. One, in the photo where they were showing the black tarp, I don't know if it's your fence or not, but one of the fence panels was disconnected. I'm sure if you've sat here all day, you know that's something that'll get codes back out to your house. So if it is your fence, just connect it back up.
Yes.
And also, thank you for your service, sir.
Okay. Someone want to take a stab?
I'll read something. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Sophia Tovar to correct the violations within 60 days or by a date of June 21st, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Just a question on the fine amount?
I'm okay with the fine amount.
I'm okay
You
with the
don't-
fine amount, it's probably
Are
not
we allowed to ask a
homesteaded.
question this, or do we have to?
No,
vote?
we have to vote it.
No, we've got to.
If you have more, you can ask.
You don't have homestead.
No, I'm in the process of getting that. I haven't applied for it just yet.
Apply for it.
Okay,
Worth
thank
it.
you.
Because then I think we can go.
That's,
to 100.
yeah, I assumed she was living
Yeah,
there,
that's-
so.
Okay.
Do we want to?
Do you want to amend and do 100?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Nope? Okay, let's vote.
Oseklis?
Yes.
Was the motion seconded?
I did, I second.
Yeah.
You did, okay. Oseklis?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait,
No. Okay, the board's giving you 60 days. Hopefully it turns out the way you want it to turn out. You know, if not, you'll obviously have to make some modifications. Hopefully it doesn't involve a permit. Okay, so let's say nothing. Let's say this is still outstanding in 60 days. You'll get a notice to attend a special magistrate meeting, show up to that meeting, talk to them about what you're doing. You'll probably get more time to go ahead and get it resolved.
Great,
Okay,
thank you so much.
you're welcome. Good luck.
And you've got a good dad for helping you out.
Yes.
6150 is.
Good comment on that too. Thanks.
Item number 50, property owner Lola's Place LLC, investigator David Rock Walker.
Oh, come on, guys.
Yeah, what
Come
is-
on, guys.
It wasn't, no, listen.
This is like,
It's for training purposes.
Okay.
Wow.
I think about it when I put them together. I didn't think about it.
This is Jeff Perez.
So you did
He's going to be reading in for me, but I'm here to answer questions.
All right. Welcome, Jeff. All right. I apologize.
Good way to line up the mood.
We've been
Okay.
here too long.
So I'm Jeff Perez, code investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 50, case number 25-000-10215, regarding property located at 881 Placido Way Northeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure, and it is vacant. This is an internal complaint case. The property was first inspected on October 11th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of November 6, 2025. The property was last inspected April 16th, 2026, and the following violations still exist. Work has been performed in the designated flood zone without the required permits, which may include but is not limited to more than 2 to 4 feet of drywall removed, all drywall removed from the home, including ceilings, framing, trenching, and plumbing. 0 of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first class mail and was posted at the violation address on April 10th, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in county records, book 21266, page 0920. During our investigation, our last contact was on March 24th, 2026. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter of noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are: a stop work order was placed on the property on October 13th, 2025. A PDEP permit is in process under 25-09002614. I would like to enter this as evidence number 1, photographs which were taken on October 11th, 2025 and April 10th, 2026. Documents April CEB 2026 and photos numbers 1 through 3. The first one was say it again?
The April 10th shot.
Oh, the first one's the April 10th shot?
Yeah.
So the first one's the April 10th shot, the elevation shot of the property. The other 2 images you can see when you were able to observe the violations in progress. October 11th, yeah. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit 2. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So welcome, Jeff. Question, you said there is a permit in progress?
There is a PDEP that's in process. There's been no movement on it since December 9th, 2025.
It looks like the only thing that they need for that permit is to pay for it.
Okay.
Is the what?
To pay for it.
Oh, to pay.
And then is the ARES part of this?
Yes.
So it's part of the scope?
Yes. And then there's another permit I'm checking on.
Okay.
Was any work done after the red tag?
No work was observed after the no stop work order.
On the 13th.
That was over a year, right?
And I know you're looking the permits up. Do we think these permits will cover everything that needs to be covered in terms, okay.
Yes.
The other permit, the residential renovations permit, it looks like there was a document uploaded in November of 2025, but it hasn't been resubmitted back to the city to review. So if all the documents are ready and uploaded, all of the contractor or whoever's working in the portal just needs to hit to route the task back to the city. If there's still more documents that need to be uploaded, which I imagine there would be because there's not a permit application, it just looks like one single plan, then they need to finish their upload and then route it back to the city.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Okay. Will you please get your name and address for the record?
Julie McGill, 4922 Wishart Boulevard, Tampa.
And what's your relationship to Lola's Place LLC?
General contractor.
BC. So it seems like a bunch of work has been done without permits. Sounds like there's some buttons that need to get pushed. So what, tell us what's going on in your plans.
Okay. This house originally was a flood damaged house. Then it got vandalized. Then she had an unlicensed contractor who we're not sure what he did in there. By the time I got there, I told her, listen, you're in a flood zone. We did all the FEMA substantial paperwork, the scope of work, everything which they mentioned would cover everything. But in the meantime, she's got a lawsuit against the unlicensed contractor. He took over $100,000 from her and never returned. So I got caught in the middle of this. And the other thing that I have a problem with is they got interior pictures, in my opinion, illegally because the door was not open. So I want to know how they got interior pictures to begin with. Second, we did no work in there I think that those trenches were done probably years back. I don't know why, nothing was disturbed, there's trenches in the middle of the house. But for him to quote framing and everything else, I don't see in there, how did he see that? And that's illegal, I know that's illegal.
Yeah. So first of all, when did you get involved?
I want to say it was October. I started all the
So
paperwork.
you started when the Stock Work Authority got issued in October?
No, it got issued in the meantime because we had a dumpster there, just simply trying to help her clear out the garbage
Okay.
from the vandal. I mean, you couldn't walk in one of her rooms. It was a mountain. So we had 2 dumpsters, as a matter of fact. When we
Right.
saw the dumpster, that told him, oh, there's work going on. Now, I don't know how they saw the inside of the house.
Yeah, so anyways, in terms of next steps, so what are your plans? You've got sounds like you got a number of permits that are kind of in progress.
They're called.
Information needs to be uploaded. So what are your plans to start moving this forward?
They're all kind of in limbo
Yeah.
because of the lawsuit. She can't afford to pay me or to pay the permit that I pulled. That's why it hasn't been paid yet until she gets her money back from that other contractor. It's a lot of money. So I don't know how long she needs to finish the lawsuit. If she's even going to hire me again, I don't know.
Right.
So it's all kind of in a quandary right now.
Well, we just can't have this go on in perpetuity.
I
Appreciate
understand.
our position.
But if you give me a number of days, I will take it back to her and tell her, you need to make a decision. Are you going to tear it down? Are you going to rebuild it? Are you going to remodel it? What are we going to do? Are you going to sell it to an investor? I just don't know what her plans are. And she doesn't even know what her plans are because of this lawsuit.
So basically, there's no plan to move. If I'm hearing you right, to paraphrase, there's no plan to move forward. You want to settle the lawsuit. I mean, in our position is that's sympathetic to what's going on. It's horrible that a contractor would do that, right? Knowing your profession, that's awful that's going on. But we kind of have to set that aside, right, in terms of the way we look at this. So if you can just give us any ideas to how much time you think would seem reasonable, given a lot of work has been done without permits?
2 months,
Okay.
hopefully.
Any questions? You want to read something?
I just had a question, and maybe you know. Does Lola's Place LLC own more than one property here in St. Petersburg?
I think they have, these are parents of they were going to leave this house to their son.
Okay.
The reason they didn't file a lawsuit is because on the vandalism, we don't know if that was a friend or family member. She doesn't know because she doesn't live there. So yes, they probably do own another property they live in, but they also own this one, who they were going to deed to their son, which is now up in the air as well.
Okay.
Okay, so I did check, and it is in the discovery phase. It looks like they are trying to settle. So if that were to be successful, you're looking at 60 days. If it's unsuccessful and it goes to trial, you're looking at a year.
Yep. Maybe we assume success.
Yeah, I'll take a crack at something. We can talk it out. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Lola's Place LLC to correct the violations within 90 days or by the date of July 21st, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote.
Maseklis?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes. So I know you're asking for 60, you got 90.
Thank you.
And if for whatever reason this isn't resolved in 90 days, right, there's permits are not approved, you'll get a letter to attend a special magistrate meeting. So tell the property owner that someone needs to be there, either them or someone in their capacity, to then obviously explain the situation, and they should probably get more time.
All right.
Hang
So-
on a second, because I don't think we addressed the fact that it just needs, the permits just need to be approved.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. The permits, yeah, that's what I said.
Not all the work, so you don't need all the money to do all the work. It's just the
Yeah.
permit.
So the permits get approved, this gets put on hold.
Okay, so if she pays for that permit, this gets put on hold.
Assuming the permit gets approved.
once it gets issued.
That's what they said it's waiting on, though, is payment.
Yeah,
Okay.
you don't have to complete all the work, you just have to have the approved permit in hand.
And that'll
Puts our
stop,
case on hold.
okay,
And
for
it
how long?
sounds like you had more than one permit in the system, so I would go in and make sure, right, everything in there.
The secondary permit was a beam because it's a massive roof system,
Easy peasy.
and we need to brace it on both sides
Yeah.
before we do anything else in there, so. There's two different permits, because one was not in the FEMA docs, the other one was, so.
Just work with your inspector, work with the office, and just get the permit issued.
Okay, so if we get the permit issued, then that 90 days goes away? Or was that, we're saying that?
No. It just puts the permit, it just puts the case on hold
Hold.
until the permit work is complete.
Yes.
Gotcha.
A lien starter.
But what if she decides to just tear it down? That's a whole
Well-
nother,
Apply for a demo.
Then you do a different.
okay.
Permit
Let
issued.
me get that permit issued.
But I,
Okay.
Get a permit.
but I also want to be clear, you do have, once the permits are approved, it just can't, it's not going to sit in limbo in perpetuity. You have to start showing some evidence of the work, and the city will come out and check to make sure you've started work. You have a grace period for when the permit gets issued, but it's not in perpetuity.
And they will keep looking.
Yeah,
Yep. Just open the door.
fingers crossed.
Good luck.
Welcome.
Item number 79, property owner Lloyd Financial Holdings LLC, OG Equity Investments LLC, investigator Glenn Haight.
Hi, I'm Glenn Haight, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 79, case 25-28755, regarding property located at 5451 Bayou Grande Boulevard Northeast. I was sworn into the start of this meeting. This is a single-family structure and is occupied by the owner. This is a codes follow-up case. The property was first inspected on December 16th, 2025, and violation notice sent to the owner with compliance date of January 8th, 2026. This property was last re-inspected on April 14th, 2026, and the following violations still remain. Work has been completed in a special flood hazard area without approved permits on file, including but limited to garage enclosure, new windows, and the installation of oversized shed. And the second violation is the shed present at the right side of the main structure is encroaching on the side yard setback requirement. 0 out of 2 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, and sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation on April 6, 2026, which was at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Records Book 23369, page 1705, and during the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was on December 15th, and the owner did not indicate when the violations will be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on April 14th, 2026, document number 041426755, GHCEB, photographs number 1 through 3. First one just shows current front elevation of the house, and on the left side to the left of the window is where a garage door used to be, and then you can see the stickers on the windows, the new windows that were installed. Next photo shows the shed that's oversized and encroaching on the neighbor's side setback. Third is a historic photo, and you can see the garage door on the house where it was in the past. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Could you show the photo of the shed again?
I'm sorry?
Could you show the shed photo? So where does it?
So that's to the right of the house, and since it's oversized, a shed that's 10 by 10 or below does not need a permit, but since it's oversized, it requires a permit, and then usually if they're going to allow a shed that's oversized, it has to meet a setback requirement.
Okay.
But that would be dealt with during the permitting process of the shed.
Okay. And then the windows that were not permitted, was that part of the garage enclosure, or was that the entire structure?
That was, I believe that was after the garage enclosure, but I honestly took this case over after someone else started it, and I took it over, and I'm not sure the sequence of when the windows were put in.
Okay.
It
And,
looks like all the windows are.
yeah, that's kind of what I'm wondering.
They do look different than the Google Maps.
Yeah, it does look window. Yeah, because they got framing on the windows. No interior work done that we're aware of that was unpermitted?
No, they've done remediation to pull out the drywall, and there's some cabinets you can see in the house through the windows, but I don't see any other ongoing, to bring the house up after flood. It's just been sitting as it is for quite a while.
But kind of got drywall removed?
Yes.
Showing?
Studs are showing, drywall's removed, yes.
Okay.
And tell me again about the permits. Have any been applied for?
So they do have a post-disaster emergency permit in progress, but there's been no PDP, but there's been no changes on it since December of 25, I believe.
Okay.
The correction that is in the permit says that the current scope of work is over the 49%, so then they have to go through their options as to whether or not they can submit a private appraisal, or if they want to abandon the first floor, build on top, demolish, move it out of the floodplain.
Ouch.
So that's the note that it's been sitting on since December.
Okay.
Okay.
Since August, I apologize.
Since August, yeah.
Okay. May we please have your name and address for the record?
Yes, it's Laura Bernard, 4519 Venetian Boulevard Northeast, St. Petersburg, Florida.
And your relationship to Lloyd Financial Holdings and OG Equity Investments?
I'm the principal of OG Equity Investments and co-owner on the property.
Okay. So, I think you've heard the testimony from the city. Sounds like you're in a little bit of a pickle here, maybe over 49% rule, work done without a permit. So what's your plan of attack?
Well, this was an investment property purchased in November by my joint venture partner and I.
Of what year?
Thanks.
What year, though?
25.
Okay.
Yeah, we purchased it as is. So as it sits is how we purchased it. Nothing's been touched, except that I have gone out to try to keep the pool in compliance, the yard, that kind of thing, the shed. My JV partner and I are in a dispute that is currently being in litigation, and he has, literally prevented me from moving forward on the project. So I think this here will move things a little faster. In fact, I got an email from his attorney this morning that he's ready to take care of the shed. That will be taken down. The permits, we closed November 19th, December 5th. I said, let's sell some of the stuff in the house. That'll be money. We'll get the permit started, and then you can work on the rest of the funding, because he's claiming he can't get the funding, which is, I don't believe. But anyway, we are working to get it done, and we'll get through this quickly. The shed, I think we can do. I'd have to check and see if we need a permit for that, because it's not attached. I believe it's a 10 by 10. It might be a little bit taller, but I believe the dimensions, width and length are 10 by 10. But we're just going to take it down.
Okay.
Yeah. In the end, so.
I have a question for the city. So with the 49% rule, does that preclude them to do anything? Are they stuck until that gets addressed?
What she needs to do is get a private appraisal,
Yeah,
because that's gonna
bump up the,
and that'll change the percentage.
but she can't do anything until the 49% rule gets resolved though, right?
She probably shouldn't.
That permit only refers to that main house, that structure. If this other shed is detached, that's not being included as part of that calculation.
Okay.
Where do your
You-
notices go?
I was going to say that too. I'm grateful that I think it's Mr. Haight put the notice on my door, because I would not have known about this hearing. They go to my joint venture partner who lives in Carrollton, Georgia. And I've asked him several times to please, whenever notices come regarding the property, I need to see them. I'm the contracting partner. So, but he refuses to send me
You
anything.
can go into the county
So-
records. So I think you said you're the principal for OG Equity
Yes,
Investments.
yeah.
You should be able to go, I'm not, again, don't quote me on this, but you should
Okay.
be able to go in there and have your address added to the county records, which then you would get notifications just like that person is. So that's how you can resolve that going
All
forward.
right, I will make sure I do that then, because I really need to, I need to
Yeah.
know what's going on. I'm at the property once or twice a day, just checking on it.
The
So,
49% is a big deal. You
well,
Yeah.
um,
So do you understand the conversation we just had?
I
like,
understand.
With the 49% rule?
This is the first I'm being made aware, because my understanding was that as long as we didn't go over like 94,000 to renovate it, we would be within that. However, if it helps at all, you know, once this is over, my intention would be to tear it down anyway. Like, there's nothing else that would justify that property
The whole house? Tear down the whole house?
and build new. I mean, it's the only thing that would justify the property, which I think would take care of the permits, wouldn't it?
I mean, that's one.
Well, then you issue a demo permit, and then that would put this
Yeah.
case on hold.
But I would have a builder developer partner, so.
You just have to make that choice. I think one of the suggestions by my peer up here was to get independent property appraiser out there, right? That'll update the appraisal value of your property, which then probably will move all the work you're doing down below the 49%. You can head down the demolition route. It's really your choice.
Right, and my issue here is that I can do nothing unilaterally. And until we get through this case, which hopefully will be soon, we're making progress back and forth, then, you know,
And that's
I'll be able to move.
I mean, that's something the judge would listen to and would assist with. That's one of the things the judge will do.
Right,
Yeah.
yes.
So we're gonna give you a piece of paper that you can take through your lawyer to a judge and say, here's our situation. The judge will help with that. They'll help with that.
Yeah.
So let's see if we can get you a piece of paper that would be helpful to you.
Yeah.
Well, in your view, though, would getting an appraisal upset anything with the lawsuit?
I think it'll just give more than one option.
Yeah.
Because
Yep.
if the only option is to knock the whole thing down, that's one. If you have choices of either, I mean, that's more
Right.
ammunition you can take to a hearing and say, here are our choices, judge, help us.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Judges like options, so that's good.
Yeah.
Yep.
that's what I was thinking. Know the score before you go.
Right.
I have a question for the city. Why doesn't the address show up in the property appraiser's office? Is there something attached to this house where it's not public knowledge?
Oh, it should come up.
The mailing address for the property appraiser is the Carlton, Georgia address. We have added Miss Bernard's address to the case, so she will start getting notifications from us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Separately, but we have to send it to the mailing address on the property appraiser.
I gotcha. I had just put the address in the property appraiser's office and it says no property found.
Sometimes. you do an
So maybe it's
abbreviation
not
different.
under an address for it to come up, and I have to look under the business name maybe.
And sometimes if
I
they
have
use
it
a
up
different
now, so we can look at
abbreviation.
it, but.
That's
it'll
fine.
do it.
It's 5451 Bayou Grand, but that's where we've been sending it, but Miss Bernard will start getting them moving forward.
Gotcha.
All right.
Just wanted to make sure something
Any,
wasn't
we need,
private about it.
you guys want
Oh,
to,
I see, that
So-
makes sense.
who wants
Somebody
to?
needs to.
Kathy, I think you should do this.
This feels like you.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Lloyd Financial Holdings LLC and OG Equity Investments LLC to correct the violations within 60 days or by the date of June 21st, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 a day shall be imposed.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion?
I think it's perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Los
Let's
Equis?
vote.
Osakis?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
So the board's giving you 60 days. Think a bunch of suggestions and ideas for you to take under advisement. If If this isn't resolved in 60 days, you'll get a letter in the mail to attend a special magistrate meeting. Go to that meeting, present the case, you'll most likely get more time. Also recommend just make sure in the property, in the county records, that you can get your address added as well, so you're getting all the other mail that's associated with that as too.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes.
No, you're welcome. And good luck in the case and getting this resolved.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thanks.
Item number 43, property owner SLP Florida LLC, investigator Carl Gordon.
Good.
I'm Carl Gordon, codes investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 43, case number 26-1098, regarding property located at 4544 12th Avenue South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is vacant. This is a C-click fix case. The property was first inspected on February the 2nd, 2026, and a violation notice sent to the property owner with a compliance date of February 17, 2026. The property was last re-inspected on April the 13th, 2026, and the following violations still exist. Bare wood located on the soffit, chipping, peeling paint located on exterior walls and other areas of the structure. The soffit on the structure is not properly attached to the structure. Railings missing on the porch. The door frame trim located on the structure is in disrepair. Rotted damaged wood located on the door frame / trim. Stair railings located on the structure is in disrepair. Railings not sturdy. Large hole in the exterior wall. Broken crack stucco on the exterior walls. Broken missing window glass located on the structure. Open crawl space located on the structure. The shrubs located on the property needs cutting, proper cutting and trimming. Vegetation touching attached growing to the structure needs to be removed. That vegetation tree parts needs to be removed from the property. Junk, trash, debris, and other outdoor storage located on the property, including the private property and or the public right-of-way, needs to be removed from the property. And mold, mildew, algae-like substance located on the exterior walls of the structure. The exterior walls needs cleaning. 1 out of 12 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, and sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on April the 6th, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 18903, page 0290. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for non-compliance. I did speak with the property owner this afternoon after lunch, and property owner stated that they're beginning the process to start doing the work on Monday. So that's something to look forward to. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on April the 13th, 2026, document 041326 098 CBG, and photos number 1 through 22. That's a picture showing that the soffit is not properly attached to the structure. Broken walls on the exterior, cracked walls on the exterior walls. That's another disrepair to the exterior walls. That's the hole that's in the exterior wall. It is secured from the inside, but that's an existing hole on the exterior wall. More damage to the exterior wall. That's the railing that needs to be secured and properly attached. That door, that's the entrance door. That door is now covered. At the time of the inspection, the door frame trim was in disrepair. The violation has not been proven to be corrected, so that's why that's there at this time. The porch right there, there's no railings on the porch. Need railing on the porch. That's another side porch. That's where the railings need to be on the side porch. Soffit that's not properly attached. Chipping paint. bare wood on the soffit. Bare wood on the soffit also. That's a front view of the structure. Hole in the glass, open crawl space. Growing vegetation that's attached to the structure that needs to be removed. That's vegetation like on the property. Those are like shrubs and everything that needs to be cut back, need to be trimmed. Also under that, those shrubs and everything is junk that's located under those shrubs that need to be removed from the property. There you see there's the fallen tree, parts of a tree that has fallen onto the ground, dead tree parts. Also you see that dish that's in the back, there's junk that's on the property. That's more junk on the property. You see tires, that's a tire right there, and that railing that on the property. Trampoline in the rear of the property that needs to be removed from the property. And that's the mold, mildew, algae-like substance located on exterior walls, which needs to be cleaned. And so I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. So it looks like, if I think of permits, probably the door, right, would need a permit. Any of the other work associated with the hand railings or the staircase, you think any of that would need a permit? Is this just all?
Most likely, you might need a permit for the stair railings to make sure that they're properly installed.
Okay. And no tenants, right?
No tenants, it's vacant.
All right, thank goodness. Any other questions for staff? Okay, can we please get your name and address for the record?
Hi, my name is Tara Garrity. I'm the property manager. My address is 700 Beach Drive Northeast, Unit 302, St. Petersburg, Florida 33701. May I also add real quick, sorry, I was recovering from the flu last week and both my eardrums have burst, so I have very limited hearing. So if I could have you all just talk into the microphones just so I can pick up the conversation, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
And if you can't hear anything, just make sure you stop us and say, I can't.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. How long have you been the property manager?
For 8 years.
Okay, for this particular place?
Correct.
So what's going on?
So the owner has ignored this house for way too long, and luckily Carl has kind of brought it up on codes, which is forcing my hand, wonderfully so, to actually get a crew over there to fix this house. We are finishing up a couple other houses with some small codes compliance issues right now. And so on Monday, I have the crew gonna start work over there.
And how many properties do you manage for this particular owner?
We have 35.
35 in Pinellas County or in St. Pete?
In St. Pete.
35 properties.
Yep.
How many of those 35 do you think look like this?
Sorry, what was that?
Sorry, how many of those 35 properties do you think look like this property?
I'm so sorry. Here, I need an interpreter right next to me. How many of the 35?
How many, do you have other properties that look like this?
No.
Okay,
No,
so this
we
is
don't.
the only one.
This is the one that's the worst out of all of them. And like I said, the owner unfortunately has neglected it. And so I do realize that we have a lot of work to do, obviously. And like I said, the crew is starting there on Monday to get this done because it's embarrassing for us, it's embarrassing for the neighborhood. We work with Carl a lot through the years. And so this is definitely a high priority for me to get this done.
Okay, yeah, because this is a C-click fix. So this is, people have some serious issues. I mean, just looking at the photos.
It's horrible, so. Yeah.
Thank you.
And it didn't get there overnight.
No.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
It didn't get that way overnight.
It did not, no. I mean, like I said, the owner unfortunately has ignored this for way too long. I can only do so much as the property manager. So I'm not here to say that, it's just the house hasn't been taken care of. So I'm here to, say that and not lay the blame anywhere else, but just say we finally, with this now, I'm very happy to know that we're moving forward to take care of it.
But the reality is that SLP, with all of its properties, is on our list virtually every month.
Yes.
You're frequent flyers.
I am a frequent flyer. We had 50 properties as
not
of
an
2 years ago.
excuse.
So, but the thing is, like, but you don't see me on the list of like the 20, 40, 50 like liens. So I am a frequent flyer, correct? But I do get these things taken care of.
If
So
your owner can't take care of his properties, then maybe he needs to sell a few.
that's up for him. I agree, but I'm just the property manager.
Yeah, it's
What-
just that you cost us money with this constant stuff.
Yeah.
And what you own is unsightly and unfit for human habitation. So,
Well, I think what we can do is help deliver a message. So if someone wants to,
I had one question. When's the last time this place was rented?
About 4 years ago.
yep,
I'll read something.
thank you.
Yep.
Basi-
So I'm not holding anything back. So please no.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders SLP Florida LLC to correct the violations within 30 days or by the date of May 22nd, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $200 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I'd say 250.
I was gonna say more money and less time, so you were generous.
If you want, I'll amend it. How do
Yes.
we feel?
No, 30 days is fine. It's fine. It's just
Wait till
embarrassing.
next month.
I would amend the fine though. My suggestion, the number.
How do we feel about that?
I'm good with the way you read it, so I
Okay.
think we should
Why
vote.
don't we vote?
Osseklis,
Yes.
Hanshaw,
Yes.
Wilson,
Yes.
Wait,
No. So I think the board's been generous giving you 30 days.
Okay.
You really need to deliver the owner a message. I mean, that's disgusting. When you see vines growing up a building that are up 20 feet in the air,
Okay.
it's been sitting there and it's just blight in our city.
It is. Agreed.
Yeah, it's not something, and it's a complete waste of city resources.
It is. Agreed.
It's a waste of Mr. Gordon's time to have to go out there and come back and report on ticky-tack crap.
Yep, I
So,
agree. So thank you for the 30 days. I appreciate it.
yep, send the message, and if he wants to hear it personally, he can tune in around this time frame and fast forward and watch.
Or, hard to believe, but he could show up.
Yeah. We know you're the messenger,
I know.
but please deliver the message.
Yeah, I will. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Appreciate it.
Item number 137, property owner Lorin Real Estate Holdings, LXI, investigator Timothy Howard.
Oh, we got a different person this time.
Here we go.
Yeah.
I'm Timothy Howard, Building Demolition Coordinator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 137, case number 2528143, regarding the property located at 2680 54th Avenue South. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a commercial structure and is occupied by tenants. This is a codes follow-up case. The property was first inspected on November 24th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of December 17th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on April 15th, 2026, and the following violation still exists. Per the city building official, the east staircase at Building 21 is unfit/unsafe for use due to a missing step and a separated handrail. Hard barriers are required to prevent access to the staircase, and permits are required for repair. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on April 10th, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 22189, page 2517. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 5 days and $250 per day thereafter for noncompliance. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit Number 1, photographs which were taken on November 24th, 2025, and April 15th, 2026, document April 2026 CEB, and photo numbers 1 through 3. So here you can see a photo of that staircase. That is the missing step, and then the handrail you can see has separated. Just a different angle there of the damage and a close-up. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit Number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Chair, if I may.
Please.
There's also, the city was notified that due to the ongoing foreclosure case with Lurin, there was a receiver appointed for the property. So I'm sure that the owner's representative will testify to that, but there is a new management now in charge of the property. The name is staying the same as far as we can see, but that's the notification that we received earlier this month.
Okay. Name being Learn.
Correct.
Does that mean that you have to redraw this case?
No, so the ownership on the property appraiser has stayed the same. It's just that there is a separate entity, I think, managing it. The ownership is staying the same. I don't want to testify too much about what's going on with their case. I'm not personally familiar, but that's the notification that we received, that there is somebody new who will be working with the city with regards to their codes cases, the utility account balances, all of that.
Okay, thank you. Just a question, in terms of the way the staircase is blocked off, is that sufficient just to have tape, or do we need to have more there?
It's supposed to have a hard barrier. They have that missing step acting as a hard barrier. It should probably have a proper hard barrier.
Both directions, I assume, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, Mr. Howard, when I was looking at the photo, it looked like there were stairs on the other side of the landing where you can access the second floor safely. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. There is alternative means of egress for those second floor tenants.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? If you could please state your name and address for the record.
Trevino Williams, 3680 46 Ave South, apartment 805.
And do you plan to testify as well?
Yes.
Possibly, yes.
Okay.
Kathy Curtis, 4635 83rd Avenue North, Pinellas Park.
And both of your relationship to Lurin Real Estate Holdings?
Yes. I'm the community director and she's the assistant community director.
Okay. So, stairs have been basically out of order since November of 2025. Obviously not blocked off properly, so what are your plans?
So that actually was before me, so I started on April 16th, but I do remember her talking about the receivership, so we're actually not doing the receivership. The owner of the property filed Chapter 11 for restructure.
The day before.
He did it the day before the receivership.
Was coming in.
Day before the receivership.
Is that last month or this?
It was this month.
So they could still end up with a receiver. You can have a receiver through bankruptcy.
So I don't think we need to get too in the weeds on their separate legal matters going on at the property, but we would like to hear if the new property manager, community manager does have plans now to make repairs to the many unsafe violations we have at the property, including this one.
Yep, so with the Chapter 11, there's gonna be a restructure of the budget, so that's their plans is to fix this property around.
Okay, so how long is all that gonna take?
So typically, when you're in Chapter 11, it takes up to 60 to 90 days for the court to approve a budget.
Okay, you know what?
Yeah.
You guys have been pulling our noses on this stuff for months.
Months and months.
Months and months and months.
I can't speak on that. It was before my time. Yeah.
Every time that we see this name, it's a different person, and every time the story is, well, I just took over. And at some point, I mean, you guys have those buildings rented. You have people in there. You have an obligation to provide a safe living place for the residents that live in that building. Full stop. I don't really care when you took over. I don't care about the receivership. I don't care about any of that. You have residents that need to be in an environment that is safe for them. That's it. So how long do you need to do that?
I would say up to 90 days.
No.
That, I mean,
No.
No.
That's not gonna work.
it's an owner in the Chapter 11's decision.
That's, That's not our problem. That's your problem.
They don't get to pick the time frame. So,
So let me ask a question of the city, just, and then I know where your passions are. And we'll come back in a second.
so, yeah, I think you have
He's
this.
gonna ask
he
the
has this
city
upside
first.
down.
So the chapter 11, none of that changes anything we do here right now,
Chapter
right?
11
Just
is
want to
just
make sure we can move this forward and,
Can keep it moving, however, once we get notice of the bankruptcy, we will have the automatic stay apply to any fines that would accrue, and we couldn't certify liens until the
I knew it.
bankruptcy was resolved.
Till
But we
she
don't
gets
care.
the
I mean,
notice.
We don't
is
care.
fine. That doesn't mean we.
That
Our
doesn't
process
stop
can
us.
continue until that time.
Yes.
Perfect, that's what I want to make sure. Okay.
Yes, you're good to make a decision today.
Good.
I'll
So,
read.
please read in and.
Did you have another
No,
question?
I'm good.
Okay.
no, let's-
Anything else? I'm sorry.
Go.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Lurin Real Estate Holdings, LXI, to correct the violations within 10 days or by the date of May 2nd, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $250 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Motion and a second, any discussion?
You're generous.
Okay. Well, let's vote.
Alseckless?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes. So you've been given 10 days. I don't need to restate the passion that's coming out of my constituents up here. I'd highly suggest get that thing secured better than just tape, right? Because I probably know what your path forward is going to be, but that is a huge safety issue. You could have kids running around. I just don't even want to think about all the different scenarios. So please get that at least secured.
It's for your protection,
Yep. Okay.
liability.
Thank
Not
you.
a legal issue.
Thank you.
It's a humanity issue. Just do it for
That too.
humanity.
Yeah. Thank you.
Item number 117, property owner Jolie Finance LLC, investigator Brian Greenman.
I am Brian Greenman, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 117, case number 26-969, regarding property located at 711 18th Avenue South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a multifamily structure and is occupied by the owner. This is a codes-initiated case. The property was first inspected on January 22nd, 2026, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of February 14th, 2026. The property was last re-inspected on April 17th, 2026, and the following violations still exists. Permit needed for removal and/or replacement of exterior stairs at the east side of the property. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on April 9th, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 21866, page 2119. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are residential permit 26-02001871 is in process, resubmitted for plan review as of March 23rd, 2026. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on January 21st, 2026 and April 17th, 2026. Document 0417269669BNG-CEB and photo numbers 1 through 3. This is an establishing shot of the property, an elevation shot. This is the staircase in question. It's been rebuilt. And then this is from January when the staircase
was removed and no staircase existed there. I would like to enter this fact sheet in evidence as exhibit number 2. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. And you said the permit is, well, after the fact permit's in process, it's under plan review.
It's in process, yeah. Plan review currently.
And you know when it went into plan review?
Yeah, March 23rd.
March 23rd?
Yeah.
It says it's ready for corrections as of March 30th.
Oh, okay.
I had a question for the city. You said it was multifamily, but it was occupied by the owner? Or some of the units empty, or how many units are there?
Unsure who specifically occupies the structure. Just, based on the utilities account, we couldn't deem if there's tenants in there or not. So.
But there are multiple apartments?
It's a multi-family structure, so there's multiple units.
We'll check how many units there are right now.
Only 1 meter, I gather.
Maybe zoned for multifamily, but
Looks like it's 4 units.
4 units. Okay.
So it's possible the owner could live in one and rent out the other.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. Sir, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Shant Karajan, 4921 71st Avenue North, Pinellas Park, Florida 33781.
And your relationship to Jolie Finance LLC?
Property manager.
Okay, so it sounds like built some stairs, got an after-the-fact permit going. It's been up for corrections as of March 30th. So tell us what the plans are. Are you using a general contractor right now? Are you managing the staircase build and the permitting process with the city? Somebody else?
I'm involved with the contractor that was hired to do this. For the record, the owner does not live on site. It is 4 tenants, 4 different units.
Okay.
The permit was applied, I think, at the end of February. We've been going back and forth with Mr. Burke at the city for the permits. He asked for now a 3rd correction. The last one, which I was involved with, was submitted on April 10th with the corrections that Mr. Berg wanted. And we have not heard back anything since then. That was uploaded on the portal. It's a very slow game of ping pong between submitting things, getting corrections, submitting things, getting corrections. And I know Mr. Burke's quite busy at the city, so we can understand the delay. So we're asking a little bit more time just so that we can get this permit finalized, get the things he wants done on there, and close it out.
So is there secondary access off the top floor, or is this the only access?
This is the only access to that top unit, which is tenant occupied. There were stairs prior to that photo that he had with no stairs. It's not an excuse, but I guess the contractor kind of skipped the ball and made sure that there were continued access for that tenant, and that's kind of how it all unfolded.
The stairs are being used by the tenant.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Stairs are being used.
With an unpermitted?
Yes, stairs are being used, yes.
Yeah, so there's no other way for that upstairs tenant to get down without those stairs?
Correct. There's no way up or down besides that single staircase, yeah.
Well, no.
No. The only thing I would have included that I have to add is that I can see that something was uploaded into ePlan after that March 30th date. It just needs to be resubmitted back to the city.
So you need to try again.
Resubmit the same
Submit it on
plans?
April 10th, you need to try it again.
I need to try to submit it again?
Yeah, so I will see if there is another tutorial on this for on ePlan, but basically when you upload things, it's not automatically sent to the city.
Oh.
You upload it, and then there is like a separate button that you have to hit to route it back to the city, because the city won't know once you're done uploading unless you hit this.
Okay. I will try to do that, and I will email it directly to Mr. Burke as well, just to remind them that we tried to do it. I had no idea that was even a thing. I thought that you just uploaded it and it goes right on there.
Believe me, you're not the only person.
Yep. Any,
I'll read something. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds the violations of St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Jolie Finance LLC to correct the violations within 30 days or by May 22nd, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $200 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote.
Altseklis?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes. So the board's giving you 30 days.
All right, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Huh? No, 200. Item number 119, property owner Rockford Investment Partners LLC, investigator Katrina Miller.
I'm sorry, what was the item number?
119?
I am Katrina Miller, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 119, case 25-3704, regarding the property located at 521 35th Avenue Northeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is vacant. This is an internal complaint case. The property was first inspected on December 4th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of December 27, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on April 17, 2026, and the following violations still exist. Please note that other interior or exterior work that may have been completed to remediate and bring the property back to pre-storm conditions or to upgrade the property, such as new baseboard, drywall, cabinets, doors, windows, etc., may also require a permit. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since the case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on April 10th, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in county official records, book number 21574, page 2474. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was April 14, 2026 via email. Owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for non-compliance. Additional relevant facts are that there is a permit on file that is approved for an AC unit 25-120000628, and no inspections were done for that AC installation that was submitted December 23rd, 2025, but it does expire August of 2026. Also, the floodplain management, in an email that I was included on with the owner, they stated that there was a permit that would be needed for the trim and doors that were also done. The property is now listed for sale. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibits 1, photographs which were taken on November 20th, 2025 and April 17, 2026, document 04-1726704 and 112025-704 PM, photos 1 through 6. Here is work being done at this is at the back of the house. You can see where there is some fascia and soffit work in progress. This is building material that was stored outside the house. And to the right a little bit, you see that tarp. I'm not sure what was stored under that tarp, but there was building material. We see the door there. This is a close-up shot of the soffit fascia work in progress. This is an elevation shot of the property. This is the back of the house as it is right now, that you can see that the fascia and soffit, that is, that work is completed. This is the listing that it is right now. It's stating that there was an inch of water that was damaged and it has been remediated, and it's being sold by the owner. Okay, I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibits 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Couple of questions. So kind of work in reverse order. You said the AC, there was a permit pull for the AC unit installation, just no inspection done.
Correct.
To close out the permit.
This is per the floodplain management in an email that I was included in. They notified him that there was no inspections done with that AC installation.
Okay. And then you'd mentioned a couple other things like around baseboards and things like that as far as.
Right, so in the email, he stated what he did at the property because he wasn't sure why he needed a permit. So he stated that he just did trim, doors, and so floodplain management made it clear that he does need a permit for those things that he admitted that he had done.
Okay. And so.
And what I saw were the pictures that were taken was the work that was done to the soffit fascia area at the back of the property.
So more than just the list that was in that email?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And whatever went on inside, but there was a
Like
lot of
drywall,
building
you
material
can
at the
see
back of the
stack of
property.
drywall in the backyard, yeah, that's.
Right, but
There was only 1 inch of water, so
Yeah.
it's fine.
It's fine. But no permit's been pulled for any of this, so the only one that's out there is the AC unit?
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Okay, sir, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Gunnar Barkham. I'm the manager of Rockford Investment Partners.
And we
My
need
brother.
your home address too.
What's that?
We need your home address.
Oh, my home address is, it was 521, the subway property, but now it's, I moved out to do some of the painting and repairs and change out all the furniture. I currently live at 1663 Eagle View Court, Sarasota, Florida, 34232.
Okay, so it looks like you've done a lot of work without a permit. Looks like the home is for sale. So just tell us what your plans are, what you're hoping for.
So I'd like to challenge part of the facts of the violation. The pictures that she said, and when I spoke to codes enforcement, once I received the notice, were from a listing from 2017. That's how I bought the house in 2021. It was in foreclosure when I purchased it, and I've been living there ever since. And then when I got flooded in 2024 in November, there was about 1 inch of water in there. We did pull the baseboards, dry everything out. I tacked the baseboards back on, no damage to any of the cabinets, vanities, or anything. It was livable, and the AC units worked. In November of last year, I decided that the AC units were kind of making a loud noise, so I contracted Mellow Air to do it. It took like 3 months for him to actually get the permit fully approved. So it was, I think it was submitted in December, and then it wasn't approved until February. I've contacted him multiple times, and he just keeps telling me that I'm on the list. I have paid him for the deposit. He said that he has the AC units, 2 AC units being delivered next week. So I'm hoping to get that at least that permit closed out, and then have AC in my home so I can move back in. I'm currently doing. There was 2 interior doors, some baseboards in one of the rooms part of the house is on slab, part of the house is on pier and beam. And I contacted the permitting office back in February when I was getting the permit finalized for the AC. When can I get back into my home? I wanted to redo some of the baseboards and some of the vinyl flooring, and they said you don't need a permit for that. Vinyl flooring, baseboards, and paint has nothing to do with any structural damage or anything that was thing. And then when I saw the violation and I talked to Patrina, she said you do need a permit. And then I contacted the permitting office again, and then the special flood emailed me back and said I do need to, just because of FEMA's requirement for the 50%, and I'm in a floodplain area. So I'm just finding out that I do need to pull a permit for baseboards, which typically is not a permittable thing. All my vanities, all my cabinets that have been in there since the pictures of 2017, I can't speak for what the previous owner did in 2017, but I'm a realtor, and I know I went back through all the notes, and that's what's showing from 2017 in MLS are those same pictures that she's referencing. So I have not done any substantial work. The exterior soffit that work is done is just a fascia piece that they grinded down and then they painted, and that was damaged from Milton, the second hurricane last year. But again, fascia is something that's not needed in a normal permit, and I confirmed that as well.
So what were the pallets in the backyard? Wasn't that sheetrock?
Yeah, so all that material is for, there's two massive full construction sites that asked me if they could have and use part of my tents and the tarps to store materials. I have, that material is not mine, I don't own it, but there is a construction site next door, and that's what also the trailers are from the front, and then there's a huge construction site behind
So they're
me as well.
using your yard.
I let them because I was not there, correct.
They're
yes.
staging in your yard.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
But I have done no improvements in terms of cabinets, drywall, exterior doors, windows, or anything that I need an NOA for, or would need to pull a permit for. I plan to do that. So that's what I came here today to say, that I do plan to do a full renovation of the home. It does need it. It's an older 1951 home. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to have the budget enough to put a second story on it, which would be a total, obviously a huge permit process and hiring a contractor and framing. But I guess we can talk about how much more time I need to pull a permit for baseboards and.
Yep. Hold on one second. Question for the city. So it sounds like we're thinking cabinets and other things were done. Would a suggestion be, can we go inside and just verify? Like, how do we?
He still needs the permit.
No, I know, but I'm just saying in terms of the scope of the work, because if the scope of the work includes cabinets, he's gonna need to include that if it doesn't. So
When he goes through, this has happened before, when he goes through the permitting process with the building department, they will ask for you to fill out like a questionnaire about your storm damage, and if you say that you didn't replace the cabinets and can show the pictures of the cabinets pre-storm or the same that are there now, they will allow you to pull the permit without the cabinets there.
Okay.
We coordinate frequently with the building department when these issues come up. If something we note in our case is actually, we're able to prove, no, it was there from pre-storm conditions, it does not need to be, it's not unpermitted, it doesn't need to be included in the permit, they'll communicate it to us and we will just move forward that way.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I have the full adjusters report from just post-flood when they came in. So I have all those pictures, and I have the pictures from the 2017 listing, so I can verify all that, yes.
Perfect. So it sounds like AC permit and then this work that you've done and the comparative photos to just.
Correct, yes.
show the work. Okay. So how much time do you think you're gonna need to get that submitted and get the permits approved?
I haven't even talked to a contractor yet, so I don't know how long. I mean, it's a pretty small job, but typically, I don't know how fast maybe it's an over-the-counter permit. Usually, permits are 4 to 6 weeks, so, you guys.
Sounds like it could be an over-the-counter, just.
Hopefully it is, yeah, correct. Because the AC one is supposed to be over-the-counter, a 7-day review or whatever it is, but.
Well, the AC is, yeah, that's.
It's done, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if this will be considered an over-the-counter permit.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yeah.
The PDEP permits follow a different route.
Oh,
So
for
let's not
that
talk about
flood.
counter.
Ah, good point.
It won't be an
Over-the-counter.
over-the-counter permit, but it should be quick enough if you're saying that there wasn't electrical or drywall.
Correct, yeah, there's no structural review.
If it's a very small scope of work, it should be simple enough for you to.
Okay.
I'll read something.
Good.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Rockford Investment Partners, I guess it's LLC, to correct the violations within 90 days or by the date of July 21st, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Motion and a second. Okay, let's vote.
Hasseklis?
No.
Hanshaw?
No.
Hensler?
Yes?
Wilson?
Yes?
Wait?
Yes. Okay. Motion passed. So board's giving you 90 days to get your permits approved. If for whatever reason you still have outstanding violations, you'll get a letter in the mail to attend a special magistrate meeting. Go to that meeting, have the same discussion, they'll most likely give you more time to get your problem solved.
Okay,
Good luck.
thank you.
You bet. That's very convincing.
Item 33, property owner Irene J. Pridgeon and Irene J. Pridgeon Trust, investigator Brian Greenman.
I am Brian Greenman, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 33, case number 26-1375, regarding property located at 6000 25th Way South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is occupied by owner. This is a codes follow-up case. The property was first inspected on January 30th, 2026, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of February 25th, 2026. The property was last re-inspected on April 15th, 2026, and the following violations still exist. Fascia disrepair observed around structure with rotted/damaged wood, roof disrepair on structure with missing shingles, exposed underlayment, and a tarp indicative of risk of disrepair. A permit will be required for repair. 0 out of 2 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on April 8th, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 22638, page 1095. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was on February 24th, 2026, and the owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are: roof permit 25-03-001455 expired on September 9th, 2025 without final approved inspections. Roof permit 26-04001636 is in application hold status as of April 21st, 2026. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on April 15th, 2026, document 0415263755BNG, and photo numbers 1 through 4. This first photo in that right corner shows the rotted fascia and the tarp on the roof as well. There's a zoom in of the rotted fascia and then the tarp over the roof. This is a elevation shot of the property, and that's just the other side of the tarping on the roof, and some missing shingles and exposed underlayment. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions for staff?
I'm not sure I understand what you said about the permit status.
Yeah, so originally this violation was in a separate case, but they applied for a roof permit back in March of 2025. That roof permit expired without the roof ever being repaired or work being done. And then as of April 21st, which is yesterday, a roof permit was applied for, but it hasn't gone anywhere. Yeah, just yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Ma'am, if you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
Irene Johnson Pridgeon, 6000 25th Way South, 33712.
So, sounds like you had a roof permit pulled, it expired, just pulled a roof permit yesterday. So what, is this one gonna move forward and you're gonna get your roof repaired? Let's talk about that.
Of course, I'm going to get my roof repaired. Let me first say, to Brian, because he's new. I haven't really had that much chance to talk to the young fellow. But my home, I've been at my home for 42 years. And they separated the cases, and so we just found out about this case, and that's fine. I think it's probably probably good. But I'm a victim of elderly fraud and identity theft. So there's a foreclosure. Well, now it's at the appeal court, where this lady came in trying to take my property because of the value of it, and we've been fighting this for a while. And so I've been trying to get with the city here because they have loans and things available. As a matter of fact, I just had a meeting with Red Cross and Nikki Capehart at Urban League, and we're getting ready to get some money. But the issue is because the appeal on the foreclosure, I won the last appeal, so now we're at this, and I'm sure I'm going to win this one because they filed a lawsuit against a deceased person and was trying to take my property. That's why it says elderly fraud. And I have the police report, I have all the FTC reports, the sheriff reports, everything that I'm a victim of. And my credit report will show you I have no bills on my property. I tried to grow old gracefully and make sure all my bills was paid off. But as greed takes in with debt collectors, here we go. And so where we are right now is I called Corey Monroe, because the construction guy, because we fixed part of the roof back then, but we were trying to get a loan, trying to get some financing, but because of the foreclosure, because of the thing, it didn't come through. So the city had approved me for the end team and the other thing, so now I'm stuck in a pickle between fraud, trying to take my property and this, but I was trying to, like I said, we have a meeting with Red Cross because they're giving out some money, and hopefully they don't really look at the legal part of it, that we can try to go ahead and get the money, because I'm a senior citizen on a fixed income. So hopefully we can try to get that done. The appeal court was supposed to be over with in May, but because when I sent another cease and desist letter to the lady that stole my identity, she just asked for another 30-day extension. So I'm going to try to get them to speed this up, because once that get out the way, and I have no doubt that I'm going to win it again, then I'll be able to get the financing for it. Like I said, I'm a senior citizen on a fixed income, but I'm trying to do whatever I can do, and that's where we are.
Okay. So are you looking at a full roof repair, or is this just a partial?
Well, I took care of some of it because I just wanted to let you know I'm trying, because I've been there 42 years, and this is my homestead property from my deceased husband. And so I wanted to show you I was trying. So I would love to get a full roof, but that depends on the financing that we get. Now, this loan we're applying for right now with the grant, it's called a Discovery from the Hurricanes. It wouldn't cover I've got estimates, so I had to get estimates with the construction guy. I don't know if that one will recover everything. So if I can get in and take care of the issues as this is, that's fine, but I would love to get a whole roof because I've been there 42 years. So we're struggling here, but the city does have some programs to help rehab. But they say once I get rid of the foreclosure, I qualify.
Where is she on the list? Will she move to the top? So assuming the foreclosure thing goes away, does she move to the top of the list then?
Yeah, we could absolutely ask the housing department to prioritize her case if it's something that, she's been waiting on a long time. I know she's been dealing with this protracted legal battle for quite a while now. I think she would qualify based off of everything that she's previously, described for us as far as her eligibility. So, but we would need to see the foreclosure case resolved first.
Okay.
The appeal. Mm-hmm.
So it's like you said.
And see, I filed an initial brief, and because of the privacy data and all the things she stole, she can't reply, and then she just asked for another. She has no documents. It's just sad.
When do you, just to help us out as we think about time to give you, like if you were to, when do you think your lawsuit's going to be resolved around your foreclosure that then allows you to start moving forward?
I was hoping next month, but not when they know you're winning. So I don't know. I would but at least let's try with the 90 days, if we can try that, because like I said, I qualify for everything with the city and with the N-Team and with Red Cross. I'm sure gonna give something because they got extra money, but it's just a matter of someone stealing your identity and filing for, yeah. And I'll be happy to supply my credit report to any of you.
So that's okay. Any other questions? Or
And the police report and the FTC report and sheriff.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Irene J. Pridgeon, TRE, Irene J. Pridgeon Trust, to correct the violations within 90 days or by the date of July 21st, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $50 a day shall be imposed.
Second.
motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote.
Alseckless,
Yes.
Hanshaw,
Yes.
Hensler,
Yes.
Wilson,
Yes.
Wait,
Yes. So ma'am, you've given 90 days. Let's hope this gets resolved quickly and you're not going to get a letter from to attend a special magistrate meeting. But let's assume it's not resolved in 90 days. You'll get a letter to attend a special magistrate meeting where you'll have the opportunity to go in and present your case and get more time. I think the other thing we're going to try to do in the city is if those get resolved, try to move you up the list, right? So, yeah, fingers
I can
crossed.
grow gracefully. Thank you for all your service and your volunteer service.
You can go to the clerk's office and you can file a document with the clerk so that if anybody files something against this property, they're gonna tell you.
That's how I found out the identity theft, yeah. Kimber property.
Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
I think so.
not this one. No, ma'am. Okay, got them all. Thank you. Item number 48, property owner 4027 NXT Capital Property LLC, investigator Carl Gordon.
I'm Carl Gordon, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 48, case number 26-598 regarding property located at 4027 15th Avenue South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and it is vacant. This is a codes follow-ups case. The property was first inspected on January 22nd, 2026, and a violation notice sent out to the owner with a compliance date of February 13th, 2026. The property was last re-inspected on April the 14th, 2026, and the following violations still exist. Permits are required for renovations to a single-family home, including the creation of additional bedroom. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on April the 6th, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 23050, page 1885. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for non-compliance. Additional relevant fact to this case is that this property was originally a 2-bedroom home. I would like to enter the evidence, exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on February 14th, and also screenshots, document realtor screenshot January 22nd, 2026, 1 through 8. There is an elevation shot of the property itself. And this, you can see that though, that's the house on the far left side, and those are some of the renovation that went on inside the house. More renovations that went inside the house. Also, if you can see the last one picture on my right, your left, showing a new bedroom installed into the structure. More renovation inside the house. More renovation in the house. Or more renovation inside the house. Renovations. Those are also other renovations that happen inside the house also. It's showing that, you can see that it talks about the renovation, in the house. Your new home awaits, so renovation, within the house. The equipment, the kitchen comes equipped with fridge, sink, stovetop and other appliance. So it just talks about the new home, the renovation that went on in the house, and also showing that it's for rent. That's pictures of how it used to look. Another picture of how it used to look, and another picture of how it used to look. And I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. I was giving you a weird look because I noticed there was short-term rentals on there, less than 30 days. So I know that's not the case. We'll just put that on your list of things to watch.
Yes, sir.
So it looks like there was at least an additional bedroom and a lot of work done.
Yes, sir.
Is there an after-the-fact permit?
Nothing applied for.
Nothing applied for.
Nothing even started.
Okay.
Okay, so he's known about it since January.
Yep. Any other questions for staff? So, sir, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Jason Short, 4660 24th Street North, St. Petersburg, 33714.
And your relationship to 4027 XT Capital Property LLC?
Property manager.
Property manager.
Yes, sir.
So, looks like a lot of work was done without a permit.
My understanding as well, that's correct. We're addressing one other of these properties currently. That being said, I've had about 45 days took these properties over about 45 days ago. I'm just finding out about this one on the 4th when I received it. That being said, I provided you with the engineer as well as the general contractor information. The wheels are in motion. Obviously, the plans take a little bit of time, considering that the owner has completely started over with the GC. It's not the original GC that they had used prior to. That being said, we should have plans put together here hopefully within the next couple weeks, and then start submitting for the permits.
So the original owner was unaware permits weren't pulled, or is the original owner?
Original owner was not aware that there was not permits pulled. Correct. We just learned about the permit issue. It's been within the last 60 days.
And how many other properties do you have?
I'm not sure exactly total. He's got several properties between here and Miami.
How many here though in St. Pete?
I have 3.
You have 3 that you manage.
Correct.
Okay.
All for the same owner?
Actually 4 that I manage.
All for the same owner?
That's correct. Well, same entity and owner, yes, ma'am.
The ultimate owner, let's say.
Well, there's investors as well.
Well, I have a hunch that all of these little LLCs are per property.
No, ma'am. Some of them the same. At least my understanding, the ones I've seen are.
4027, yeah, happens to be the street address of the property. But anyway,
So how many?
The original case started in January.
Correct.
So who was notified?
I have no idea. The prior property manager and construction manager.
You started.
Once again.
Yep.
Chair, may I ask a question of the property owner?
Please.
Property manager. How many bedrooms are in there?
And 4027, I believe there are 4.
Thank you.
So it doubled.
Yes, that's just what I just wanted to confirm. It looks like we can see the unit numbers on the pad split.
Yeah.
So there was a general contractor, a licensed general contractor who did all of these renovations, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you know who that contractor is?
I do not know.
Somebody knows who that contractor is?
Yes.
And
Yes.
somebody has reached out to him and said, where are my permits?
Well, they asked where the permits as well as where the plans were and whatnot, and they, as far as I know, and this is all I know, is that the owner and him, when they found these things out, had butted heads and went their separate ways. So,
Contractor, yeah.
So you got a lot of work ahead of you. Does anybody,
I'll read.
We do, and I realize that, but, you know, our goal ultimately, obviously, is to get compliant and stay compliant. That's what's most important
okay.
to
I want you
us.
to remember that thought when we finish.
And like I said, that, you know,
We're gonna come back to that in a we're gonna read
the
something.
GC reached out to him yesterday, I believe, and left a message for Glenn.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders 4027 NXT Capital Property LLC to correct the violations within 60 days or by the date of June 21st, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $250 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I think that realistically can't get the job done in 60, but the fine is definitely appropriate.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, and let's vote.
Alseclas?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes. So the board's giving you 60 days to get the permits pulled and approved. Once the permit's approved, this gets put on hold. If this isn't, if your permits aren't approved within 60 days, you'll get a letter in the mail to attend a meeting with the special magistrate,
Yes, sir.
where you'll be able to go in and plead your case. But before you run off, you made a comment around being compliant with state and local laws. So are you familiar with the short-term rental? Right.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I saw on there weekly rentals?
They're all 90 days.
Okay.
They've
I
all
can
been
tell you
switched
Mr.
over in the
Gordon will be-
in the last 45 days, they've all been
Okay.
switched to 90 day.
So Mr. Gordon will be keeping an eye on it, just to let
Fair
you
enough.
know on your other properties too.
Not a problem.
So, okay, well, good luck in getting this fixed.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you for that, Sheriff.
You're welcome.
That was the last case on this agenda.
Okay?
Now they'll do the reading.
Yep.
And you'll need to have one of us read it.
Yeah, I've had Ellie do it. Can I just make a quick comment to everybody in here? So we're gonna do the read-in to close out the code enforcement meeting. It's gonna take probably 10, 15 minutes, and then we're gonna start the lien release, just for you that are here, okay?
Is it updated?
I don't even have a current book, to be honest with
You
you.
need sworn in, Margie?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely, I do.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Oh, you're good.
Oh, there we go, right?
Thank you. Go ahead.
Ready?
That's it.
Item number 1, John David Antz and Elizabeth L. Gonzalez.
I'm Margie Nichols, Code Supervisor, testifying on behalf of the City of St. Petersburg in reference to case number 26545, address 572 60th Street South. And the department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 2 has been closed. Item number 3 has been closed. Item number 5 has been closed. Item number 6 has been removed. Item number 7 and number 8 have been closed. Item number 9 has been removed. Item number 10, Pacifica Emerald Bay LLC.
Case 26118, address is 3901 38th Avenue South, and the department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 11, PCRH Fund LLLP.
Case 261070, address is 1510 44th Street South, and the department recommends 10 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 12, Sable Palms Owner LLC.
Case 26673, address is 2800 4th Street South, and the department recommends 10 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 13, San Marcos GTM LLC.
Case 26315, the address is 1818 Michigan Avenue Northeast, and the department recommends 10 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 14 has been removed. Item number 15, Carol A. Boner.
Case 2417008, the address is 2470 Queensboro Avenue South, and the department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Items 16, 17, and 18 have been removed. Item 19 has been closed. Item 20 has been removed. Item 21 has been closed. Item 22, Robert and Dorothy Hill Span.
Case 261436, the address is 2338 13th Avenue South, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item 23 and 24 have been removed. Item 25, Gary N. Gonzalez.
Case 2417256, the address is 2000 68th Avenue North, and the department recommends 25 days.
Case 25-16428.
Sorry, I was reading case 23. Item 25, case 2516428, the address is 1110 60th Avenue North, and the department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 26, Homax Homes LLC.
Case 26645, the address is 6810 10th Street North, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 27, Antonia M. Reardon.
Case 26330 76, actually 26 I don't have. Did you say 26? I'm sorry.
Item 27.
27. I was right. My apologies. Case 26330. The address is 7616 18th Street North, and the department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 29, Jeffrey Thaler.
Case 2528619. The address is 2227 66th Avenue North, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 30 has been removed. Item 31 has been closed. Item 32 has been closed. Item 34, Southland Court.
Case 2518096, the address is 5301 34th Street South, and the department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 35, Willie M. Warren.
Case 22808, the address is 5577 Dr. M.L. King Jr. Street South, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 37, Lear Capital Investments LLC.
Case 26914, the address is 3843 18th Avenue South, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Items 38, 39, and 40 have been closed. Item number 41 has been closed. Item number 44, TerraVest Equity Group LLC.
Case 26733, the address is 1827 Quincy Street South, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 45, TerraVest Equity Group LLC.
Case 261407, the address is 4683 18th Avenue South, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 46 has been removed. Item number 47, 1759 43rd Street LLC.
Case 26189, the address is 1759 43rd Street South, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 49 has been closed. Item number 51 has been closed. Item number 52 has been closed. Item number 53, St. Petersburg, Florida 102 LLC.
Case 261623, the address is 1711 2nd Avenue North, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 54, St. Petersburg, Florida 102 LLC.
Case 261628, the address is 217th Street North, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item 55 has been removed. Item 56, WSLD Street, St. Petersburg LLC.
Case 261540, the address is 1751 2nd Avenue North, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 57, WSLD St. Petersburg LLC.
Case 261547, the address is 1743 Second Avenue North, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 58, WSLD St. Petersburg LLC.
Case 261549, the address is 1735 Second Avenue North, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 59, WSLD St. Petersburg LLC.
Case 261552, address is 1729 Second Avenue North. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 60, WSLD St. Petersburg LLC.
Case 261555, the address is 1717 Second Avenue North, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item 61 has been removed. Item 62, 1762 Burlington Ave LLC.
Case 261648, the address is 1762 Burlington Avenue North, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 63, 217 18th Street LLC.
Case 261653, the address is 217 18th Street North, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Items 64 and 65 have been closed. Item 66 has been removed. Item 67 has been closed. Item 68 has been removed. Item 69, Jamar Group Investments and Open Sky Solutions LLC.
Case 2522833, the address is 4990 Venetian Boulevard Northeast, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 70, Roma Invest Group, Florida LLC.
Case 26986, the address is 4430 Huntington Street Northeast, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 71, San Marcos GTM LLC.
Case 2528310, the address is 1818 Michigan Avenue Northeast, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 72 has been removed. Item number 73 has been closed. Item number 74 has been removed. Item number 75 has been removed. Item number 76 has been closed. Item number 77, Hayer Caldwell LLC.
Case 2525209, the address is 5301 Venetian Boulevard Northeast, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item 78 has been closed. Item 80, Samuel Maloney.
Case 26532, the address is 839 59th Avenue Northeast, and the department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item 81 has been closed. Item 83, 490 Coffee Pot Riviera LLC.
Case 2524769, the address is 490 Coffee Pot Riviera Northeast, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 85, Isaac Bostick Jr.
Case 2521780, the address is 1575 52nd Avenue North, and the department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Items 86 and 87 have been closed. Item 88, Audrey Roberts.
Case 26799, the address is 3101 21st Street North, and the department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Items 89, 90, and 91 have been removed. Item 92, Sally Nahas, trustee, and Sally K. Nahas, revocable trust.
Case 261046, the address is 3725 Dr. M.L. King Jr. Street North, and the department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 94 has been closed. Items 95 and 96 have been removed. Item number 97, At Homies LLC.
Case 261456, the address is 1701 14th Street South, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Items 98 and 99 have been removed. Item 100 has been closed. Item 101, Lauren Moten.
Case 226004, the address is 1224 8th Avenue South, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item 102, Jenna Redmond.
Case 2528850, the address is 2124 11th Avenue South, and the department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item 103 has been closed. 104 has been closed. 107 has been closed. 109 has been removed. Item 110 has been closed. Item 111, R.E. Martin Enterprises 2 Incorporated.
Case 26725, the address is 9047 Dr. M.L. King Jr. Street North, and the department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item 112 has been removed. Item 113, SW1 Trellis Owner LLC.
Case 2644, the address is 11401 Dr. M.L. King Jr. Street North, and the department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item 114 has been closed. Item 115 has been removed. Item 116, Luigi DeFabrizio Trustee and Luigi DeFabrizio Trust.
Case 26280, the address is 534 14th Avenue South, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item 118 and 120 have been closed. Item 123, Ann Wayne Trustee and 784 18th Ave South Land Trust.
Case 2529157, the address is 784 and a half 18th Avenue South. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item 124, Linda Ashby.
Case 254693, the address is 232 84th Avenue Northeast, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item 125, Eagle Street Capital LLC.
Case 2514645, the address is 5745 4th Avenue North, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item 126 has been closed. 127 has been removed. 128 has been closed. 129, TGM Bay Isle LLC.
Case 26925, the address is 11850 Dr. M.L. King Jr. Street North, and the department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item 131 has been removed. Item 134, FREP LLC.
Case 26859, the address is 1936 Walton Street South, and the department recommends 5 days and $250 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item 135 has been closed. Item 139 has been removed. Item 140, 2400 15th Ave South LLC.
Case 2528810, the address is 2400 15th Avenue South, and the department recommends 5 days and $250 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Items 141 and 142 have been closed. Item 143, Stephen Lee Baker.
Case 26675, the address is 2610 24th Avenue North, and the department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item 114 has been removed. 144 has been removed. Item 147 has been removed. Item 148, Tran Holdings LLC.
I don't have item 148.
Case number 26-1232, address 2240 10th Street South. City recommends 25 days at $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence. Item number 149, Blue Ridge Equities Incorporated Trustee and Trust number 4566.
Case 2528816, the address is 4566 28th Avenue North, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item 150 has been removed. Item 152, SL Sago House LLC.
Case 2529211, the address is 3835 7th Street South, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item 154 has been closed. 155 and 156 have been removed. Item 157, SFR TB Owner LP.
Case 2529162, the address is 634 Newton Avenue South, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item 158, Tukiva L. Smith and Virginia Gomez.
Case 256631, the address is 644 23rd Avenue South, and the department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item 159, Terrence L. Walker and Sonia R. Thompson.
Case 2526208, the address is 2055 Barcelona Way South, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
This concludes the read-in.
Alseklos?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Wade?
Yes.
So this brings to conclusion the April 2026 code enforcement hearing. Now, we'll be moving on to the lien release session. Welcome to the April 2026. Oh, excuse me. Lost my place here. This one says that.
It starts with code enforcement board.
Does it?
And then it goes into
Okay, even though it's lien release, we still say board enforcement.
Well, there's an evidentiary release.
Yep, at this time, we're here being released.
So-
It's still technically the board hearing.
So I still say that or no?
Yep.
Okay. Thought that was a typo. Excuse me, sorry. Technical difficulties. Welcome to the April 2026 Code Enforcement Board hearing. At this time, we will hear lien release requests. These are cases where a code enforcement lien has been certified and the property owner or their agent is now seeking release of the lien. We have received a written report regarding each of these requests. These cases will be heard as follows. The City Code's Compliance Department will announce each case with the address, applicant, case number, and applicable liens. We hear testimony from the applicant regarding the request. We may ask any questions of either the applicant or staff. After hearing the testimony and answers to any questions, we may do any of the following. We may take no action, which will leave the existing liens in place, or we may take affirmative action to direct staff to release the lien in its entirety, or release the lien in consideration of payment of a specified amount of the lien within a specified period of time. Once heard by the Code Enforcement Board, lien release requests will not be reconsidered by either entity for 180 days unless the property ownership changes. So for those, can you please rise for swearing in? So anybody that plans to testify needs to stand and swear in. Roll call.
Wilson?
Here.
Schneider? Hensler?
Here.
Hanshaw?
Here.
Alseklos?
Here.
Williams? Hobbs? Wade?
Here. Ready.
All right, so first we have LR1 for property address 718 34th Avenue South. Anybody here for LR1? No?
Diego Restrepo?
No
Nobody
Diego
here?
Restrepo.
We can always come back to it if somebody else comes in. LR2, you can go ahead to that podium, sir. LR2 is for property address 1535 Prescott Street South. The current owner is Alto Asset Company 1 LLC. This is regarding case number 24-16661. The violations were for a mold mildew type substance observed underneath the sink in the kitchen area, a kitchen cabinet in disrepair under the sink. Flooring was damaged and separating in various areas. Electrical socket electrical socket cover plates damaged or missing. Missing smoke detectors. Toilet in main bathrooms did not flush properly and is missing caulk. Sink in main bathroom is draining slow, and repair or replace all missing or damaged window screens. The total amount of liens certified in this case is $26,550. So for the case, we mailed the May notice of hearing, and it was returned as signed by a C. Lemons. We posted the notice of hearing at the violation address, and we received an email in May of 2025 from the property manager stating that all noted violations have been corrected. The investigator sent a response requesting an interior reinspection. So a reinspection was conducted May 20th. The violations had not been corrected and a mold mitigation report had not been provided. The May public hearing was May 28th. The owner or representative was present and accepted the 25-day recommendation. The CB notice of order was sent, or the order of the board, excuse me, was mailed to the owner and was returned with no signature. The July special magistrate hearing was on July 22nd. The owner or representative did not attend and a lien was certified in the amount of $4,500. In August 5th of 2025, we received an email from the property management regarding liens and active violations. We sent a response with a list of active violations and contact information regarding the liens. May 25th, we have further email communication from the property management regarding corrected violations, including the mitigation report for the mold and mildew. The report was sent to Codes Management to confirm the compliance of the mold mildew violation. The August special magistrate hearing was August 26, 2025. The owner was present and the lien was extended for 30 days. We had a telephone call with the property manager October 13th of 2025 regarding the mold report, noted violations, and special magistrate hearing. There was 2 additional special magistrate hearings in October, and then in November, there was no attendance at either, so liens continued to be certified. On December 11th of 2025, an email was sent to the property manager, Derek, informing that the property remains in violation due to the mold remediation report being insufficient and damaged window screens. There was no attendance at the December special magistrate hearing, and an additional lien was certified in the amount of $4,200. The property management sent a mold remediation report in January 12th, 2026. It was forwarded to management for evaluation, and at that time, the property was found to be in compliance and the case was closed. And we have John Scalia here in attendance representing the property.
Thank you.
Can we please have your name and address for the record?
Yeah, John Scalia, 5500 South Flamingo Road, Cooper City, Florida, 33330. I'm on the East Coast.
Thank you. So you heard testimony from the city.
Yeah, I don't know too much about it. I'm just here representing them with the lien mitigation. But I know I sell a lot of homes for them. I'm not manage them, but they're selling a lot. So this one is attached to a couple of homes. So we're here to try to get it reduced so we can pay it as soon as possible.
Because you're trying to sell the home?
Not certain other ones that they're trying to sell that's attached. So we have cross-attaching liens on a lot of these homes when you own several amount of homes.
So what do you know about this case then?
Not really too much, just basically that I know that they put it in compliance. When you send an email out to a company, usually it just gets in the mail and no one really looks at it. The management and the contractor and vendor that they hired probably didn't do their job, and they had to get someone else to hire to get it fixed the proper way. So, you know.
So what did they send you in here to ask for?
Well, they actually sent the letter over actually to you guys, asking for a $3,000 to a $3,000 property reduction fine to pay that in 30 days.
John, I appreciate you being here. I'll just cut to the chase from me.
Thank you.
I read through the letter. Some of the things that stood out to me in the letter that I have issue with, you stated, or the letter stated, I should say, that there was problems with the previous tenant that moved out in 24, and that was part of the issues of being able to get these resolved. However, you also state in the form that a new tenant moved in February 26th of 2025. The first hearing was April 3rd of 2025. So I don't see how the previous tenant, who was difficult to work with, would have been the challenge. The violation started in September of 2024, so I understand there's a gap there between when the new tenant moved in, but the letter felt very disingenuous to me. It felt very much like you were trying to blame a tenant that no longer lived in the unit for not correcting things that were, from the read of it, should have been pretty easy to correct. And I think it's unfortunate, John, that you're here and not Mr. Cabanaro,
Yeah, he's on
the person who I'm assuming
letter in Calvin.
wrote the letter and would be the person that we could ask some very detailed questions of. So I just find that that's challenging to send somebody who doesn't have the history and can't speak to us about what happened, particularly if you have a letter where you're claiming there was extenuating circumstances. So
No, listen, I understand that. I'm sorry for that, but I'm the one that usually comes to these hearings to try to help out to reduce the fines.
And additionally, the letter is making light of the violations when the tenant was living with stuff that they shouldn't have had to live with. These are all things that you could have accomplished in 3 to 4 weeks.
30 days.
But yet, it took 16 months. 16 months? A year, almost a year and a half.
Yeah, I'm sure that it slipped through the cracks with the maintenance team that they have on the ground, that didn't go with the contractors that work in this company.
That tells me they own too many properties here, or they won't hire.
That goes with a lot of big companies, that a lot of properties here in Tampa, Orlando, and Southeast Florida. So it's kind of a lot of big companies that are doing that.
So why are they asking for a release now?
They just want to get this property, a couple properties that it's attached to sold, and it is in compliance, so they want to pay it in a matter of 30 days or even quicker to get this released off the properties that need to be sold. They are selling a lot of properties.
Do you know if this place was rented throughout all this disrepair?
Just as to the letter says, at 24 and 25
So it was rented, and they were collecting rent in this
at that time, probably.
crappy place? Okay.
So, who's Derek? They referenced Derek as the property manager back in October.
Back then, I don't know. I wasn't doing work
Are
for
you
them.
the new Derek?
No, I wasn't doing work in 2024. No, I'm not the new Derek. I'm actually a realtor for them.
Okay.
Yeah, Derek's the property manager. I stay away from the property management business. I kind of just sell the properties.
Well, because it's relevant, because this is the person that I think was managing some of this during the time. That's why I ask, right? Because people were
He
showing
could
up
be
to
one of
meetings and
that-
not showing up to meetings.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if he's with this company. I don't know who it would be.
You realize the situation you're putting us in right now, right? There's like
I don't know.
nothing that has any sort of tangible. You're not giving us anything tangible to say why we.
I don't think a lot of
consider
people that would have came here that probably would have been tangible to tell you anything else, because right now a lot of these people are getting let go. I mean, they're downsizing. They're getting a lot of people. They're not buying any more houses, so half of those people are probably not even with the company now.
So you're a real estate agent?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. So you're here because you're going to be selling the property?
Correct, yeah.
And here's what kills me about it. They're talking about their commitment to the community.
Yeah.
I read
Yeah.
that. That was
Yeah, and 17 other properties in Pinellas County under this owner. They're out of state. I mean, this is what we really hate to see, an out-of-state owner who is, I don't know this location, so I can't speak to this neighborhood, but as my colleague pointed out, they were collecting rent the entire time that they were not fixing a mold problem. So you're a for-profit business with 17 other properties in our county. We don't know how many in St. Pete specifically. You collected rent for the entire year plus of this case while there was mold in someone's house. And then, John, I know it's not, you're simply the messenger. I apologize that you have to take the hits and you don't know, but you come before us and you have, what can you offer us?
Empty pockets.
Well, listen, I can know if that can get it paid, pretty quick, if we get a, reduction and helping you out selling these properties and get them out of St. Petersburg. So I know they're getting rid of some of them.
It's a very weak
You can get homeowners.
Right.
Yeah, I don't really know what else to help you. I mean, I know it's in compliance, so, it's tough to say that it is fixed. It did stop, and, we just want to get it closed out.
So as part of our.
kind of a technical thing I think we need to address first.
Sure.
I'm looking at this authorization, and it appears that the representative witnessed him being the representative. I don't even know if that's
If he's
acceptable. Can he even be here speaking?
There's. Assuming there was paperwork.
Oh.
I mean, I do have it with me. You guys have it.
Is it required 2 witnesses?
I don't know that it's required, certainly not a practice that we would do, but I couldn't say for sure that
I just don't want to go through everything and then find out that we really
Right,
have to do it.
I think
Are we good?
feel comfortable considering the owner signed it, but typically we would not want the witness to be the same person.
And I'm
It's
sorry, I
not a
didn't mean
state
to
owner.
interrupt you, I just didn't want to go through all this.
No, I appreciate
No, that's a great question.
And it's a Texas notary too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure about, the Texas.
And these
requirements.
look-
It would
the
just have
sig-
to meet the Texas requirements for
Yeah.
notarization. I'm not familiar with
The signatures look DocuSign too.
Mm-hmm. PDF.
Well, maybe I'll make a suggestion. I wonder, I think we have enough. Why don't we just go ahead and decide and then just move on?
Yeah, I think so.
Make a motion.
Yep.
Who wants to read?
I'll read something.
Okay.
You're okay with that? We read and, okay.
I move that in this matter, LR2 be released in consideration of payment of $13,650 within 45 days.
Need a second.
Second.
Okay, motion a second. Discussion.
It was the third lien instituted after not showing up, so that's the number. And the city's put in a lot of time and effort for this. And they have 17 other properties, so maybe lesson learned. I don't care if they're trying to sell it or not.
I think you're more generous than me. I was gonna say leave them in place, but.
I was gonna say leave it in place.
However you want me to do it, if you guys would prefer that.
Well, to John's point, the sooner we let them sell them, the sooner they'll leave Pinellas County, so.
With their commitment.
With their commitment to our community, yes, which, maybe they're gonna roll some of the sales proceeds back into the rec center, I don't know.
So.
Let's vote it.
Do you-
I was gonna,
Okay.
so,
Okay.
yep.
Checklist?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Henshaw? No. Wilson?
No.
Wait,
No,
does not pass.
we need somebody to read.
I'll read.
Can I, oh, okay, sorry.
No, that's okay. I move that in this matter, the liens remain in their entirety.
Second.
Motion a second. Discussion.
Let's vote this one. and
Yep,
see if
let's
that
vote it.
Checklist?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Wait,
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Okay. So, liens staying in their entirety. What's our time frame?
6 months.
6 months?
Like, they would be eligible to
Since we
reapply.
didn't set a time.
6 months.
So you have up to 6 months to make this payment.
No, sorry. No, I'm sorry, I apologize. There's no deadline on when they can make the payment. The liens are enforceable for 20 years. But they can reapply for liens
Reapply for, okay, in 6
in
months.
6 months.
Good.
I apologize.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
John, just a piece of advice. Next time whoever comes back just needs to be able to speak directly to the case. I know that might be challenging
Not
for
gonna
someone
get
from
that any-
Texas.
Yeah, but you're not really gonna get that with these.
Well, then they're probably not gonna get the liens released.
No, listen, I hear you. That's your guys' decision, and I understand it. So a lot of other, courts do release it and do mitigate it, but I understand your side. Thank you guys very much.
Thanks.
Ready for LR3?
Ready as we'll ever be.
LR3, property address 1204 22nd Street South.
Okay.
Current owner is Pocket Properties LLC. This is regarding case number 20-28402. The violation was for window permits expired without approved final inspections. The total amount of liens certified is $37,400. So it looks like we sent the March notice of hearing on February 3rd, 2021. It was mailed to the owner, signed COVID-19. This was frequent during the pandemic. The posting was left at the violation address, March 8th, 2021. The March public hearing, there was no attendance, so the board gave 25 days. The CEB order of the board was mailed to the owner and returned with a signature, but was not legible. There was no attendance at the first April special magistrate hearing, and a lien was certified in the amount of $1,000. There was an owner representative present for the May special magistrate hearing, and the lien was extended for 60 days. After that point, there was no attendance for the next 7 hearings, taking us to March of 2022. Oh, I apologize. Continued no attendance. So 8-9, that takes us all the way to the May special magistrate hearing in 2022. An owner or representative was present. The lien was extended for 60 days, and then the case was closed to compliance August 16th of 2022. And we have Dushyant Gulati here to represent the property.
Yes, ma'am.
So can we please have your name and property address for the record?
Shant Gulati, 2207 Belchery Court Drive, Clearwater, Florida, 33764.
And his relationship.
Oh, yeah, and your relationship to Pocket Properties LLC?
I am the managing member.
Okay. It's like he had some windows installed without a permit. No
With
one
permit.
attended anything.
They-
What's
they were
that?
ins- They were installed with permit. Only thing missing was that the final inspection did not happen and the permit had expired.
Okay.
And then at some point, the private provider, because of the COVID, I have some other details I'd like to present. So we had difficulty in getting the private provider to go there, do the inspection. Then he did complete a report, and there were some technical issues with that, but he corrected them. And the permit was closed.
So how many windows total?
I believe there were 4 units, so total job value was $2,400. So there may have been 4 windows.
4 windows total.
Yes, sir.
I just had a question for the city. I apologize, I was not paying attention during COVID about how codes enforcement boards were happening, but I noticed that it says they did not attend. Were there meetings in person that someone could have attended?
Yes, the meetings, there was a period of time in which there weren't meetings, but then all of these represent hearings that were happening in person here at City Hall, like normal.
Okay.
So,
The only thing that it really affects is the time periods, which makes the liens bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sir, during the time when these hearings were happening and no owner or representative was attending, were you getting the notifications about the hearings coming up?
I would acknowledge that we did. I'm not 100% sure, but I would
That's not
acknowledge.
what happened to John, right? Let's try to.
No.
Yeah.
No. I'm serious. So the company has 3 partners. I was the financial investor, and the other 2 partners were responsible for renovating and managing and all that. So the person, and we had a property manager as well. So there were a series of things happen. The property manager during COVID relocated to New Jersey, and the mail was, that's why I don't know the exact answer, mail which have come would have been forwarded to her. And so there were some lot of errors in coordination. Me as a managing member, I should take responsibility because I was the managing member. But my main interest was the investment. We are in the process of dissolving this corporation because we had some other issues. And so this particular property, among others, will be transferred to my name. And during the title search is when I discovered that there were a number of these liens placed. And after speaking to one of the partners who was responsible and giving my side of the story, that I can provide some tangible proof that why I personally did not take care of things which I should have as a managing member. So I can provide my side of the story, and I cannot, the reason we are separating is because there were a number of other issues as well with respect to the partners who were using my funds for this investment.
Well, I appreciate that honesty, and I appreciate being very forthcoming,
So
trying to take ownership.
as you-
This
as-
is
as
a
the-
really big number for 4 windows.
Yeah.
Yes, so the job, so basically, if I could give my 5 or 6 minutes to present this brochure I brought for you.
We don't need it.
I don't think we need it.
Okay,
I
okay.
do have a question, though.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
form that you filled out, it says, that is the money being held for this? You say yes, and it says it's being held by a title company, and then it says, but the title company is no longer.
No longer in the business. That was also another problem we have.
I'm not sure I understand that. So that At what point was this money deposited with the title company?
I would say at least about 4 years. Once we sold a property 3 or 4 years ago, and when that property was sold, the funds from that property were held by that other company.
Oh, so you're not talking about the lien money, you're talking about the value of the property?
There's a serious amount of money held in that because of this liens. So there is like I would say about $140,000, which were held not released to the pocket properties because of this situation.
So they recognized there were liens, they put the money in escrow, the title company held it until y'all could figure out who was gonna get what?
Yes.
And the title company absconded with your money?
No, I don't know if they have, but they are no longer in business. So this is one of after I do all this, I'm going to follow up and see how much of the money is still recoverable from that other company.
So it's possible that the title company is actually sitting on this money that was escrowed specifically for this purpose?
That would be my wish.
Does that money include liens placed against the other 12 properties?
Not other 12 properties. To what I have discovered recently after I've been managing more carefully, there are 2 more properties which I may be coming back to you guys.
Okay. Same situation or better?
I don't know. I have only done research for this one. But for one of them, I did play a significant role because the permit was not pulled. And then I was able to get a contractor to pull the permit. That placed that situation on hold, as you mentioned, for right now. Yeah. And then I'm in the process of trying to get that permit closed. The third one, permit was closed and property is in good standing. But I haven't had the time to prepare that release for you guys.
And you have 15 properties altogether that you liquidated?
Yeah, and then I believe 3 of them are the one which are tagged.
So I want to ask you a question.
Yes,
So we're sitting on $37,400 in liens. You've already said you're responsible for something. What would
take some
so,
responsibility
I
on
mean,
behalf of the partner?
What do you think's reasonable?
$3,000.
Okay.
For $2,400 job. The infraction in this one, the reason I'm saying infraction in this one had no safety issues, other issues, because work was done by a licensed contractor, permit was pulled. It's because of the COVID and other situations. This thing, at least from my point of view, only one tangible asset I can give you, which I have the picture there, that 2021, early 2021, Pinellas County Health Department called me. I had a building they wanted to use as a vaccination facility.
Okay. I think we might. Are you guys okay? You want to hear any more testimony?
No.
I'm good.
We're good. We're good.
Okay.
Yes.
I think we're good.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
So does someone want to read?
I'll give it a shot. I move that in this matter, the lien be released in consideration of payment of $20,000 within 30 days.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? That seemed high for me.
I usually feel like I'm the stricter one, but I'm feeling pretty good with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
For a couple reasons. For
Sure.
one thing, they're blaming the property manager, fire her. I mean, if she
Yeah.
was getting all the mail, they knew that she was
And they
their
knew she was
property manager.
non-responsive.
Yeah, I mean, fire her. They had $3,000, we spent more than that in postage.
Yeah.
So that's kind of,
I rebuilt
So
a
you-
fire property in COVID.
yeah,
so-
I know. So if you
look-
think 20 is too high, I can.
No,
certainly
we can,
revisit
let's
that.
vote it out. Let's vote it out. Let's vote it out.
Osaklis,
Yes.
Hensler,
Yes.
Hanshaw,
Yes.
Wilson,
Yes.
Wait,
No.
30 days.
Okay, so did you give a time frame?
I said 30 days.
30 days, thank you.
$20,000 in 30 days.
So the board just voted, it leans, if you're willing to pay $20,000 in 30 days. this can go away and you can do what you want with this property, or you can wait 6 months, right? And apply again for lien reduction. Your choice.
We'll pay.
The ladies will have paperwork for you.
Yep.
The amount that's due, the date is due, that's in 30 days, and this is where you can make your payment.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I hope you'll be more lenient next time I come.
Don't
I
come
paid
back.
20
We don't like frequent flyers.
I know, but I don't have a choice now.
Understood.
I have a serious amount of money invested in this.
Understood.
And this will have to come from my pocket.
Well, sir, you had
Sorry.
people around that didn't do their job.
Just please remember next time.
Thank you. Oh.
No frequent flyer discount.
I heard that terminology, I was shaking.
Good luck to you, sir.
We ready for LR4?
Let it rip.
Now we can put on notice.
Yeah. It's like, I hope you're.
This is lien release number 4 regarding the property address 300 60th Ave South. The current owner is Vincent Grabuscus. The total number of liens associated with this case is $11,300. Regarding the violations foul, manner of keeping, parking apron, and parking residential maintenance. Did I do something wrong?
Case number 10 and violations.
Okay. Case number is 21-18829. And details of the summary of actions of the case. When this started in August of 2021, there was a telephone conversation with the owner about the foul, and they were also informed about the driveway and apron violation. After this point, the foul violation was brought into compliance. However, the driveway and the apron remained. So in 10 of 2021, the November notice of hearing that was addressed to the owner was returned. Delivery was attempted but not known as the reason. However, it was posted at the violation address on November 3rd of 2021. In the November public hearing for CEB, the owner representative did not attend, so the board gave the default recommendation of 25 days. In the January special magistrate hearing, the owner representative did not attend. Lien was certified for $2,250. February special magistrate hearing, also did not attend. Lien was certified for $1,400. The March special magistrate hearing, the owner representative was present and the lien was extended by the magistrate for 90 days. And then in the July special magistrate hearing, the owner representative did not attend and a lien was certified for $7,650. After that time, this case was voided out to another codes case. There was a few other citations at the property. They were all combined into one case, and including the violations in this case, and that was corrected without any fines in that case. And then the case was closed on August 17th of 2022. The person attending the hearing is Vincent Grabuscus.
We please have your name and address for the record?
Yeah, Vincent Grabuscus, currently staying at 2473 South Shore Drive, St. Pete, Florida, Southeast St. Pete, Florida, 33705.
Okay. And do you plan?
Natobi Neal, 360th Avenue South, Florida, 33705.
Okay. Thank you.
Are you the tenant?
Yes.
So, I knew you were here before. We've
Yes.
Case. You're
The
back
only thing
again
I
to-
forgot to mention back then is the postmaster had made me move my mailbox from the house to the street, and they were not delivering the mail daily, like maybe once a month. I went to go to the postmaster to see if I can get that notarized or in writing, and they don't keep track of that. But if you go through that neighborhood, you'll see I'm the only one in Bahama Shores, or at least that I could notice, that has a mailbox, a mailbox on the road. I had dogs that never bit the mailman, but you could tell inside the house they didn't like them. So I think that might have been it, or I was having problems with my chickens escaping. Maybe the chickens got after them, but they decided they we're not gonna deliver the mail religiously. That's the only reason why I think I missed so many meetings. I did have health problems and yada, yada, other problems, but it's not like me to miss, well, that was like almost 3 in a row, I guess, or 4 in a row where it says I didn't make any.
Well, you attended one, missed 2, attended one, missed the last one, then it still wasn't resolved, got rolled into another case, and then that finally got resolved.
Okay.
Were you living in this house at the time, sir?
I believe so. I know for a while I was and everything. I was supposed to move into that house. But I had other properties and the city put liens on them. Long story short, my line of credit got frozen. And so it's really made life challenging on me. My one house that we're talking about is going through foreclosure now. We're selling a property at the end of this month to hopefully take care of the foreclosure and I can start working on it.
So this house is in foreclosure?
Yes. But I don't have to, my goal is to pay it off from the proceeds of another property and then fix it up.
Just curious, ma'am, you're the current tenant in the
Yes.
home. Just curious, what value are you bringing to this here?
Well, the code violations have been corrected since I've been there. The parking apron has been fixed. The things in the yard have been moved and trashed. So I've been actively trying to get the codes in compliance.
Do you still have the chickens?
No, no
No
chickens.
chickens.
No
Love
chickens.
chickens.
Yeah. But you are, and no disrespect, I am allowed to have chickens. It's just that they were,
No.
they were getting out, my dogs. I don't know, we were also painting the house at the same time, I believe,
Mr.
and they were getting out.
Mr. Grabowskis, we know that you are in compliance because you couldn't be here if you weren't.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Okay?
Yeah, well, yes, I need to learn to shut up.
Yeah.
Okay. So why now? Why are you coming forward asking?
Well, I had the foreclosure coming up, and I didn't have any property sold, so I didn't know what was gonna happen. I was trying to get
things in order and the
things
money
in
down.
order to know in case I sold one property and not the other.
Okay.
Okay, so I had put them both up for sale. Luckily, I'm hoping we close the end of this month, and then the other one, the 300, I can keep. It's still not a done deal, but
You're down to only 2 properties that you own now?
No, he has 6 properties, but he's selling one to keep the 300.
Okay.
6.
Because I'm looking
Yes.
at the application and it says he owns 1 other property.
No.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
No,
that?
his son has taken them and they're in a trust now.
Yeah, no, I have bad
The son
health.
has moved the titles of a lot of his properties into a trust, but currently they're his 2, are in his name. Yes, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, I
Yeah,
remember him, and I
yeah.
know he had more properties.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
absolutely.
I've been in the hospital a bunch of times.
Sorry, he's had a stroke. I'm the brain.
Yeah.
Lucky you.
So how much of a disturbance do you think you caused to the neighbors because of the chickens running around and the stuff that was
I
going
honestly
on?
didn't know they really minded it. I was giving one to the eggs across the street, and then the other man that's, they never really complained to me.
Okay, but you got cited for it. You
Right.
you showed up to a board meeting. I'm sure they made it very clear in that meeting. So I want to ask the question again.
Okay.
Now that you know that information, how much of a disturbance do you think it was to your neighbors? Because this went on for a while. I mean, we're talking almost a year.
Well, yeah, okay,
The chickens
we were
got
chasing
loose.
them.
The chickens got loose, and that was
Over
the
and
issue.
over.
The neighbors didn't have a problem until they got loose. The dog ripped the fence and they got loose, and then that was the issue.
Yeah.
So, and he had problems keeping up with the meetings because of the things going on. Like,
Yeah, I don't know how to put a dollar on it. Half?
Yeah. Ms. Zafra, can you tell me the initial complaint? Was that codes-driven? Was it a
It was
citizen?
C-Click Fix, so it was a citizen.
C-Click Fix. So he was annoying some neighbors.
No, they're talking to themselves.
Yeah.
They were just mad they quit getting the eggs because the chickens.
Yeah.
So your suggestion is half the 11.3.
Please.
If I heard you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Someone want to read?
Well, I have to do my math first, because I can't do that math in my head.
5750.
Sure, I'll read. Sorry, let me find the right one. I move that in this matter, the lien be released in consideration of payment of $5,750 within 60 days.
Second.
Motion
Like
a
you were going
second.
on
Any
and off.
discussion?
I don't know on the timeline. I don't,
Let's just vote and we'll see.
okay.
Alseckless,
Yes. It took some.
Hensler,
Yes.
Henshaw,
Yes.
Wilson,
Yes.
Wait,
Yes. So the board heard you. Your liens have been certified for $5,750, payable in 60 days. So if you're amenable to that, you can come see,
He's LR5 as well.
what's that?
He's got the next one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So stay there, yep. Then you can pick up both.
All right, so for LR5, we have property address 2810 5th Street South, current owner Vincent and Grabakos. This is for liens associated with case numbers 22-20039, 22-23601, and 24-2992. We have multiple violations across many cases. Junk, rubbish, outdoor storage, fence, wall, hedge maintenance, soffit screens, overgrowth, inoperative motor vehicle, domestic equipment, fascia soffit disrepair, and maintenance structure parts in the first case. Then we had plumbing condition and window glass in the second case. And then fence, wall, hedge maintenance again, walls exterior, stairs exterior, electric disrepair / unsafe, fence material / design standard, fascia soffit disrepair, illegal units, zoning prohibited use, and plumbing sewer system in the third case. Total amount of liens certified is $91,050. Okay. So for the first case, we had a telephone conversation with the owner about the violations in October of 2022, and he said he was working with the tenant. The November notice of hearing was sent to the owner in October 25th of 2022 and was returned signed by Grabakos. It was also posted at the hearing, it was also posted at the violation address. There was attendance at the November public hearing, and the board gave 60 days. The codes investigator met with the owner at the property to go over the violations in January of 2023. And there was attendance at the January special magistrate hearing, and the lien was extended by the special magistrate for 30 days. There was no attendance at the March special magistrate hearing, and a lien was certified in the amount of $16,250. There was a telephone conversation with the owner requesting a reinspection as some violations had been resolved. That was April 11th of 2023. There was no attendance at that April special magistrate hearing, and a lien was certified in the amount of $8,750. The owner did attend the May special magistrate hearing, and the lien was extended by the special magistrate by 45 days. There was then no attendance for the next 5 hearings, which resulted in lien certified each time. There was a pre-CEB meeting, just meaning that the investigator met with the owner or the owner's rep ahead of time, and an email from the owner's son requesting an extension. The staff recommended a deferral for that December special magistrate hearing, so the lien was extended by the codes department for 25 days. At the January special magistrate hearing, the owner was present and the lien was extended by 45 days. At that point, the case was removed from the CEB and special magistrate process in order to move it to an MOV, a municipal ordinance violation. The violations were corrected, so there was no trial, and the case was closed February 25th of 2025 for the first case. For the second case, in March of 2023, the notice of hearing was returned signed by illegible. The notice of hearing was posted at the violation address, and there was a telephone conversation with the owner about the violations before that CEB hearing. The owner met with the investigator before CEB and decided to take the recommendation. Then there was a June special magistrate hearing where the owner did not attend, and a lien was certified in the amount of $5,550. The case was closed in July of 2023. For the last case, we have in March 6th of 2024, the owner requested a copy of the violation notice emailed to him. That was completed, and then the notice of hearing was sent to the owner and returned signed by Grabakis. There was a telephone conversation early May of 2024 with Mrs. Grabakis. She has power of attorney and requested all info on cases. The notice of hearing was posted at the violation address, and there was a meeting at the property early May of 2024. There was representation present at the May public hearing where the board gave 60 days. There was no attendance at the next 2 special magistrate hearings, resulting in liens certified each time. Then at the January special magistrate hearing, the owner was present and the lien was extended by the special magistrate for 120 days. The case was removed from the CEB special magistrate process in March of 2025 to rewrite and add a violation. The case was subsequently closed April 10th of 2025, and we have Mr. Grabakis here to represent the property.
So if you could please state your name and address for the record.
Vince Anthony Grabakis, 2473 South Shore Drive, Southeast, St. Pete, Florida, 33705.
Natobi Neal, 360th Avenue South, Florida, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33705.
Okay, thank you. So, I remember how this went down last time.
Yes.
You get another chance to present your case.
Okay, great.
So would highly suggest be concise, be pinpointed. You're talking $91,050 in liens.
Yeah, I forgot, there was a.
Before he even goes there, I understand what happened because I was the one helping him get into compliance with the meetings and everything. Why he missed the meeting when his wife was power of attorney. He had mental health issues and he went into a facility. So he wasn't around for most of those. His life was just in chaos. So a lot of it just snowballed. And when I came around, I started helping get into compliance, and I was here at the last meeting. So you see, we're just trying to get everything in order.
Yeah. But also besides that, I forgot, I tried catching Mr. Tucker today, which I did outside. He was my codes inspector for some of that, and then otherwise a big tall man. But Mr. Tucker can verify, he said he should have notes saying where I was having problems with the tenant. Because we honestly were busting our butt daily over there, hauling tires away. The guy would bring a boat by, and so I figured, oh, I'll show him. I'll load all of his garbage up in the boat. He took his boat and dumped it down to Cocaine Key. There'd be in a van by. I would load the van up so I didn't have to pay dump fees. And he would do it. So there should be a police report there on that too, but the code should be in case for that. Tires. He was bringing tires. I have to pay a special trip to get rid of the tires. I did all that, and he kept bringing them back. I don't know why I didn't end up in jail over that case.
Well, I don't know why you didn't get rid of the tenant. Right?
We did finally.
No, eventually.
But I'm a softie for trying to help out the wrong people. That's my fault. I learned the hard way.
Sir, is that you're responsible for the property.
Exactly,
You should
yeah.
have come to the hearings or sent somebody.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Believe me, I did not plan on going to the hospital or to the nutty farm and to the other things.
Had someone showed up to those meetings, we wouldn't be looking at this $91,000.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay?
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna.
Let me share with you my concern. A lot of this is maintenance stuff. It's delayed maintenance. You didn't take good care of the unit. Shame on you. But the last set of violations are concerning, where you had problems with electrical not being safe, problems with the unit not being secured. You were renting out illegal units. You were violating zoning rules. Those are serious. So I think maybe if you could, because I understand, crappy tenant, boat, garbage in boat, haha, but that's a concern.
Yeah, but I honestly don't remember
It was
the
a
electrical.
It was a lapse because once he went away, things weren't being taken care of properly. He wasn't there in attendance.
It was being either rented out before it had been released because
Correct.
of all the problems.
Yeah.
Or you were just making up a place and shoving people in a bed. Either way.
Yeah.
That's
Understood.
an intentional, premeditated bad act.
Understood, and he probably just had a lapse in judgment, but I get what you're saying.
So that's, and I appreciate you helping.
Yeah.
We all need help. And
Yeah.
so I mean that genuinely, but that's more than just a lapse of judgment.
Understood.
That's making money off of somebody that you put in harm's way.
No, she's talking about 416, where the unit on the bottom was converted to an apartment
Oh, but it was that way when we bought it.
Yeah,
I
that's what
guess.
she is saying,
Yeah.
legal unit, that's what that is. I understand what you mean.
That, I mean, so out of all of these
Yeah.
things,
I understand that.
sloppy, but that
Yeah.
last set of violations.
Understand.
That's serious stuff.
I understand,
So
ma'am.
we're looking at it harder. Or
I
I'm
understand.
looking at it harder.
Yes.
I can't speak for the whole board.
Understood.
So what are
Okay.
you gonna do with this house?
Oh, I plan on keeping it.
This is the one you wanna keep?
No, 300 I want to keep. 2810, I'm going to be having money where I can afford. The front house isn't leaking yet, but it needs a new roof.
So you-
But I'm finally going to have money. where I
No,
can
he's
fix
planning
it
to
up.
keep this property. There's another property on 10th Street North, that's the one he's selling.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a, yeah.
I'm selling one of my dad's properties. I ended up, that's why I stuttered with the address. I had to move into his house to help take care of him.
It's a lot, ma'am.
Yeah, it's a lot. You wouldn't even believe the last 6 months. I've had people die in my apartments. Okay, beautiful apartments. They drug overdose, mother and daughter.
That's
I
too
just
much.
had a car run through my fence.
Mr. Grabelkis, what do you think is fair here?
I'm gonna leave that completely up to you.
Well, you remember what we did last time?
Yeah.
don't?
Yeah, but I mean,
But, okay, so I don't want to ask about your personal life, but when were you indisposed? When did you, I don't need to know the
What period of
details. What
time?
period of time were you out?
say that again.
What
You know what I
period of
mean?
time were you were away?
I think just 2 weeks max, 10 days, I'm not sure.
No, how long were you indisposed for your mental health?
I think 2 weeks.
No, that's not when you were locked up. The end of 24 to about mid-25.
Okay.
That's when everything was being changed hands to hand. His wife was power of attorney. His son started to take over, and he was not control of everything.
Things, symptoms were leading, because, I mean, this property was in bad shape.
Yes, understand. And everything just kind of just went downhill because everything was just hand to
For a
hand
while.
and moved. Yeah.
Like
So
it
he was
was,
gone for a good 6 months.
yeah. And then probably not good leading up to those 6 months, which is why I left.
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay, who wants to take a stab and read?
I'll go out on a limb, why not? I move that in this matter, the lien be released in consideration of payment of $25,000 within 60 days.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
How much?
I said 25,000 in 60 days. It's not quite a quarter, maybe more, closer to a third, I don't know. Again, math, not my strong suit.
That one sounds more reasonable to me,
Okay.
but,
Why don't we vote it
yep.
out?
Vote it out.
Cyclist?
No.
Hensler?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes. So, board recommends $25,000 and pay within 60 days.
Thank you guys so much.
That's a lot better than last time you were here.
It is.
And look, we learned something new this time about your mental state, and I'm sorry about that. So hopefully, going
No,
forward,
in fact,
yeah.
yeah, I'm just gonna shut up.
Anyway.
But I actually had a stroke after dealing with the city one night.
Yeah.
When I got cleared of everything.
Thank you guys so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you for helping him.
Of course.
Okay, thanks again.
Now, LR6, ready, Chair? All right, for LR6, we have property address 2019 13th Street South. The current owner is Rodney Daniels. This is for liens associated with case number 06-11349, 07-9258, and 20-1212. The violations for the first case were for cracked and peeling paint throughout the structure and junk, trash, and debris stored throughout the yard and porch. For the second case, we have egress required. Exterior side and rear doors were screwed shut with no windows open. Exterior door, rear and side doors did not open. Windows did not open or close. Junk, trash, and debris, with a refrigerator being stored outdoors. There was rotted decking on the front porch, mold inside the bathroom, window screens missing on some windows, broken window glass on the second story east window. The refrigerator was not sealed, and or defrosting. There were plumbing leaks in the kitchen and bathroom. There were missing cover plates, electrical shortages throughout the home, and exposed conduit and wiring. There were active termites, permits required for various repairs. The roof was leaking on the front and rear porch. The fascia was rotted and missing in the rear structure. And on the third case, we had exterior walls that were damaged, not in sound condition, roof damaged and or not properly maintained with missing shingles, peeling and chipping paint on areas of the main structure, fascia and soffit disrepair, and window casement is separating from the wall. The total amount of liens certified was $77,850. For the first case, the September notice of hearing was mailed to the owner, the returned signature not legible. We posted the notice of hearing at the violation address. There was no attendance at the September public hearing. The board gave 25 days. The order of the board was mailed to the owner and was signed and returned but not legible. There was no attendance at the November special magistrate hearing, so a lien was certified in the amount of $1,150. The owner was then present at the December special magistrate hearing, and the lien was extended for 30 days. That case was then closed January 30th of 2007. October 22 of 2007, the November notice of hearing was mailed to the owner and returned unclaimed. The posting was left at the violation address early November of 2007. The owner or representative accepted the recommendation at the November public hearing, and the board gave 25 days. The order of the board was mailed to the owner and returned unclaimed. There was no attendance at the January or February special magistrate hearings of 2008, and liens were certified at both. The case was then closed April 3rd of 2008. For our last case, the January notice of hearing was mailed to the owner December 1st of 2020, signed by COVID-19. The notice of hearing was posted at the violation address early January, and then the September public hearing was there, this must have been a typo. The January public hearing, there was no representation present, so the board gave 25 days. The order of the board was mailed to the owner, again, returned, signed, COVID-19. There was no representation at the March, April, July, September, or December special magistrate hearings. No, I apologize, I'm reading this incorrectly. There was representation at each of those hearings, and the liens were extended by 30, 60, 30, 60, and then 90 days respectively from March through December. The staff recommended deferral from March all the way through July, so the liens continued to be deferred. There was a phone call with the property owner October of 12th of 2022 that the permit was expired. The staff recommended deferral again in October of 2022. The case was then brought forward to the January 2023 hearing. There was no attendance, and a lien was certified in the amount of $70,200. The staff recommended deferral for the February special magistrate hearing, and it was extended by 25 days. There were 2 subsequent phone calls with the property owner about the liens that were placed on the property and informing him that he needs an approved permit. Currently, it was showing as in process. That was March of 2023. The case was removed from the CEB special magistrate process in order to process a municipal ordinance violation, and then was closed to compliance September 14th of 2023, and we have Rodney Daniels here to represent the property.
So question for the city.
Yeah.
So when there's a deferral, does a letter still go out to the property owner?
Yes.
And all the addresses on record? Okay.
Yes, so every time, the only time a notice is hand-delivered to the property owner is when they are in attendance at the special magistrate hearing. So every time it was deferred, they were getting a mailer the next week after the hearing saying it was deferred, this is your next hearing date.
Okay, thank you. Sir, can we have your name and address for the record, please?
Rodney Daniels. My address is 1927 12th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33712.
So, Mr. Daniels, just a question, how long have you owned the property? Because the case goes back to 2007, then 2008, then there's another one in 2020.
I don't know exactly. I bought it, I gave my mom a couple of $1,000 because she was trying to give it to me, so I just gave her some money for it, and
Right.
it's soon after my dad passed.
So was that like maybe early 2000? Like what?
You can look it up.
Okay.
Yeah, please, I have
It
no
changed
memory.
from Miss Daniels to Mr. Daniels, December 12th of 2003.
Okay.
Yes.
Were you living in the home during this period in 2000?
No, sir. I literally, I tried to, my brother stayed there at one time. I bought it from my mom. I was trying to give it to my brothers, if they were working. wasn't successful.
So it was vacant during most of this?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I know. So what about from December 2020 to December 2023? Was it vacant then, or was someone living there?
No. I think we're talking about the time that I was trying to actually renovate the house. I was trying to actually move into it myself.
Yeah.
So my general contractor, Mr. Corsi, I didn't have a good relation. I mean, I paid him a lot of money to get things done, and actually, I don't even remember you guys sending me anything concerning the permits, but I had permits pulled, so my general contractor was supposed to be taking care of all of that. I'm not sure what he did with that, because I definitely told him that he needs to keep the permits up, and I was just, like I said, I was trying to renovate the house, and there's no house there now. So I just got to the point where I lost about $30,000 on that.
So
I just tore down the house.
You had the house demolished.
Yeah.
I did, and I had so many problems with that. I mean, it's my childhood house, is where I grew up at. So I tried my best to, I was gonna fix it up and use my house as a business. I was trying to use it as a, what do you call that?
So while you're thinking, I'm gonna ask you
Yes,
another
sir.
question. So who attended these meetings in 2021? Did you go to the meetings? Did someone else go? So someone attended.
Now, if we're talking about, I'm trying to remember all of the violations.
Magistrate meetings and meetings like this, board.
But this time, I mean, if we go real far back, I remember a gentleman by the name of Eric. I remember he was having a lot of medical problems. So I remember meeting him out to the property. I mean, this was way back in, that I literally had him meet me there.
No. Who?
Oh, you trying to, you're saying the
so
most
there's
recent,
special magistrate hearings. So if you heard the city.
Yes.
There.
Once again, my general, if this was the time around the time I was trying to renovate, when he pulled all the permits, I was under the impression that he was going to these meetings.
Okay.
Because he told me he would take care of it. So, and I don't even know why the permits lapsed. I wasn't even aware. So I guess I should have been on top of that, but I thought he was supposed to be taking care of all of that.
I can't read what you wrote on this form. It says reasons violations not corrected in time. It says not corrected before the lien was placed. It says general contractor did not renew permits.
Right.
And then you have code enforcement officer did not.
That was probably the one way back in 2000.
Cooperate.
Yeah, that was probably way back in the 2000. That I don't, that's what I was saying,
Mr. Daniels, I'm just curious, what led you to want to get the liens released now on this property? I mean, you've had them for almost 10 years.
So like I was saying, I wanted to, I'm using my home as a group home. I just need to, I've been in the medical field for so long, so I'm just getting ready to retire. So I want to use my house as a group home, and I want to actually build a home on that lot. So that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to take when I pulled all the permits, I was trying to just completely just redo the house, and I was just kind of just being at odds with the general contractor. I was just having so many problems to the point where I just told him, I said, just tear it down.
So now you want to build your dream home?
I want to build my dream home, yes, ma'am.
You need to get financing to do that?
Yes. So, between doing it out of pocket and just trying to do it as much as I can, I don't know. I'm just, that's what actually, I was trying to use the architect that I use to pull the permits and everything. So now he's still my architect, and it's in the process of putting something together for me. So like I said, that's what I want to do is put.
But you need to get financing, and you can't with the liens in?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sure. My only thing that I want to add is that it does look like their structure was occupied over the years. The second case, the 2007 case, was a tenant complaint.
Case, I knew that. I could absolutely, so.
2007?
Yeah, because when I'm reading the condition of this place,
Yes,
and somebody was paying you rent.
Yes.
For a property that was horrible. There was nothing, I mean, there's no better way to say it. It was horrible. It's hard to be sympathetic. So now, years later, we appreciate that you want to do over and you want to kind of wipe the slate clean and pretend none of this happened, and we're struggling with that a little bit.
So I don't want to pretend nothing. I mean, I want to be able to defend myself, but with 2000,
So tell me about this tenant that you were getting money from during a period of time that this place was in bad shape, and that would have been in 2007.
2007.
Yeah. Because that's how this case came to be. The tenant called the city and said, "I'm living in a dump. Can you help me?"
Okay. So, and like I said, at the point, I mean, when you talk of a refrigerator, I'm not even remembering that, but I know at one point in time, I know I dealt with a gentleman. That's what I was saying. I was dealing with a gentleman by the name of Eric. And several times I was asking him to meet me out there, and I remember actually more exterior stuff. I don't even recall a refrigerator. So when you say 2007.
But even more simply than that, do you
Yes, sir.
remember having a tenant?
In 2007. I just don't ever remember not trying to keep the place into compliance. I know I've always tried to work to keep the place into compliance. So I'm not a stranger to these type of proceedings. I know I've always attended
Have a
them.
property manager?
No, ma'am. Like I said, I just tried to keep the property. So, I mean, do you guys you wouldn't have a name? Or, I mean,
For the
just to remind me, I don't know if that's possible.
So, yeah, the tenant,
It's 2007. I'm trying to remember about 20.
9244, 9258.
It sounds like you were working full-time, you had a lot on your plate.
I've always.
The condition of this house would probably not have been something you could have run over there and done in 15 minutes. I mean, windows are nailed shut, doors are not, there's electrical problems, plumbing problems,
So that's-
insect problems during a time that a tenant is there. I thought maybe because you were working a full-time job, you had hired a property manager
Yes, ma'am.
to deal with this, and that's why you aren't familiar with how bad it was. Is that possible?
That's possible, but I'm honestly, I'm just trying to remember. Like I said, I've been to these type of proceedings, and I've always tried to keep my property and that property into compliance. Just hard to defend myself for, so long ago. I'm just not remembering.
Well, so Mr. Daniels, maybe let's talk about the more recent case from 2020 to 2023.
Yes,
One of my colleagues asked you about your dream house. You want to build your dream house on this property. But your recent history with us, with the city, shows that couldn't get the permits, couldn't keep coming to the meetings. I guess really what I'm saying, walls disrepair, roof disrepair, fascia soffit, that's all easy stuff. I guess what I'm saying is if you go forward and you build your dream house, do we have any assurances you're gonna follow the process and file for permits and do everything appropriately?
Yeah, well, like I said, when my general contractor did that, I was under the impression that he was supposed to kind of keep the permits up. I didn't know that I was actually supposed to come down and.
You're as the homeowner though, you're ultimately always responsible. It's sort of a running pet peeve with the board of people coming to the podium and blaming their contractor. Not that we don't think that the contractor has a role, but at the end of the day, it's the homeowner's responsibility to ensure that you're doing permitted work, that you're meeting all the requirements that the city codes have outlined. It's your responsibility, regardless if you hire a contractor or not. So when you go to build your dream house, if you hire a contractor, might want to just check the permit status so you don't end up in the same scenario again with us and have to come back through this whole proceedings and process again. That's
right. I mean, well, and it's my home I stay in now. I mean, I keep it in excellent condition. So, like I said, it's a childhood home, and I've been struggling over the years to try to keep it. I've been really struggling trying to keep it. So, like I said, after a while, as a result of putting all of that money into it, the $30,000, that's basically what I lost on it. So I just had them tear the whole thing down.
Let's do the prices right. So the liens are $77,850. What is a reasonable value in your mind?
Sir, I guess so I can build on it. I'm just trying to get them removed. That particular one, but the other ones, definitely the ones with is that just the total?
That is the total value of all three of the liens, all three of these cases The liens total up to $77,850. And I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but I don't get the sense you're going to walk out of here with a full forgiveness. So we got to come somewhere in the middle.
Like I said, I can't afford to build on it and just have that amount of money, so whatever.
You're a longtime resident of St. Pete?
Yes.
You love your city?
Born and raised, yes.
Love your city? So the city spent a lot of money chasing you down for these 3 cases over a 10-year period. They spent a lot of money. They paid staff, they paid, as Administrative Professionals Day, they paid the administrative professionals in the office, they paid the codes investigator, the postage, overhead to keep the city lights on in the admin office. So I understand where you're coming from, but if you love your city, the city's got to get something out of this.
And you have 2 other properties?
Yes, ma'am.
Is one a rental and the other is your home? Is that what the other 2 are?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Look, I know you're emotional, sorry.
And I don't mean to be hard on you, Mr. Daniels. I believe you're a good person, but our job up here is to try to make sure that the city is able to recoup something for the expenditures that they've had to realize.
Do you have if we can't talk about an amount right now, can we talk about a time frame? Where are you with your financing so we can at least factor in a time frame that you can work with? Or do you want to, you can come back in 6 months and try this again? What kind of time frame are you looking at that you need to resolve this? Are you on a deadline to break ground on that property?
Like I said, you got me all wrong. I don't keep a shitty property.
Oh, I don't think that at all.
Well, I'm trying my
Okay, let me ask you this question. Are you keeping your existing homestead, or are you gonna keep that as a rental?
I wanted to fix it. I wanted to have it as like I said,
No, the property you're living in right now, what's
Yes,
your
ma'am.
intention for that property?
I wanted to use it as a group home. Like I said, I've been in the medical field. I'm a physical therapist assistant, so.
Okay, so one's gonna be a business.
Yes, ma'am.
Then you have a rental, and then you'll have a homestead.
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to.
That's the big picture plan.
Wanted to use that as, like I said, use that as a group home, the house I'm in now, and then I wanted to build my dream home.
Okay, because I was trying to figure out if you were selling one of those, you would have the money to put into building this one, but you want to keep all 3 properties.
Yes, ma'am. That's, like I said, I'm
It
just.
makes it trickier for you, yeah, because you'd have to have full financing for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, renovation of the.
And I guess the thing I do want to point out, in this 3rd case, you pretty much had 100% attendance except 1 meeting. You missed 1 meeting. Look, I'm not criticizing, I'm just saying, someone was showing up to all these meetings. I'm making a good point. So, there's a lot of meetings that you attend, it's just 1 meeting, right, that all of a sudden. So the way the lien process works is they accrue. So when you got tagged and you came up to that very first meeting, those fines, they accumulate until the case is closed. So as long as you attend all those meetings, then there's no liens on the property. The second you miss 1 meeting, it backs up and captures everything. So that's why that 70,000 number is there, just so you understand the math, okay?
That's what I was confused about.
Yeah, it accumulates, so it doesn't, just because you go to those meetings doesn't mean it forgave back to time 0. I know, that's just how the math works.
This has been hanging over your head for 20 years, so
Yeah.
I respect that it's time to fix this. 20 years is a long time.
Like I said, at one point in time, I just wanted to sell it, but once again, it's my childhood home, and now, like I said, that's what I was trying to do, is remodel it, live there, but that just didn't work out. My general contractor I'm not blaming it on him, I should have been more on point, but I tried my best to just fix it up and make it my homestead.
Yeah. Well, and I think some of us are struggling with too is this property sat for a long period of time, not looking really nice, right? I know you're putting a little money into it, chasing the contractor. Clearly, when I look at the time frames that you were given at each meeting, they weren't really that long. So I think people were saying, hey, this could get fixed a little quicker. Because when I see 30 days or 60 days, that means it was bad, but not bad enough that would require a permit being pulled to get the work done, so not super complex work.
Right.
So,
And that's like I said, just memory doesn't serve me well, but over the years, once again, I do remember a particular gentleman, Eric, and, I know he had a lot of health issues, so he met me out there just several times, just trying to be into compliance and see what he wanted, and, I would do the work, and so, like I said, I did do a huge amount of work. It's an very old house, so just finally.
Sure.
Like I said, I just want to remodel the whole thing. A lot of work was done.
Yeah.
But just.
Well, then you had those two from prior, right? So anyways.
I can take a shot at something if you guys are willing. I move that in this matter, the liens be released in consideration of payment of $7,650 within 120 days.
Second.
I took the amount of the first two, not the third one, just added them up, 120 days. I tried to be as practical as possible.
I think you looked at my paper. Exactly what I had on my paper.
Can you, what were those numbers again?
7,650 payable within 120 days.
Okay, motion and a second. Let's vote.
Alsteckless,
Yes.
Hensler,
Yes.
Anshaw,
Yes.
Wilson,
Yes.
Wait,
Yes. So liens were reduced to $7,650 payable in 120 days.
Yes, sir.
So you could either choose to make that payment or wait 6 months and try again.
I'll make that payment.
Okay, so see the nice young lady up front. Good luck on building your dream home
And the group home, that's a
and
wonderful.
the group home. I think that's awesome. That concludes the code enforcement hearing, lien release. April 2026.
how, it was framed, whether it was an RFP, an unsolicited process or whatever, it is what it is. And I think at the end of the day, the concerns that you're hearing from council, it's gonna happen through the process because it's just the format that we have right now. And people always ask, well, what do you think about it? Well, I don't have anything to think about. I have nothing before me to think about. There's nothing that's been selected. I don't have a ULI report. I have nothing. Do I have concerns? Yes, I've raised concerns, but I'm not going to corner myself in an opinion on something or say something when I haven't reviewed things that are in the works. And I am open to reviewing all those things. But there are concerns, obviously, that have been raised. I do believe, and I agree with lots of the council members, there are lots of ways to look at this land and how it is developed and how we do decide whether or not we're going to do it, the whole thing or in parts or whatever. And I think part of this process is going to help out. I think there are concerns. I'll go back to the nebulous part of how this process is going forward, doing the ULI at the same time with the developers that have been selected. I'm not sure how that's going to work. I will say that, you wonder if you're doing this process, now you're just limiting yourself to a group of people, and there's new information that comes out that you may find those group of people may not be the best. I don't know that. I'm not saying that's the case. I just don't know that based on the information we have. So I hope I've made some sense, but because there is a lot of information that is coming to us. But I am open-minded to it. I agree with a lot of the council members in terms of their concerns. And I think this is going to be a good start to get some information for ULI. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Councilmember Gabbard.
Just final
1 minute.
thought. So what I'm hearing is that the scope of phase 2 is necessary and we need to move that forward timely. Is that correctly, that would be the next steps, correct? So I don't know that it needs a motion. Legal, maybe correct me if it does, but I would like to see administration move that phase 2 scope forward quickly. And if city council could get an email update in the next 2 weeks as to the status of that, that would be helpful. I'm looking at the calendar and time is certainly of the essence. We have the April 30th community meeting that administration has already set forward. So I would think if in a couple of weeks we could have phase 2, at least a draft scope, that would keep us moving forward. So that would be my request of the administration, and I don't know if we need a motion for that.
It would be at your discretion if you would like to make a motion or not. I will say that the resolution from February 5th does not mention anything about ULI.
Yeah.
So that would be at the committee's discretion.
Okay, well, I would make a motion that the administration move forward with the scope of work for phase 2 for the ULI Tampa Bay study of the historic gas plant site, and to do that within the next 2 weeks and provide an email update to City Council.
Okay. Seeing no one has any comments on that motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Our next meeting is May 14th, 2026. Today's meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Claire.
My name is Jacoby Chambliss, and I'm a traffic signal technician here with the City of St. Pete. We maintain our traffic signals here. We have the signal heads, we got the cabinets, we have the controllers, we got the conflict monitors. So we just make sure that everything stays operational and safe. This is a very important job. We make sure that people get to work on time. We make sure you get there safely. That's one of the most important things, is just being safe. Without traffic signals, life would be chaos for us. We come in, we get our orders from our manager. We check our trucks and make sure we have everything we need for today. Our orders can be anywhere from maintaining a cabinet where we go out and clean it out and just make sure all the timing and everything's up to par. From there, it could be calls we get in from citizens saying, hey, you got lights out, and we'll take care of different things. That you got poles that get hit, it's always something different. It's a highly hazardous job. We're dealing with electricity, high voltage you're dealing with, weather. It's a rough job to be out there. You got traffic coming by you, all types of speed. But I can tell you that the City of St. Pete, they take pride in what we do as far as taking care of our signals, and we're out here swapping our equipment out at a rapid pace here. We're trying to change out all these cabinets. We're putting in new controllers. We're doing a lot to make sure the city stays safe and to upgrade and change with the times. Every day is just always an adventure. It's always something more to learn. I enjoy the people I work with. I enjoy the City of St. Pete. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy helping the citizens. I just enjoy what I do, man. It's a great job.
It's very important for people to have diverse cultural experiences so that they can better understand and empathize with people around the world.
Sometimes you can take away things from those other cultures and add it into your own life, and it's very inspirational.
I learned so much about the culture of Japan, what it means to be in another country, what it means to have a host family in another country.
It's truly a very unique and amazing experience. It offers an immersion opportunity that's really once in a lifetime. You can't find it anywhere else.
I definitely learned so much more about their culture. I learned how everyday life is lived. You learn to love the people that you're staying with. You learn to love where you're surrounded.
One of the events was going to the Yashima Temple. It's a temple up on a mountain in Takamatsu, and it's otherworldly. It's absolutely beautiful.
I'd only really seen photos of the temples before, and it's quite a different experience seeing them in person.
I just remember it was so beautiful, and the more temples and things like that you visit, the more you appreciate the culture and appreciate the historical significance of Japan.
This is maybe a once-in-a-lifetime program. Even though Japan is on the other side of the world, I have another host family out there. I have another family out there.
It's really a great opportunity to exercise that interest in culture and learn more about Japanese culture specifically.
Not only is it educational, but it's also inspirational. It really inspired me to get out and travel more. And there's so much more for the world to see, different cultures, different foods, different lifestyles. And it's just so important that people realize and seek the world around them.
Hi, I'm Jeremiah with the City of St. Pete's Water Resources Department, and I'm here to talk to you about what you need to know when we issue a boil water notice. There's a few reasons the city may issue a precautionary boil water notice: due to a line break caused by pipe failure, or the roots of falling trees damaging our potable water pipes. These events could affect water pressure and could allow contamination to enter the system. That's why experts recommend storing at least 1 gallon of water per person per day for 3 days. Use this supply first for drinking, cooking, and hygiene. If you must use tap water, boil it for at least 1 minute, then cool before using. Another option is adding a 1/4 teaspoon of plain unscented bleach to disinfect 2 gallons of water. Showers are safe if you're careful not to swallow water or get in your eyes, nose, or mouth. Children and those with weakened immune systems should take extra precautions. A boil water notice typically lasts at least 72 hours. When it's lifted, run your taps, flush your fountains and ice makers, and replace filters. Knowing these things before making a decision on evacuation is important to consider as a storm approaches. To stay up to date on events as they unfold, visit stpete.org/hurricane and follow our social media channels for updates.
I'm the youngest of 7 girls, and so I had lots of female role models. One in particular is most definitely my mother.
My mother has always been my strongest influence. I distinctly remember growing up in South America, there were not very many opportunities for women in leadership, and my mom really made her own place.
One of my grandmothers had ovarian cancer, and my other grandmother had 4 cancers. In the late 60s, went in for a lumpectomy. They did a double radical mastectomy. She woke up being taken down to her breastplate. For her, that was incredibly humbling because her whole identity was being in the community, and she felt embarrassed, and to some extent that her womanhood was gone. And so watching her overcome that and thrive was really, that was inspiring as well.
Growing up, I really admired one of my high school teachers in particular. She was this incredibly brilliant woman who was tough, who was smart, and who also would give everything to help her students.
I think it's critical to have a mentor. I found mentors that taught me self-acceptance, self-love. They help you find a way. They help you find an opportunity to a path to your full expression.
Well, I think mentorship is extremely important to the pathway to success.
Having someone there who is really going to be the shining example, who is going to be your guide through life, is really what's so important and what so many of us need.
Every life, you should have somebody that is your champion and somebody you can champion. And I think that's really important as we think about elevating others.
Oh, St. Petersburg Leadership for Women is outstanding. I think we are positioned perfectly.
I feel so very fortunate to live and work in a city like St. Pete that's inclusive, that's progressive.
I believe that we are a future that will be kind and generous.
There's great support amongst the women leaders to collaborate, to make a difference, to solve complicated problems, and they're brilliant, brilliant women.
This community has not just great women leaders, but a platform where they're elevated and able to do things that are meaningful and that really impact our community. And that's part of the reason it's such a phenomenal community.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
Wardsville. That was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here, and we needed a name, and we were Wardsville until, you know, the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about, you know, a coin flip where, you know, Peter Demenz and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin, right? The winner gets the name of the city, loser gets the name of the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter Demenz is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name. And the postmaster wanted a name. Peter Demenz had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg. So there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise, said, look, we have to name this after Peter Demenz, and so we're going to name it St. Petersburg, and you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
Hi, I'm Austin Smith, a Sanitation Support Services Coordinator, and I'm here to give you the do's and don'ts of residential recycling. Our city crews work hard every day collecting the garbage and recycling throughout the city. Our residential recycling program began in 2014, and every city or county has their own recycling processes. So here's what's important when recycling in St. Pete. First, let's talk about great examples of things that we can recycle. Plastic bottles, jugs, and jars, aluminum bottles and cans, steel or tin cans, paper such as newspaper, office paper, and letters, paperboard, think flimsy cardboard like a cereal box, and of course, cardboard, glass bottles, and jars. Now, there are some common don'ts that we encounter when collecting. Let's talk about them. Nothing in the approved list with food residue or liquids. Think about carry-out containers and pizza boxes. No styrofoam. No plastic bags. Please, let me repeat, no plastic bags. This means no trash bags and no grocery bags. If it's flimsy, please do not put it in our bins. Plastic bags are considered tanglers at the recycling plant and jam up the equipment and can cause damage to the facility. Pro tip, we have a waste wizard on our website and a mobile app called St. Pete Collects, where you can search what items can and cannot be disposed of. And lastly, we have 7 drop-off sites throughout the city where you can drop off items at any of these locations. Visit stpete.org/recycle to learn more about recycling, to use our waste wizard, and to find other handy information, such as the Pinellas County Recycle Guide.
My name is William Clifton. I work at the tire shop for the city of St. Petersburg. I'm a tire and wheel specialist. My general responsibilities are to make sure everything rolls. We just make sure everybody's rolling safe. We deal with garbage trucks, fire department, wheelbarrows, forklifts. We pretty much deal with anything that has a tire. Some days it's 10, 20, and some days we're just non-stop. I know there's over 100 sanitation trucks. I think there's roughly 300 police vehicles, upwards of 1,000 or better. We have the big loaders. I think that's probably the heaviest, the biggest tire. Smallest, I've worked on probably forklift tires, the rear tires on a forklift, or wheelbarrow tires. I love the work. The work is fun. I mean, I like working with my hands. I feel like the tire shop is an integral part in the city because without us, nothing rolls. No fire truck, No police department, no water department, no tractors, no backhoes. All that comes to us. Well, right before Hurricane Irma came here last year, we were the last group of people out of the compound, and we were the first people in the compound back to work. We got somebody that needs tires right away. You can have all the running vehicles you want, but without tires, they're going nowhere.
I think a lot of people don't realize how long we've been together and how long I have been working within the studio. Like, just because they don't see me all the time doesn't mean that I haven't been integral to the studio and that you haven't been integral to my life. Like, you've been my mentor here since 2008, and I love this space. And this is my home. And as a filmmaker, because I am a filmmaker, we always have this thing called our passion project. Like, this is the film that I have to make before I die. I'll spend all my money to make it. Like, it's one of those types of things. And I sat back one day and I started thinking, do I have that project as a filmmaker? And that project for me was the studio. I knew I wanted it with all my being and fiber and love to lead this organization, to pour back into this organization that poured into me.
You want to actually give back without even saying, I'm giving back. It's just, Oprah calls it a full circle moment. Yeah. And I just knew, and the Board of Trustees knew, that you would be a good steward of this assignment.
But also, you are still going to be a guiding light for me. You're still going to be a mentor.
It's just a natural progression, and that you were around all these years to take over. The nuance of this place is simply, well, I've distilled it to the answer is always yes.
Always yes.
Because that affirms we're gonna do this.
Hi, I'm Chuck with the City of St. Petersburg Water Resource Department. Today, I want to talk about something small that makes a big difference, your sewer cleanout cap. Your sewer cleanout is an access point in your yard that allows you or a plumber to quickly inspect and service the pipe connecting your home to the city's sewer system. If the cap is missing or damaged, rainwater, floodwater, and debris can get in. And when rainwater enters the sewer system through an open cleanout, it can overwhelm the system, increase treatment costs, and even cause sewer overflows. The good news? It's a simple, inexpensive fix. A PVC cap costs just a few dollars at most hardware stores. Just screw it clockwise until it's snug. That small step helps protect public health, reduces costs, and keep both your neighborhood and the city's wastewater system running smoothly. So, check your cleanout today and replace any missing or broken caps right away. For questions, call 727-893-7261 or visit stpete.org/waterresources.
Hello, my name is Bob Turner. I'm the Assistant Director of Sanitation for the City of St. Petersburg, and I'm here to talk to you about a very important issue called hot loads. Historically, hot loads for us were centered around hot coals that folks had put into the garbage cans. Now the new culprit is rechargeable lithium batteries. These batteries actually combust when crushed. So as soon as they go into our garbage trucks and we compress the load, either the batteries themselves or the devices that contain these batteries are crushed, they ignite, and they set the load on fire. The important thing for our residents to know is that these types of batteries and the devices that these batteries are in can't be thrown away in the regular garbage. They need to be taken someplace where they can be recycled, where they don't cause a hazard to our trucks or our drivers. The best way to find out information about where you can take a particular device or a battery is to go to the Pinellas County Solid Waste webpage and use their Where Does It Go tool. It's a great resource. You can type in the item that contains the rechargeable battery or the battery itself, and they'll tell you what to do with it. It's important for our residents to please keep these items out of the trash so that we don't have trucks catch on fire and we don't risk our employees.
So if you live in St. Petersburg, right, most people know that the world's first commercial airline flight was here.
True.
Right, from St. Petersburg to Tampa. But what a lot of people don't know, could have been disastrous for the whole idea of the whole airline business, the chain came off the sprocket. The engine was basically powering a propeller like a bicycle chain and a bicycle sprocket that turned the propeller. And halfway across the bay, the chain came off. And he had to land the airboat in the middle of Tampa Bay and repair it. Remember when you were a kid and your chain would come off and you have to put it back on, your hands would get all greasy and dirty? Well, him and AC File both had to do that, and they both got their hands all filthy and stuff, but they put it back in the air and they made it. That could have been game-changing for the whole airline industry if the flight didn't work.
If they'd had to come rescue these guys out in the middle of Tampa Bay after all this publicity.
That's exactly right.
Oh, my goodness.
My name is Lisa Plani and my business is Dress Up Studio. It's actually a boutique, one of the newest boutiques in downtown St. Pete on the corner of 1st Avenue North and 6th Street. I'm from Puerto Rico, and in Puerto Rico, fashion is big. I guess like everything started back with, my parents, right? Like especially my mom. My mom loves fashion, and of course, when she had her 4 kids, like everything kind of like all the attention like turned into us. So I was, early introduced to fashion. I had a passion for it. So I really wanted to have a space where I could find pieces, for any occasion. I was in an environment that was highly dominated by male, and I wanted to obviously, keep it professional, but still be true to myself. And, fashion was that, way to really, be able to have fun. St. Pete is very special in the sense that it truly supports small businesses. And I really feel like when you go out there and you have the opportunity to really engage with other business owners, they're extremely helpful as well. And I think that's incredibly valuable. There's something in here for every single person. They just need to come in and play with us.
My name is Michael Cotman, and this is Twin Brooks Golf Course. I oversee all of the facilities here that maintain the golf course and try to get it in pristine condition. It's a 9-hole golf course. We have a practice facility in the back, which is 3 practice holes. It's a really unique facility because it's in the middle of the city. It's really a benefit to the city because what we do here is we provide a place for play that's more reasonable than any of the other golf courses in the area. We have guys that come out here that are 80 years old. For them, this is an exercise. It's a chance to get out of the house and to do something. And for the kids, it's an opportunity to get off of the streets and to learn the game. My day begins around 5 o'clock. Make the assignments for everybody, make sure everybody's got the tools and protections that they need. So we set up the golf course, get that done, and then we'll do all of our other stuff. We'll mow fairways, we'll mow rough, we'll trim trees, we'll do hedges, and any other thing that pops up. So it becomes pretty daunting at times, but we manage to get it done, one bite at a time. So every day is a different adventure. When I got on this particular property, we didn't have fairways, we didn't have moguls, we didn't have mounds. Now we have a primary place to play where it looks like an 18-hole manicured golf course, even though it's 9 holes. There's a satisfaction that you get when the transformation process, to see it go from what it was to your vision, is so fulfilling.
Hi, I'm Aurelis, and I'm the owner of the Happy Snapper food truck, and we've been in business for a little over 3 months.
My name is Raphael. I am a full-time charter captain here out of O'Neill's Marina in St. Petersburg, Florida. I've been doing it probably for over 20 years. The role that I have in the food truck is pretty much I am the fryer. She pretty much puts everything together, makes it look nice and pretty going out.
I do everything else. I've always cooked. I mean, I've been cooking meals for my family since I was 12, and I'm not talking about like boxed macaroni and cheese. I mean, like full meals. And it's just something I've always liked to do. And my son actually played club soccer for Strictly. We went out of town and we decided to cook for the entire team and all the parents. And ever since then, after multiple teams showed up and ate, everyone was asking us when we were cooking again, and 7 years later, here we are. When I cook, I put my heart into it, so you're getting food that is happy and inviting and
it's fresh. You know, with a little Spanish twist to it, because we do have a couple of things on the menu that is definitely you know, from being from Puerto Rico, you know, we're gonna have some plantains in there, you know, and we're gonna have some rice. Our main thing is fresh fish with a Spanish twist to it.
Apparently we're putting out food that there's not many other trucks doing, and we're getting customers asking, you know, when we're going to be back, where we're going to be set up. We're having breweries that are in St. Pete asking for us to come back to their location because their customers are asking about us. And I feel like St. Pete is a very good place for people that, I mean, they love supporting the local community, local businesses, and it's just a great place for anyone to thrive.
How would you write a love letter to your city? The Sunshine City Mosaic is that love letter. The Mosaic celebrates so much of why so many find St. Pete an awesome place to call home.
3, 2, 1.
Today was the unveiling and the grand opening of the Sunshine City Mosaic. The Sunshine City Mosaic is comprised of 9 different unique vignettes that celebrate our native Florida wildlife. It tells the story of the sunrise on Tampa Bay to the sunset out on the beaches.
It's the longest mosaic in Florida, 175 feet long, 750 square feet, 15,000 pieces, 3 artists, 931 days from the signing of the contract to today. There's really no words for today, for finishing it. It is now out in the world. We did what we could, and it is not ours any longer. It is everyone else's.
I had the opportunity to visit this mosaic one late afternoon around 5 p.m. in the middle of the summer. It didn't take long to realize what a true labor of love this project has been. What I remember most is my children running along the tiles, crouching down to examine the tiniest of details, tracing the shapes of the animals, with their fingers laughing and smiling as they explored and discovered. To them, nothing else mattered except the art beneath their feet. To me, that's what public art is all about. Capturing attention, sparking curiosity, and nurturing imagination.
Art is for our entire city, and we want it to be in every corner of the city, not just downtown. And that is our approach to inclusive progress for everyone. Everyone ought to be able to enjoy the best of St. Pete right in your neighborhood.
I hope that it may not be obvious at first, but after spending some time with it, kind of do notice the underlying story of the east side versus the west side, and the different motifs that really point towards the unique ecological situation that we have here in our county.
What makes Florida so special is our ecology, is our water, is all of these wild and beautiful animals we have just right out in the bay. So I hope each and every person walks along this sidewalk, takes a moment to meditate and reflect on that, and that impacts their future decisions. That to me is really the power of public art.
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1, Copley Gertis, District 2, Brandy Gabbard, District 3, Mike Harding, District 4 and Council Chair Lisette Hanowitz, District 5, Deborah Fig Sanders, District 6, Gina Driscoll, District 7, Corey Givens Jr., and District 8 and Council Vice Chair Richie Floyd.
Welcome, everyone, to the April 16th, 2026 City Council meeting. Clerk, could I please have a roll call?
Hanowitz?
Here.
Sanders?
Here.
Driscoll?
Here.
Givens?
Here.
Floyd? Curtis?
Here.
Gabbard?
Here.
Harding?
Here. Today, we're going to have our invocation given by our council member, Corey Givens Jr. So if you can please stand and then remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Chair. Let us pray. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, Thou who hast brought us thus far along the way, Thou who hast by Thy might led us into the light, keep us forever in Thy path, we pray. We come, O God, God in many forms and many fashions, to say thank you for this day, thank you for this hour, thank you for another opportunity for us to do the business of this great city that we all call home. We thank you, O God, for leadership, both at the local level, the state level, and the federal national level. We thank you, O God, for those who have been willing to step up and to accept the call to serve. We ask, Lord, that you teach us to put aside our differences and to embrace unity. We pray, God, that you allow us, Father, to do your will and let your will be fulfilled. We pray right now that you continue to make a way for those who have no way, mend brokenness, provide a roof over the homeless right now, Father God, and food on the table for those who are hungry. We pray right now that you will continue to get the glory out of all that we say and all that we do. In the mighty matchless name of Jesus, we do pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Thank you, Councilmember Givens, for that beautiful invocation. Council members, we have an agenda before us. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously with Councilmember Floyd being absent.
Clerk, I see we have speakers today for open forum. Could you please read the rules?
The consent agenda, Madam Chair.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Forgot the consent agenda.
We have no.
I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approval.
Second. And we have no powers for it.
Okay, Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I just wanted to call attention to item CB5, which is regarding the fire training complex project. Again, this is always, it's been one of my favorite and most passionate items for many years. And every time I see something come up, it reminds me that we're taking another step forward in making this come to fruition. So I just wanted to point that out and thank everyone who is working on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Motion in? We have a motion?
So.
Motion second? Okay. Clerk, you please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve the consent agenda passes unanimously with Councilmember Floyd being absent.
Do we have speakers?
Yes, we do.
So please read the rules.
And before I read the rules, Madam Chair, I just want to make the audience aware that we're having some technical difficulties with the clocks, so you'll be able to see the time on the screen for your 3 minutes that you're speaking.
So your 3-minute time clock is going to be on the screen up here because the clocks down here aren't working. Thank you, clerk.
If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with the clerk. Only the individual wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only city residents or owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed under open forum must be limited to issues related to the City of St. Petersburg government. If you are speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. Applause is not permitted except in connection with awards and presentations. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address City Council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the raise hand feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. At the conclusion of your comments or when you reach the 3-minute time limit, you will be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments, the requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. If live public comment is disrupted by violations of the rules of decorum, the chair is authorized to accept public comment by alternate means, including by email only. I call the speakers 2 at a time, Madam Chair, and at the moment we have none in Zoom. Dr. Perry G. Washington and Trevor Mallory, please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
It seems like Dr. Washington wants Mike.
It's not on.
It's on.
I can't hear.
We hear you. We hear you.
You can hear me. I can't hear me. My name, someone needs to hold this. My name is Dr. Perry G. Washington. I've been in Pinellas County since I was 2 years old.
Mr. Washington, can you give us your cross streets, please, in St. Petersburg?
175 North Street, St. Petersburg, Florida.
That's not a complete address, sir.
What do you want, the zip code?
Can you give us your cross streets?
5th Street North and 2nd Avenue.
Thank you.
Now my time starts, right?
Your time has already started. We go through this.
Okay, now you're gonna give me 3 minutes and tell me what to say in my 3 minutes. Does that make sense to anybody? Today's sermon is about send help, it's time. Back in the day of slavery, the slave had a communication network. They said things their white masters couldn't understand, such as send help, it's time. He's killing me. But they didn't say send help, it's time. You had to understand the language. S, H, I, T. This shit is killing me. It means send help, it's time. During my travels around the world, I understood you had to search, theorize, analyze, network, and defend yourself. S-T-A-N-D. Take a stand. I was arrested last year for stopping people from putting a fence in my yard by the city police. This day is awards day. That's why you have this many people here. I have an award. First to the mayor. This is the boot for a jackass. Second boot for the chief of police. And all you, I'm going to make sure my people do their job. I'm going to make sure everyone knows. I told you last week I'm running for mayor. Why? Because no one else will stand for everybody in this city. God, you didn't speak to me all last year. You think I forgot? You threw me out.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Council. Trevor Mallory, 4501 6th Street South, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33705. Happy Fair Housing Month, you all. I'm here to speak on behalf of a three-year member of PCAR, which is an affiliate under the umbrella of NARAB organization. And I'm pretty sure you guys will hear more about that history as today goes on. So as we observe fair housing this month in April, we also have to recognize that housing is just not a commodity. It is a fundamental pillar for our democracy. The core promise of a democratic society is equal opportunity, and that promise begins at the front door of every home. True democracy requires that every individual has the freedom to choose where they live, where they work, and where they raise their families. When discrimination creates barriers to certain neighborhoods, it limits that freedom and silences the potential of our citizens. And I see this on a daily basis, not only in the city of St. Pete, but all around our country. Stable housing is the anchor of civil engagement. A resident who has a secure home is more likely to vote, more likely to volunteer, and more likely to invest their time and energy into the betterment of their local communities. Democracy thrives on the exchange of ideas between diverse groups of people. Fair housing policies dismantle the geographic barriers that keep us apart, fostering the kind of inclusive, integrated neighborhoods that are essentially for healthy representatives, that are essential for healthy representation in government. Fair housing is the realization of a Fair Housing Act in 1968, a landmark piece of civil rights legislation that reminds us of our community is only as strong as its most vulnerable residents across the country. And it also is most vulnerable to residents' access to an opportunity to create generational wealth. As we celebrate this month, let us recommit to the idea that in true democracy, your zip code should never be a barrier to your dreams. By ensuring housing is fair and accessible, we aren't just building houses, we are strengthening the very fabric of our republic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next two speakers.
Next two speakers, Madam Chair, Keandra Darling and Manny Williams. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record, or cross street, and you have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good afternoon. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Much shorter than Trevor, but my name is Keandra Darling, and I live at 873 Newton Avenue South. I am a proud fourth-generation resident of this city, and I am raising the fifth. Good afternoon, council members. I am so grateful to be here with you today. This Fair Housing Month, I am here on behalf of Pinellas County Association of Realtors, this beautiful group that sits here to my right, and I proudly stand as their political advocacy chair. Not to just inform, but to call for urgent action and accountability. In 1968, the National Association of Real Estate Brokers helped lead the fight for the passage of the Fair Housing Act following the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. That law made it illegal to discriminate in housing based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin, and it has since been expanded to include disability and familial status. This was not symbolic, it was a mandate to dismantle housing discrimination in all of its forms. And yet today, here in St. Petersburg, where the sun is supposed to shine on all, we are falling short of that mandate. Black residents make up approximately 20% of our city's population, but receive only 4% of new mortgage originations. That's a 20-to-1 disparity. And we know that this is not a coincidence and it's not accidental. It's a measurable outcome of systems that are not working equitably, and it demands our intervention. And here's why this matters. Generational wealth, home ownership is the #1 way for American families to build wealth. At the current rate of the mortgage originations that we're seeing, the racial wealth gap in St. Pete is going to become insurmountable within a decade. Economic stability. High disparity in origination suggests that Black residents are either being denied loans at higher rates or being priced out of the city entirely. And community retention. If long-term residents cannot afford to buy homes, they are forced to remain renters, leaving them vulnerable to rising costs and eventual displacement. A national poll reports an estimated 70% of Gen Zers and 53% of millennials are struggling just to pay rent. So the question before us is not whether the problem exists. The question is, what is this council, what is our city prepared to do about it? Because without direct policy intervention, the market is not going to correct itself. It's going to continue to exclude. Accountability must start with data, and we are calling for formal lending audits to examine approval rates, denial patterns, and institutional practices. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, I'm tall.
That's fine, you can raise it.
Okay.
You don't have to be sorry to be tall.
Okay. Can everyone hear me?
You can raise it.
Awesome. Okay. Hello, my name is Manny Williams. I live at 308th Street North, apartment 1202. My thing I want to discuss here today is there has been some various big housing issues within my building, to the point of where I don't know whether I'm going to be unhoused in October. Currently, there was a problem with a flood that happened on my floor, and they had water all over my apartment, and they sent people to come out, yet there is still mold in my apartment. I am asthmatic, so I'm watching it sitting there growing, and I'm wondering, like, is this causing health issues? There have been bugs in our place. They have tented the place, not really tented it, but they've kind of came in and sprayed, and still, things are still happening. They don't go away. And it really is, currently I live with my father, and it really is causing a strain, at least on our relationship, depending on what's going to happen as far as, do we leave, do we stay, do we go? It's just really hard, and I've lived there for practically 15 plus years, and I have just watched that building go down and down and down and down. And it's a really beautiful location. It's a wonderful location. It's a wonderful place. St. Pete, was supposed to be a place for people like me at my young age to sit here and start a life and get a house and all of those fun things of being an adult, but it just seems like now that it's not possible. And I would just like something to happen specifically for that building, for that location, because all around there is life. And I think it makes St. Pete. So that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe someone from administration is going to make contact with you, if you can just here a minute. Next two speakers.
The speaker, Madam Chair, is Greg, I think it's Wiseman.
Wiseman, thank you.
Please state your name, address, or cross street.
And you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good afternoon, council members and representatives. My name is Greg Wiseman, and I also reside at 308th Street North, apartment 1202, with my son, the Portland apartment building. I would like to address a couple of serious issues that have been happening in the last years. We were very fortunate to be able to move in when it was first built in 2011, and it was a shining beacon of affordable housing. We've been, as I said, is very fortunate to live there all these years. However, the habitability and safety crisis in our building now has become almost unbearable. Our building advertises a key fob security system to prevent unauthorized entry, but it hasn't worked for several years. This failure has allowed unhoused individuals to access stairwells and elevator lobbies, creating health and safety hazards. These conditions violate Florida's implied warranty of habitability under Statute 83.56, which requires secure premises. I lost my space, sorry. A couple of years ago, a repeat intruder was sleeping under the stairways, entered multiple floors, and repeatedly defecated and urinated in the 12th floor stairwell. It took management 6 months to finally trespass this person despite tenant complaints. These incidents have created health hazards, fear, and violate Florida's implied warranty of the statute, as I mentioned. We recently received a note on our door that the affordable housing program, the 35% that we've been fortunate to have, has expired, and our rent will increase an additional $600 per month in October when our lease ends. There is no way that we can afford to stay there at that rate. I don't even know how that's possible that they can raise the rent that much and $600 more per month for affordable housing. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm just urging City Council to please do a full inspection of the building. There are many violations that have not been repaired. It recently was bought again for the third time. We've always been told every time that it's been bought that these things are gonna happen, but they never do. And I just would appreciate it if you would take some action and, as I said, do a full inspection of the Portland apartments. Thank you.
Thank you. And sir, if you can go with Joe over there, and you can talk to him about it. He's with administration. Thank you so much. No more speakers. Okay. We move to awards and presentations, and the first award and presentation is Fair Housing Month Proclamation, which I believe Amy Foster is here. The housing administrator is here, who is going to present it.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, we've already heard that it's Fair Housing Month, so we're excited to present this proclamation on behalf of Mayor Welch. We have the city's housing team with us here, a small contingency of them, and then we also have the Pinellas County Association of Realtors. Whereas the Federal Fair Housing Act, enacted in April 1968, was a landmark piece of legislation designed to eliminate discrimination in housing based on race, ethnicity, national origin, religion, and sex, and to expand housing choices for all Americans. And whereas April is observed as Fair Housing Month, both nationally and locally, to honor the progress made and reaffirm the ongoing commitment to fair housing for all. And whereas the fight for dignity and equal opportunity in housing remains a shared responsibility, requiring action at the local, state, and federal levels to address persistent barriers to access and equity in housing. And whereas effective local efforts to combat housing discrimination and expand affordable housing options are critical to ensure that all residents have access to safe, decent, and affordable housing. And whereas discrimination in any form, whether based on race, color, national origin, religion, disability, veteran status, or family structure, undermines the fundamental right to fair housing and diminishes the rights of all people. And whereas the City of St. Petersburg is proud of its efforts to further fair housing and recognizes that this can only be accomplished through forging partnerships with other government agencies, corporations, for-profit, and nonprofit organizations, entrepreneurs, and all persons interested in furthering fair housing. Now, therefore, I, on behalf of Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg, Florida, do hereby proclaim April 2026 as Fair Housing Month.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mayor Ken Welch, council members, and community. My name is Tamisha Darling Roberson. I am the president of the Pinellas County Association of Realtors, called PCAR, a local board of the National Association of Real Estate Brokers. On behalf of myself and our members, we thank you for this recognition. We receive this proclamation with gratitude, but also with understanding, because this moment represents more than today. It reflects legacy. NARAB was founded in 1947 out of necessity. And since then, realtors have remained committed to expanding access to home ownership and advancing what we call democracy in housing. This mission is still very real today. And for me, this work is personal. I was raised in this city. My ties run 5 generations now deep. So I don't just care about housing. I care about who has access to it and what it means for families right here at home. Through PCAR, we are in the community every day, educating, advocating, and helping people move from credit to keys, not for recognition, but because the need is real. Because housing is more than a transaction. It's how families build generational wealth, creating stability today that carries forward for decades. Through our alignment with NARAB and our MOU partnership with the African American Mayors Association, we are part of a national movement. And it's powerful to see that same commitment reflected here in my city, the city that I love. So we accept this proclamation with appreciation and with continued commitment. Committed to the work, committed to the people, and committed to making sure this city grows with every family who built it. 5 generations brought me here, and we're making sure the next 5 have a place to stay. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council. Dr. Avery Sliker, Housing Community Development, and I cannot follow that up. I'm sorry. But on behalf of the department and on the 2026 Fair Housing Symposium Planning Committee, we do express our sincere appreciation to you all for your unwavering support, your advocacy. All of this is essential to us to advance fair housing practices across our city. Through our work, we are strengthening neighborhoods and expanding opportunities. I thank our fellow city departments who help us each and every day. I especially give great gratitude to the staff who every single day use their professionalism, diligence, and ongoing efforts to uphold all of these principles in their daily work. I thank our community partners so very much for helping us spread this word. All of this commitment from the council to the staff throughout the community plays a vital role in making a very meaningful purpose of ensuring that we have access to not free, but safe and affordable fair housing standards. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everyone for coming out today, and thank you, Amy and the entire team, for the proclamation. Looking forward to joining you all at the symposium next week, and I just want to thank NARAB and the members of the Pinellas County Association of Realtors for your advocacy. It does not go unnoticed, and I have, in my other life as a real estate broker myself, I do have a member in my organization that is part of NARAB as well, and I'm very familiar with the work that you all do every single day, the legacy that you leave to fight for fair and affordable housing for, to your point, Tamisha, generations to come. And that is critical to making sure that St. Petersburg remains a vibrant place to live. And so I just want to thank each and every one of you, from one realtor to realtist. And thank you all for continuing to keep up that fight. It takes all of us to continue to move forward, remembering history, but making sure that we have a vibrant path ahead of us. So thank you all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this forward, and for everyone who joined us to celebrate this together. And not just to celebrate what's been done and how far we've come, but also to remind ourselves that we're in this together, to link arms and keep moving things forward. When I was contacted about PCAR and trying to make sure that they were included in today's proclamation, I had a chance to look into the history of the organization and what it really means. And it just made me so proud to know some of the people who have been rolling up their sleeves and doing the work as part of the organization. So wanted to take the moment to also thank you for all that you do and for all of the inspiration that you're spreading out there for others, not just to move towards home ownership, but to look into this opportunity as a career possibility and how they can be what they see. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Schuyler. Amy and your team, you always do wonderful work. Thank you. Next up, we have D2, Arbor Day Proclamation. And I believe Barbara Stahlberg is going to be reading the proclamation. Hi, Barbara.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having us.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to take an opportunity to recognize some of our tree superstars in the department. Managers Adul Yates, Lynn Gordon, and Taylor Thornton. So with our upcoming Green Thumb Festival, Adul and Lynn have really taken a lead role on planning this event, which is a huge event. It takes all year to prepare for, and they have put countless hours into it. So thank you to them. And also to Taylor Thornton, who plants the majority of trees that you see going on in our parks. She oversees the horticulture department and forestry. So thank you to Taylor for being such an ambassador for our tree canopy. She does a great job. So whereas trees enhance the quality of life by cleansing air and water, providing critical shade, and serving as a natural and vital habitat for a variety of birds and foraging fauna. And whereas trees help moderate temperatures by creating a cooling effect, which can counteract the heating effect of pavement and buildings in an urban environment. And whereas trees promote social, economic, and environmental health by capturing and slowing stormwater runoff, filtering air pollution, reducing nutrient loading in water systems, and flooding of neighborhoods, and contributing to the character and aesthetic beauty of neighborhoods and business districts. And whereas the City of St. Petersburg wishes to create awareness and appreciation for trees among all the residents in its community. Whereas Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas the City of St. Petersburg supports the concept of Arbor Day and wishes to enhance its tree resources through commemorative plantings on an annual basis. And whereas the City of St. Petersburg supports being designated a green city through programming to conserve water, plant trees, preserve estuaries and sensitive lands, provide earth-friendly recycling programs, and the city's initiative to reduce its carbon footprint. Now, therefore, I, Barbara Stahlberg, on behalf of Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg, Florida, do hereby recognize the observation of Arbor Day through our annual Green Thumb Festival held on the 4th weekend of April, and encourage all residents to join us in this observance.
I just want to take a quick minute and thank Barb Stahlberg for all of her hard work. She thanked everybody else. She is one of the few arborists that we have in the city, and she does an amazing job of protecting our trees, making sure that we're planting the right trees in the right spot. She works day in, day out to make sure that we're continuing to have our canopy. She does have the responsibility of removing those trees when a storm rolls through, and so she does that with grace as well. But Barb is absolutely fantastic, and I wanted to make sure that she got recognized as well. I will say it before Councilmember Gertis says this, but we are in the West Side with Green Thumb. I happen to live in the West Side these days, so it is the best side. So we'll go with that. So, I'm getting some eyeballs. I'm losing some friends on the dais. So. But again, we are so excited about Green Thumb. It is one of the events that is all hands on deck. You're looking at the leadership of Green Thumb, but almost all of our staff work Green Thumb. We have something for children, for adults, for seniors. There are many departments that are involved in Green Thumb. If I started to name some of them, I will miss some of the others. But I think, Administrator Gertis, I think every department is there represented. So it really is an amazing event. Plant people are good people, and they are fun to be around. And we look forward to welcoming you to Walter Fuller for Green Thumb. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the entire team. We do this proclamation every year, and I always say I actually think it should be called Green Thumb Festival Proclamation, right? Because that really is our celebration of Arbor Day and being Tree City, USA. So I think that, it's kind of apropos that today in our HERS committee this morning, it was all about trees. And so just want to thank you because you weren't there for any of those presentations this morning because those were specific to a different department. But I think that it's important for all residents to understand how many different departments focus on our tree canopy, how many different people within the city that is part of their DNA, and everything that we do to make sure that we are promoting trees, planting trees, protecting trees. And so we missed you this morning, but we're glad to see you here today and really just wanted to shine a light on the number of people within the city who really take our trees and our Tree City USA designation to heart. So thank you for everything that you do, and I look forward to being there with you on the Green Thumb Festival. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you for the proclamation. I'm so glad that you were able to read it. That makes it extra special because I know just how passionate you are about this topic, and I know how much you've done in the last few years to bring a focus on trees in our parks, honestly, like we haven't seen before. And I just appreciate you so much. And Abdul, the rest, everybody, you are just an amazing team when it comes to this and just in taking care of our parks overall. We're so fortunate to have you all here. I do wish that we had this as part of our discussion this morning in HERS. I know, yes, that is from a different department, but we don't operate in silos. I just want to make it clear that, Maven from OSR, Stormwater, everybody truly works together with that common goal of increasing our tree canopy. And I love seeing how it's not so much, it's this department or that department. It's, here's what we can do in our department. Here's what we can do over here. It's about how we can and not whose job it is. But the work that you do really just stands head and shoulders above any other city around. They've got to be so jealous of us. And what you all have done to recover our parks since the storms is nothing short of miraculous. So you're all my heroes. I cannot wait to see you at the Green Thumb Festival. It gets better every year. I'm bringing my own wagon this time, so I don't have to wait my turn to borrow one. Oh yeah, it's on.
I was going to ask if you had a budget this year, Councilmember, because I know that you buy a ton. You almost buy us out.
And I gave up buying plants for Lent, so it's time to make up for all that. Yeah, I'm saving it all for Green Thumb, so get ready. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just picturing on the 39th day of Lent, Councilmember Driscoll itching to get to Home Depot. Councilmember Driscoll, I'm really glad you brought up after the storms.
Yeah.
I think I've had this conversation with Mike where having the largest debris site that we had kind of in my backyard, watching all of the branches and debris come in truck by truck, and understanding that yes, we were doing such good work clearing, but knowing what work it was going to get back because of everything we lost. You know, when you heard me as chair last year talk about the 2.1 million cubic yards, you know, a lot of that was tree canopy. And I'm just so thankful for the work that's already completed in just a year after that. Not just getting it all out, because I know that's what we talk about a lot, but working our way back towards getting back to our tree canopy back to where it was pre-storm. And so I'm very thankful for Councilmember Driscoll to bring that up, because I think it's really important not to just talk about, you know, the 90 days and all that, but now a year later, all the work that's gone in to getting it back and all the dedication that's taken, not over just 90 days, but 18 months. And so I'm just so thankful for all of that work. So thank you. What I really wanted to talk about was I'm obviously super selfish about the Green Thumb Festival, but I'm just so thankful because when I walk the Green Thumb Festival, it is one of those times where you see just this wide swath of our city come together, all ages from all across the city, just happy, all because of plants. And, you know, and it just tells you like how passionate people are, not only about getting together as a city, right, but celebrating what I think makes St. Pete so special, which is being able to celebrate something. You know, I say it's simple. It's not. It's so complicated because it's part of our ecosystem, and it's part of what part of what makes St. Pete special. But just the ability to walk through, and whether it's a flower or whether it's a cactus or whether I'm going to run out of names because I'm not good at it. That's what the arborists are for. But like all birds, I mean, all of the things that we do at Green Thumb, it's just such a celebration, and we're so blessed that we have teams willing to put that type of investment in to make sure something like that happens for our city. And so I'm just so thankful for all the work. And Mike, thank you for bringing up that it's a year around. We talk about it year-round. And I'm just so thankful and so pleased to the whole department, leadership down. Please give all of our thanks for all the work. And we'll be out there celebrating with you. I was going to talk about Councilmember Driscoll's wagon, and so I'm happy to hear it'll be making an appearance again in District 1. If you need a map on how to get there, Councilmember Driscoll, a reminder, I'm happy to provide one. But thank you so much for all the work, and can't wait to celebrate with you in a couple weeks. I was going to do it at announcements, but happy we can talk about it. Thank you so much. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, my colleagues have said everything, but I have to say there has to be some data how much the festival has grown, because I remember going to that festival when I first got to the city 20 years ago. And right, I'm just curious at some point, Mike, because the growth has been incredible.
It absolutely has been incredible, and I will tell you that there are some vendors and some folks that aren't happy with us because they don't get in. I mean, we are at the place. We're at the place now where we're at capacity, and there is a mad rush to get in, and we constantly hear from vendors that, well, we want to get in, we want to be part of it, and we have limited space, and we want to make sure that we're respecting the park and we're respecting the neighborhoods as best we can. So it's a balancing act, but it's definitely an event that's at capacity, both vendors and spectators and participants. So it's a success story, and it has absolutely grown.
Yeah.
We appreciate the patience from the residents that are around Walter Fuller, because it's an impact. It's definitely an impact, and we don't take that lightly. We do our best to be good neighbors, and we look for ways to work with Pinellas County schools and churches for parking. But you're exactly right. This festival has grown and is just unbelievable. We get calls regularly from folks that want to emulate it in their city, And it's kind of a special event and a special time. So we appreciate all of your support. You all, each and every one of you, have been nothing but supportive of this event and our department, and that absolutely is appreciated, and we're so thankful for that.
Thank you. And I also, the other thing I wanted to touch upon was the storms. Great job, obviously, with the trees and all the debris. Barbara, we met, and the first time we met, we talked about trees because that's what your role was, and I was the neighborhood president. So I'm happy that you're part of this endeavor, with your background, because, the saying goes, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. And back then they were planting laurel oaks. And now we just know much better, right?
And it's an opportunity. So as devastating as it was to lose the number of trees we did in those storms, it actually created an opportunity to replace those trees with more diversity.
Yes.
And with a new generation. And it's always very healthy in any urban environment to have generational trees. So it is an opportunity as well.
I'm glad you said that, because that's extremely important. A lot of people don't understand that, and that's just much better for our city, our environment, just the canopy, the whole thing. If there's disease, all the things. So good to hear. Well, thank you, and it's great to see your smiling faces. Okay. Next up, we have E1, new ordinances, setting May 14th, 2026 as a public hearing date for an ordinance approving amendments to City Code Chapter 6, Aviation, updating terminology and regulations to comply with federal and state law. Clerk, if you could please read the ordinance.
Proposed ordinance number 635H, an ordinance of the City of St. Petersburg, amending City Code Chapter 6, Aviation, updating terminology and regulations to comply with federal and state law, creating consistency with primary management and compliance documents and the Albert Woodard Master Plan, providing for severability and providing an effective date. The public hearing for this item is on May 14, 2026, and we do not have any cards.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item E1 passes unanimously with Councilmember Floyd being absent.
Thank you. And next up, we have E2. Clerk, if you can read that ordinance.
Proposed ordinance number 634H. An ordinance in accordance with section 1.02 subsection C5B, St. Petersburg City Charter, authorizing the Public Transportation Grant Agreement, PTGA, and the grant assurances, which are attached to the PTGA, to be executed by the city as a requirement for receipt of a Florida Department of Transportation FDOT grant for the design phase of the Taxiway A Rehabilitation Project 21266 at the Albert Woodard Airport, authorizing such encumbrances or restrictions not to exceed 20 years from the effective date of the PTGA, authorizing the mayor or his designee to accept the grant in the amount of $9,600, authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute all documents necessary to effectuate this ordinance and providing an effective date and providing for expiration. And the public hearing for this item is also on May 14th, 2026, and we do not have any cards.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Sorry. Okay. Seeing that all council members that are present have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item E2 passes unanimously with Councilmember Floyd being absent.
Thank you. Next up, we have I1, and you're not Ken.
I'm not Ken. That could be good or bad, depending on how you want to think. Council, Madam Chair. In fact, I was going to say, Madam Chair, last time I saw you, we were both surrounded by police officers. I'll let everybody else ponder that. I'm here covering for Ken McCollum, who's dealing with a personal issue. Settlement regarding Charlotte Heft versus the City of St. Petersburg. You may recall Mr. McCollum, I believe, sent a memo around. The garbage truck ran a red light, struck a vehicle. Ms. Heft suffered a fracture. We could settle the case for $125,000. I independently reviewed the file as well. I completely agree with Ken's assessment of it, and so I would recommend that we, in fact, approve the settlement.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item I1 passes unanimously with Councilmember Floyd being absent.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Next up, we have reports. We have F1, a resolution accepting the 13th Street Heights Neighborhood Plan. Hi, Kaylee.
All right, good afternoon, Council. Here today to talk about the 13th Street Heights Neighborhood Plan. I know we were just together talking about Palmetto Park, so today's PowerPoint might seem a little familiar. Okay, so starting off by talking about some of the benefits of conducting a neighborhood plan. Again, these things not only help us identify residents' priorities, but they also give us a chance to get out in the community and talk with our citizens about existing programs. And then we can take some of their feedback back and know what kind of projects we should be funding as we discuss our annual budget priorities. This neighborhood plan was completed as part of the Neighborhood Planning Program, or NPP. This is a CRA program created back in 2022 to help neighborhoods reduce blight, preserve their identity, balance their growth with long-term stability, and improve public infrastructure. And within the NPP, there are 3 separate funding opportunities. The first is for neighborhood planning, so that's what allowed us to hire a consultant. This plan utilized Kimley Horn and Associates. And then there's also 2 buckets for funding, one for project implementation and another for traffic plan implementation. And we'll talk at the end of the PowerPoint about some of the things that those funding mechanisms could pay for. Community input is obviously very important. When we're writing a neighborhood plan, we want to make sure we capture all the voices of every resident in the community. So to that end, the consultant, along with the Neighborhood Relations Department, completed a variety of different outreach methods, including neighborhood walk and talks, a community survey that was online and available as a hard copy at community events. There was an interactive mapping tool on a project website, and we utilized postcards, door hangers, flyers, and even street signs to help get people out to these meetings. And then we also hosted 2 community workshops this past January. So when I took this position, I met with the president of 13th Street Heights, and he expressed some frustration and just wasn't that happy with the outcome of the plan based on the work that the consultant had done. Felt like not every voice had been heard and that the neighborhood needed a little bit more time to come to the table and really evaluate the recommendations before the plan was finalized. So we scheduled these 2 workshops in January to do exactly that. And the neighborhood is much more happy with the finalized plan as you see it today. Here's a look at the timeline of events for those outreach initiatives I just discussed. Neighborhood meetings starting back in February of 2025, the 2 neighborhood workshop dates in January, and then the bottom 3 bullets are our approval schedule. So I will go ahead and talk about the CAC. We went to the CAC on April 7th, but they did not have quorum. So that's why you have a new resolution on the dais in front of you today. It just has the line that we had in there previously about CAC approval removed. And my understanding from legal, correct me if I'm wrong, is that doesn't impact your ability to approve the plan today, but we will have to go back to the CAC sometime this summer before we can use any CRA funding. Okay, so before we get into plan recommendations, I wanted to just kind of give you a look at the neighborhood. So this map really highlights 13th Street's location within the South St. Pete CRA and its proximity to a lot of other landmarks. So the Gas Plant District, 22nd Street South Business District, and Deuces Live. I also wanted to touch on some of the neighborhood demographics. So in the past 10 years, there's been some pretty significant investment in this neighborhood, which has led to some demographic and cultural shifts. So compared to the city overall, 13th Street Heights residents are younger, more diverse, and earn nearly half the income as the city's average household income. So stats like these not only highlight the need for economic opportunity, job growth, and income advancement, but also the fact that we need to ensure we're bringing long-standing residents and new residents to the table when we're working on initiatives like this. So a brief look at the community engagement summary that was conducted with the consultant. These 6 things were identified as the greatest strengths of the neighborhood. So residents reported liking the sense of community and culture, the parks, playgrounds, and community centers, schools, volunteerism, gathering spaces and proximity to downtown, and places of worship. And then these 6 things were identified as the greatest challenges in the neighborhood. So accessibility to grocery stores and affordable food options, safety and crime, transportation, housing, and accessibility to services and job opportunities. Okay, so getting into some of the recommendations that we worked kind of hand in hand with the neighborhood to tweak based on the consultant's initial ideas. Residents said that they would like to see improved tree coverage and landscaped medians throughout the neighborhood. They'd like to enhance their neighborhood signage. Right now they only have 2 welcome signs, and so they'd like to do a little bit more placemaking, and we can likely pay for that through our neighborhood partnership grant. They'd also like to work with the city and the neighborhood association to continue to provide education on proper waste disposal and the code enforcement process, and encourage the development of vacant lots throughout the neighborhood for green space, recreational uses, businesses, housing, or other mixed use. In the Parks, Green Space, and Community Spaces domain, residents had some recommendations for Silver Lake Park that are pretty simple and we can likely do pretty quickly. So they'd like some trash cans with lids so litter doesn't fly around when the wind picks up. Some cleaning and repairs to the existing gazebo and water fountain, and then potentially adding some additional seating, shade, or pedestrian scale lighting. There's also some flooding concerns in the front of the park. And then, as you all know, the Davis Johnson Community Project will be huge for this neighborhood. So that the neighborhood was very involved in the community input sessions for that project, and I believe the project is in design right now. And then finally, in this category, they'd like to increase education and outreach efforts about existing city housing and renter support services. In the transportation and mobility domain, residents would like to see potholes filled and paved alleys throughout the neighborhood where feasible. They'd like the city to continue their partnership with PSTA to improve bus stop locations, seating, shelters, and shade, and then implementing a lot of the improvements that we've already identified, either through the South St. Pete CRA Mobility Plan, Complete Streets Implementation Plan, or the forthcoming Sidewalk Master Plan. And then our last slide here of strategies for community redevelopment and safety. Residents would like to see some grants for local businesses to help improve building facades, expanded opportunities for skill building, trade schools, education, and networking. The Neighborhood Association is working to continue to engage those new and longstanding residents. They'd like to grow and maintain fruit trees and improve local food options and awareness. And then for safety, request additional park walks and talks and expand the awareness and use of the Eagle Eye program. So I won't go through these next 2 slides line by line, but these were presented and discussed at the CAC meeting as well as the CPPC meeting, which was earlier this week. But these just kind of show some of the recommended actions from this plan and their alignment with the South St. Pete CRA plan and comprehensive plan. And so with your approval today, as I mentioned, we'll have to go back to the CAC this summer before we can utilize any CRA funding. But once that's official, we can start talking about prioritizing some of these projects based on the neighborhood's feedback and getting some of these projects into the implementation phase. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kaylee, thank you for the presentation. I know you mentioned that CPPC was earlier this week, so that 2 days ago obviously wouldn't be a part of our backup. Can you give us any feedback or that they had? Did they provide any feedback?
There were a couple comments. It was generally positive. Nothing specific, really.
Okay. I just, obviously, having been on that commission, rely pretty heavily on their feedback, so just wanted to double check. And again, like, I know in the past I've talked about CPPC backup, but it was 2 days ago. I'm not worried about that part. I just was wondering if there was any overarching themes.
The really only feedback they provided was that they were happy with the time of resident engagement meetings and that kind of thing. It was more focused on the resident engagement
Awesome.
component.
Thank you very much. That's actually the only thing I was going to bring up. Thank you very much for seeing the opportunity to re-engage the neighborhood in a different way. When I hear that, I love seeing that. That means we're being nimble enough to make changes in the process that allow us to do that. And so I'm just very thankful for that. But otherwise, very excited to move this forward, and I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Do we have anyone from the neighborhood here at the meeting today? I know it's the middle of the day.
Invite them, but I don't think that anyone is here.
Yeah, it's hard. But I know that they will watch this later, and I hope that what they see is a city council and a city staff that fully supports the work that they're doing. This is a neighborhood that the neighborhood association itself has been building for quite some time, and to be able to do this plan is a huge achievement for the neighborhood. I applaud how thoughtful they were as they went about doing this, and I hope that they continue to see support as we start moving through budget and what those capital needs might be, what the funding is that's needed. But there were a lot of things on here that that really don't cost extra money, or maybe just a little bit, that can really make a difference. If you go back to on slide 9, when you did the community engagement summary, the second, 49% of the residents listed safety and crime as one of their top challenges, as one of the neighborhood's top challenges. And then a little bit later, when you talk about solutions, requesting additional park walk and talks, expanding awareness and use of the Eagle Eye program, which is a personal favorite of mine, has the police department, has the CSO, and the others, you know, in the District 1 realm, have they stepped up and said, we can help with this part? My point is, there are things that we can start doing right now, and they don't have to wait for the next budget year or anything like that. I mean, and I'm just using, I'm using PD as a great example, because they're always there and engaged, including our wonderful Chief Holloway.
I think you were seen, Chief.
Well, while Chief Holloway is coming up, Councilmember, I will just mention that I happen to have been on a number of emails before Kaylee's tenure with the Neighborhood Association and their CSO, as well as others in the police department. And so I know they've been very engaged. And they've even come to some breakfast with the mayor that Chief and his representatives participated in around violence, and talked about solutions. So I know that they're a part of the solution, but since Chief is here, I'll let him speak to it.
Yeah, hi Chief, thank you so much for being here.
I'll just continue add on what Director Falls said. Yeah, we'll be more than happy to engage with more park walk and talks. And again, the CSOs are out there, and we'll make sure that we continue to do those. The Eagle Eye program, the initiative that you started, continues to grow. And as we have more contracts with one of our vendors, we're going to be introducing more where we can look at more camera footage when people give us access to those.
Oh, that's great. That's great. I know that's been a big part of solving some of the crimes that have happened throughout different neighborhoods. And you can combine the two, like we've done in some of the other neighborhoods in my district, I'm sure elsewhere too, where you have sort of a community park walk and talk with residents, and we have those eagle-eyed info door hangers. So it's a canvassing with the police and the residents together. So it's like a special edition PWT.
Sure, I'll check with the district commander today and see where we are with that, make sure we increase more.
Yeah, and if you do something, I always love joining in if I can. So I'd love to do that. I just know from talking to some of the residents that public safety and just feeling safe when you're in your neighborhood is extremely important. And you've got the best people right there in that area working on that and engaging with the community, and I appreciate that so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
What is, okay, so Didn't the 13th Street Heights Neighborhood Association win one of the Mayor's Neighborhood Awards this year?
They did. I believe they were Neighborhood of the Year.
Yes. And we hadn't even approved this yet. So look, I mean, overachievers. It's just fantastic, and I'm so proud. And their president is the vice president of Kona this year. I mean, they've just got it going on, right?
They've been great to work with.
Yeah, and they say the same about you. And I wanted to take a moment to thank you for all of the work that you're doing with our neighborhoods. I'm hearing nothing but positive, just extremely positive feedback on the work that you're doing with our neighborhoods. So thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for all your hard work on this, Kaylee. I appreciate it. I think Councilmember Driscoll was looking at my notes, excuse me. One of the things that I was going to bring up was code enforcement and then also police, because again, I think there's ways for us to work together. How do we work smarter, not harder? So I want to talk specifically about Silver Lake Park. Because I know that's a perfect public gathering place, and they can do more there than what they're doing, but a lot of complaints have arisen as far as the conditions of the park, safety concerns, that sort of thing. So I see that was one of the number 2 strengths that was listed in the presentation, was their parks. So how do we plan beyond just beautification to make that park a place where this neighborhood can start hosting more public gatherings?
Yeah, the neighborhood did say they think some lighting, additional lighting in the park would go a long way towards the safety concerns. And then just having like the additional police presence in the neighborhood, I think would be helpful. But no other specific suggestions.
Good afternoon, Council. The only thing that I would add to that, Councilmember Givens, is, similar to something I think you brought to our attention recently, or even from a codes compliance standpoint, we can look at the immediate area around there and see if there's any issues that we can address, use that education assistance to go out, touch base with those residents, let them know that these are code violations, how that can impact the surrounding neighborhood, and really work with them on getting those resolved. So that way that gathering place becomes, a better place for everybody to be, so.
Thank you for that, Joe. I appreciate it. And then lastly, I think it's the community liaisons. Do I have the correct title? How do they fit into this plan? Because I feel like there's a lot of benefits from both the position and also where this plan is going to take this neighborhood. But I want to see if there's a way for perhaps these liaisons to help fill some of the gaps so that way we don't fall back to where we were before.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. So there was a few slides or a few bullet points in there about the education opportunities. So to me, that's where I see the liaisons really kind of stepping up and filling in the gaps. So they are planning, as we continue to evolve their positions, to carry resources about all of the city programs in their trucks. We're rebranding the trucks so people know to flag them down, ask them any questions like that. So when they're out in the neighborhood, they'll be educated about all of our programs. So whether it's code enforcement, housing, whatever someone else might need, they'll be able to provide a phone number and at least some initial information about those programs.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item F1 passes unanimously with Councilmember Floyd being absent.
Well, thank you, Kaylee, and congratulations to the 13th Street Heights neighborhood. You got a plan. Okay, next up, we have F3, which is Parent Protect. Councilmember Gabbard, I believe this was your item.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Very happy to bring this item forward to everyone today. This is really an awareness campaign, and so it was important to kind of bring it here to all of you and start here because the power of partnerships with the city being a key player in the success of this program, really wanted to help JWB get the word out. So I'm going to just give you a quick history lesson as to how we got here today. So back in September, October or so, Miss Becca Gross-Teeter reached out to me and had kind of a shared concern over, as moms with kids in our public school system, about how we could work together collaboratively to keep our kids safe online. She's going to talk about, a lot of the issues, but specifically as it relates to human trafficking and how, people have all of these predatory practices for our kids online, and how scary that online world is, and how little control oftentimes parents have over that sort of exposure. And so, kind of fast forward, we talked a little bit and we decided to reach out to the chief and bring him on board, because all of his work in combating human trafficking specifically, we wanted to make sure we were having some cohesive conversation. Fast forward to where we are today. In a very short period of time, the JWB was able to partner and bring forward this program, which they have rolled out to our public schools. And I want to recognize that in the audience today, we do have a couple, I think one member at least of the Juvenile Welfare Board. And also we're joined by the St. Pete Chamber, because the business community is a very important partner in this as well. And so we're coming to you together with this idea that's already been implemented in the schools, really looking for your help and your awareness. And so with that, would love to go ahead and introduce Rebecca Gross-Teeter and Rebecca Albert with the Juvenile Welfare Board to teach us all about Parent Protect and how we as the city can be a partner in getting the word out.
Man, and I thought the Arbor Day stuff with the tree festival was going to be the highlight, but Brandy, you nailed it. Thank you. As the Honorable Councilwoman Gabbard said, I am Becca Gross-Teeter, and the other part of R Squared is Becky Albert, and we are honored to be here. And I got to say, I mean, I'm a bit of a governmental nerd, but I have had a blast. Thank you for a wonderful meeting. Why is this a priority for JWB? Well, obviously, we're focused on youth and families, but we were trying to address two problems. Number one, life is hard, right? Everybody needs a little more breathing room, and technology moves so quickly. We wanted to be able to get something that subject matter experts told us was going to make life easier and better for all of our neighbors. I like it. So the schools, all the smart people who have a lot more degrees than I do, sat with it and said, this is exactly what we've been looking for. And I was like, all right. Problem number two, as was referenced, the city of Clearwater years ago, about a decade or so ago, had won all these incredible awards for their efforts in fighting human trafficking. And we hear about it, but I didn't know of any local solutions. But I did know one of the brilliant minds who, from my city, you were right to take him from us, the honorable and remarkable Chief Holloway. So I had reached out to Councilwoman Gabbard and I said, will you tell me, or would you kindly try to get me with your honorable chief to say, can I kill two birds with one stone? And what he said we needed was exactly what this was. And he kindly, with limited bandwidth, had his officers investigate to make sure it would be a valuable product, because that is not my expertise. And so we were delighted to be able to say, we negotiated so every household, there's no limits. Every household in Pinellas County has access to this. There is no cost. Every household. If you have a zip code in Pinellas County where you live or work, we want you to access it. And that's one of the things we're most excited about, is that there are no limits on this.
Thanks, Becca. So really what we would like for you to do is help us spread the word, because this resource is available to all parents and caregivers throughout Pinellas County. Why is this important? Well, heading into the months of summer, we know that kids are out of school. They're going to be spending more time on screens. We also know that kids are gaining access to technology and devices at an earlier age. So really we're trying to offer a resource to parents and caregivers to make it easier for them to keep their kids safe online. We had heard for many years that it's just too much to keep up with the changing climate of technology. I can't possibly monitor everything my child is doing. Well, here's a resource that actually is working and helping not only parents but grandparents too. And I want to share a nice little short email that we received from a grandmother who said, "I just want to say thank you. I'm a great grandma, and keeping up with technology can be hard for a lady 72 years young." It's simple to sign up, and really that's where we need some support, because we can talk about this all day long, but when we walk away, it's one more thing for people to do. But you should have a postcard in front of you. We have many different varieties of them, so depending on the audience that you're serving, we can hopefully meet that need and make it relevant to the area that you're serving. But help people get signed up. It's simple. Scan the QR code, visit the website, and once you're in the platform, you realize this is useful. From Snapchat to TikTok to, we know locally that the topics that people are searching for the most is how to parent differently in a world filled with technology, how to keep my child safe online from cyberbullying, TikTok, Snapchat, and Roblox. So gaming platforms, social platforms, all of the things where kids can become victim to predators.
And one of the things that we really love about this relationship with Parent Protect is it's very symbiotic. So if you are hearing from your constituents a concern, they address those in real time. So when we find there's a new fill in the blank, we reach out and communicate with them because they want to meet our needs as a community in real time. And that to me is just a wonderful partnership. Additionally, they previously were only speaking really to children 6 to 16, and they've been working with the Juvenile Welfare Board to integrate even earlier. So again, it is very symbiotic, and it's very St. Pete, if I can say so, as a non-resident but super fan.
So ultimately, we're working to bridge the gap between the knowledge that children have with technology and helping someone like myself, or I hate to say the older generation, but keeping us in tune with the ever-changing climate. Technology changes so quickly, and this company, Parent Protect, is actually keeping up. So if you have a subscription and you log in, you can see the updates that they're making in real time. You know when they update the material, and they're really keeping pace with the technology companies. I think we've covered a lot of it.
I mean, I feel like we tried to be efficient and respectful of these fine people's time.
Absolutely.
And just for the people who are concerned, but what about my business? You give away very little personal identifying information. We don't have access to it. All we do have access to is, and I'm going to give a little drum roll here so you can see how successful this has been in our first quarter since we kicked this off in December. Becky, what do our numbers look like?
We're at 900 subscribers so far, and really with this rollout in December, we're seeing some progress, but really we need more people to sign up for it because it's actually working.
And you have our commitment to show up, whatever you need. We want to be your partner in making sure that this is the best place to live, love, and grow. So, what questions might we be able to answer?
Oh.
And maybe get a tree.
Councilmember Givens.
Thank you so much, Becky and Becca. I
Yeah,
think
you
I got it right. So great to see you both. And thank you to the Juvenile Welfare Board, Melissa, and the rest of the group for what you're doing. I appreciate Mike and his team. I do have a question as far as outreach, because you said you're looking for more people to sign up, more subscribers. What is your outreach? What's your marketing look like? How are you trying to get people to enroll?
Well, it sounds like we missed an opportunity at the Green Thumb, but maybe we can get there next year. We do a lot of outreach throughout Pinellas County. So from neighborhood family centers to some of our out of school time programs. I know there's several here, Walter Fuller being one of them, TASCO programs. We're in the community doing Grand Families events, and we have one of those in North, Mid, and South County. We're bringing computers and we're helping people to get signed up in real time because that's what we find is most effective.
We're also doing outreach with scouting organizations, PTAs, any kind of parent-based group or caregiver or concerned citizen, right? Like my father's a really engaged grandfather, and so he has interest. Plus that you can find things just how to protect your modems and give yourself more online security. But Becky is really the brains in this operation, and she oversees our Children's Mental Health Initiative. And just to give scope, how many events did y'all have last year?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot. I don't have the number in front of me, but yeah, we had close to 300, but that's, you know, in conjunction with our partners.
But we try to make all of these things available because the Juvenile Welfare Board is truly a benefit of residency in Pinellas County. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And in each of us, we have newsletters and other streams and methods to connect with constituents in St. Pete. So I certainly hope others will do what I'm going to do, which is share this with our neighborhood associations. You know, I'm even thinking about, you have groups like Family Support Services, the Children Home Network, even the Junior League, you know, and these groups, they focus specifically on educating parents, you know, with technology continuously transforming the way that it is, it's hard to stay in the loop and up to speed with things as it progresses. So thank you all so much for making sure that our children remain safe. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation and all the work. I was able to get, and Councilmember Gabbard, thank you for bringing this forward. I was able to get a little bit of a sneak peek the week before Parent ProTech was announced. And so I just want to say, just from being the father of a 8-year-old and a 7-year-old, this is certainly a gap that needed to be filled. My wife constantly asks me, how do we fix XYZ in our kids on iPads and televisions in a world that are completely connected pretty much at all times? And, you know, you're always very hypersensitive to what they're trying to do and what they're trying to accomplish, and frankly, what somebody else is trying to accomplish when your kids are online. And so we are constant Googlers of how to figure that out. And so this gave us the opportunity for one place to try to help navigate that. So I just wanted to say thank you from me, because we certainly experience this all the time. And I know at the end of it all, when my kids get through this learning how to deal with technology and all this, I know this will have helped us navigate that. So thank you so much. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation, and thank you for your passion for our children. Very, very important. And as a parent, just thank you for continuing to bring resources and guidance so that, you know, we can really protect our kids, because at the end of the day, that's our shared mission, right? And so we are coming up on summer. We are coming up on that time of year, as you mentioned, kids and, you know, more screen time. But it also gives us an opportunity because we have a lot more kids engaged with our rec centers. So I wanted to ask the administration, is it possible, if JWB gets us enough of these, that these could go into all of our rec centers where we have summer programming? Because this would be a really great way to get this information in front of those parents. My child has since aged out of our summer programming, but I know, you know, in those summer months, I relied a lot on our rec centers for information, activities. So if we could get enough of these, could we get these all in the rec centers this summer?
Yeah, we'd certainly be happy to do that. Let me
Yeah.
talk to the team, the communications team, just make sure that there's
Yeah.
no issues with that. But
Perfect.
That would be fantastic.
Okay, great. Thank you. And yeah.
And if you'd care for them in a digital format, or if with the City of St. Petersburg's logo, because we're proud to be able to work with y'all, we will life is our favorite team sport, so let us know how we can
Yes,
can be of
digital
service.
format, if you could send all of that, that would be fantastic, because to Councilmember Gibbons' point, we all have newsletters, and the easier we can drop that stuff into our newsletters, the better off. The last thing, Madam Chair, is, I don't want to put you on the spot, Chief, but you were instrumental in all of this, and so I wanted to ask if you had anything that you wanted to add, because I don't know that this would have taken off without you, so.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for getting it together and thank these ladies behind, because again, once we came forward, we introduced it to the other police chiefs and the sheriffs, and as they said, we did a kickoff to this program. Just so you're aware, and the council is very supportive of, we still here at St. Petersburg average somewhere between 9 to 10 hits a week of child predators online. We have a unit dedicated just toward that called ICAT, Internet Crimes Against Children, and those detectives work on this all the time. This program, I told them, I'm not sure. That's why I asked the experts to take a look at it. This program is only going to work if parents get involved. Councilmember Gertz, I love what you said. If we were to get parents to take the time to look and see what their kids are doing, we could solve this problem. We don't let strangers into our home, but when you get this technology, you let strangers into your home every 5 seconds. So please be a parent, look at it. I'm sorry I'm preaching to you, but again, this was the best part of it, getting this program. Like I said, I wasn't really sure it was going to work, but after seeing it and talking to the other police chief, if parents sign up and get to go, it will work. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So first of all, thank you both for what you're doing, and for JWB. Melissa, thank you for taking the time out of your day to come here as a board member representing JWB. And thank you for the support of the city of St. Petersburg, because there are programs that we have that are supported by JWB. I sit on the Shirley Proctor Puller Foundation also, and you all support Shirley Proctor Puller. So you do so much great work, and this is fantastic. In another life, I was a prosecutor. I did child crimes. This was 16 years ago, this was happening. And I had a case where it was to catch a predator thing, where the police took over the computer because a child had made a relationship. And the number one threat online is online predators and the grooming that happens. And it's a building of trust with children, and they pretend that they're minors, and eventually that's how they get the kids, and parents don't understand that. And if that risk was there 16 years ago, I think it was an eye touch. Imagine now. And this was someone in Georgia who traveled to Florida to meet a minor. So you're exposing, like the chief said, not just to individuals here, all over. And I think it's incredible work, and I think it's true. Parents are the ones that need to get involved. So the outreach is great. Get us that digital information, and we'll get it out to our outlets. And hopefully, Chief, I don't know if they have it on the St. Pete Police website, but this could also be something that maybe they can also have as a resource. And the community service officers could share this at the neighborhood meetings, and I think that would also get the word out. So thank you all for being here. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Next up, we have F4. This was an item that I pulled for good news. This is the construction that's going to be happening on Beach Drive and North Shore Drive Northeast. It's going to be a huge water main replacement project, and part of the reason I pulled it is because the area, as you will see, is a very heavily trafficked area. A lot of people are going to be affected, and we may start getting calls, and it's important for everyone to know what's happening with this project. So thank you, Brajesh, for being here.
Good day, Council Chair and City Council, Brajesh Freeman, Engineering Capital Improvements Department, and thank you for making the time to attend these meetings. Your support in these meetings was astronomical with the amount of questions we were getting from the residents. And also thank you for bringing this forward as well. So this is such a major project for us because this is really a network. The Old Northeast and the entire water system is a network, interconnected, but the entire network feeds Old Northeast, and even within that community dates back to the 1950s and 1960s. So it's a mix of PVC, cast iron, and galvanized pipe, which at this point, due to its age and the environment which it's been exposed to, may be corrosive, may have resulted in corrosion, but also the pipes are approaching the end of their service life and in need of replacement. So this project is a continued commitment by the city for improving and replacing aging infrastructure. And this project is obviously located within the Old Northeast Neighborhood Association. This project will replace approximately 14,000 linear feet of pipe, 6-inch and 8-inch water main within the community itself. While the engineering department is administrating the project, we did conduct 2 public meetings, and we did have a decent turnout from residents, which we were grateful for. And we also did facilitate quite a bit of feedback through our questions and our website, as well as the telephone numbers. Now, this is the general location of the project. I am not really going to go into detail on this because we do have a project website that is gathering information and any feedback on the project itself. But as the council chair mentioned, it is along a major roadway section, which leads towards, and I'll touch a little bit on before I get into it, but really the project goals and the objectives. Improving water service reliability, capacity, and the operational efficiency of the system, while reducing the loss and risk of water main breaks or failures or service interruptions. Improving the fire service protection and maintaining that quality of drinking water supply. So what can we expect during construction? To be honest, the road in these sections are about 40 feet from curb to curb. 40 feet with major construction equipment, backhoes, it will have operational impact. So during the day, we expect construction between 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 a.m. really is where the contract is going to start staging. We don't anticipate lane closures at that time. We try to keep our lane closures to after the rush hour traffic and reopen lanes before the rush hour traffic. But again, this is just where residents may hear the beeping of the trucks because they're staging. They're getting ready to start working because we want them to start as soon as that rush hour is done. So there will be heavy equipment within the right-of-way during construction. We do not anticipate any service interruptions. Typically, water mains are constructed by constructing the new line, then we clean it, disinfect it, test it, get our clearances through our water department and then the Department of Health, DEP, before we can actually put in the service connections. So again, we build a new line parallel to the existing line where all the service connections will be. We have everything up to the point of the private property. We clean, disinfect, test everything. Once it clears, then we sequence our tie-ins and switch off from the old line to the new line, usually during times of low service or at times at night where there's low operational need. Those tie-ins come in very quickly. Usually it's not something that the residents could even tell that we just did that quick tie-off. Usually they'll probably, when they switch it on, they'll just get a little water hammer, but nothing significant. Now, the contractor will employ dust control measures during construction, and physical construction is expected to begin next month. Now, activities will primarily take place within the right-of-way. However, there will be times that we'll have to coordinate with a private property owner, and if we do have to do any work on the private property, we will coordinate any temporary construction easements if needed. Public access will be maintained at all times. Now, I just want to make it clear, we will have lane closures, which is different from public access. So there'll be pedestrian access. There may be some points we'll have to reduce lanes or shut lanes down during construction, not only for the worker safety, but for the general safety of the public. Public property owners and residents will be notified during construction and advance notice for service connections. So what does that mean? Typically, once we award the contract, we notify everyone within the corridor. This project is coming up. Now, once we do the pre-construction meeting with the contractor and we set that date, you're going to start work on this day, on this block. I'm going to treat this circle as the block. They're starting on this end, of the block, you get notices 7 days ahead of when we come to your block to start work. So they're constantly moving that way. So as we clear each segment, by the time we get down to Councilmember Driscoll, she may not get notice yet because we are not at that block, the 7-day notice. She got the notice that this project is coming, but she hasn't gotten the 7-day notice. So as I'm moving down each block section, 7 days in advance, you get that notice that we're going to be in the front of your block working. And that's how we continue on. Now, the other element as it relates to the construction sequencing on this, and I want to go to this section to really show you all, is it's a long section of roadway. It's not beneficial for us to finish these 2 blocks and then come and pave it, then do the next 2 blocks and come and pave it, because we're going to do the entire majority of the line and test it and put it before we put it in operation. We do not want to pave the road before we get the clearances from FDEP and the pressure testing that everything's good. Then we come back and pave the road. And when we pave it, we'll pave that entire section at one time. It's more cost effective and will be less impact on the community as well. So as we get started on construction, there will be lane shifts during construction. As I mentioned, most of this roadway section is about 40 feet in width. So it's not that wide when you really think about bringing a backhoe, a dump truck, staging pipe, and all that equipment. So as we start construction, we will do temporary closures. And again, we will coordinate that with the residents. During the day, we'll close a section. At night, it'll be reopened. All this has been discussed in the public meetings, and we've also coordinated with some of the major entities along the corridor, meaning some of the condos associations or some of the other type of facilities along the Vinoy and other multi-family or multi-residential units. So that way we have the specific points of contact that we need to coordinate with during construction. Now, this is the general information as far as what the public can reach out if they have any questions, but to the general public, they will be getting a notification letter once we award the contract. And that letter will have the city's point of contact that they can reach out to if they have any questions. On top of this, 7 days before construction, they'll have a door hanger which has that point of contact again. So thank you for this. This is going to be a very impactful project. These smaller projects, these projects within these smaller blocks and neighborhoods is always much more challenging. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate all the information you gave. I attended the meetings and they were well attended, and you have representatives also from the Vinoy and other businesses that are going to be affected. So your team did a great job. You did a great job, Rajesh, at handling the questions and also easing people's concerns about some of the impacts that they're going to have. So I'm glad that this is going forward. It's been many years. So with that, I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item F4 passes unanimously with Councilmember Floyd being absent.
Thank you. Next up, we have F5, and it's yours also, Rajesh.
Thank you, Council Chair and Council members. I'm here to give a update, and before I get started, I'll ask Councilmember Harding if there's anything, do you want to share about the project before I get started?
No, sir. I think you understand it about 100% better than me.
I know.
There's I'd go to 101 if I can. Thank you for your time with this.
No, I think council member is being very polite in the fact of the amount of time he's actually committed in understanding this project and also in supporting us in the public engagement processes, which we are grateful for. So that's really one of the first things I'll get started on, is that we've done a public meeting back in March 4, 2026 on this project, and it was, I would have liked to see a little bit more people there, but I think we'll continue our engagement process. This element, and this I think is one of the big benefits of alternative project delivery. So the project is approaching 60% design, and this GMP that we're bringing to you all today is really for those long lead items, the generators, the pumps, the box culverts, the HDPE pipes, the fittings, things that we know we are going to put in that's not going to change. By example, the pumps that are going to go into this pump station, each one of those pumps is about 10 feet tall. So the pumps are actually bigger than the pumps in the lift station 85 on capacity and size-wise. So this gives us the ability to maximize the ability, because this project is grant funded, so we can advance these purchases to use the grant funding as quickly as possible, and then also get the ability of leveraging tax savings through the owner direct purchases. While this is being done and we put in these orders, we're also working on the 60% design, which just completed, and we're moving towards 90% and permitting. So we could complete the design while these elements are being ordered, developed, manufactured, and being shipped to the site. By summer of 2026, we'll then be putting out the utility adjustment package for all the water lines, all the reclaim lines, or sanitary sewer lines that have to be adjusted within the project limits. And then following quickly with the GMP for the actual construction, at which point we will then start receiving all these long lead items that we've ordered. So that's how we can shave some time on the front end of these contracts, leverage tax savings, but also utilize the grant funding as part of it. We do plan another public meeting in the fall of 2026 before we actually start the heavy construction on the pump station. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Chair, thank you. Brajesh is underselling himself. The last item that we heard is replacement of pipes, critical to the infrastructure, harder than anything that I could ever imagine. But upkeep of what we already have. What Brajesh and his team have taken on this time will change lives. It will, by the time we're done, it'll eliminate the daytime flooding in at least a third, if not more, of Shore Acres. It will give life back to those that have to check the weather to see if they can get back to their house. It will never cause the LCC day school to have to call parents to tell them that they can't come to Carline because it's a king tide. This will change our community, and Brajesh, I think that, and it's the first time that we have done this, or utilized this technology, or utilized this level of engineering. And after successful, it'll be something that, according to Brajesh, we'll use in other parts of the city. But this one is different. This one isn't bringing us up to code. This one isn't replacing stuff that we have. This isn't re-engineering and making a system work better. This is literally changing the lives of folks who live in our community, because Mother Nature decided to act in a different way, which she will whenever she chooses to do. So I cannot thank you enough. My gratitude is underscored by how impressed I am with you and your team and what the city is capable of. So thank you very much, Brajesh, and with that I move approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item F5 passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, Brajesh, for joining us and giving us all this great news.
Thank you for the support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have F2, Advanced Metering Infrastructure Update. Hi, Claude.
Council Chair, Council, good morning, good afternoon, sorry about that.
Noon.
So yes, as promised at the last council meeting, we come with an update on the AMI process. We posted yesterday the notice for the public to see that we have received this unsolicited proposal, and to invite others who may want to submit their own proposal to do so within a 30-day period. And so we've kicked that off as of yesterday.
Okay. Well, that's great news. I think that was what we wanted to hear. So it doesn't seem like anyone has any questions for you, so I'm glad that we got this done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Next up, we have new business, G1, referral to HERS. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me flip my page real quick past my Post-it notes. Hold on one second. All right. So, before you have a respectfully requesting a referral to the Health, Energy, Resilience, and Sustainability Committee or other relevant committee for a presentation and discussion regarding the impact of House Bill 1217 on the Integrated Sustainability Action Plan. And I'll move approval, but I do want to give just a little bit of context. So this is what is affectionately known as the Net Zero Bill. And while this has not been signed by the governor yet, we do anticipate that it will be. And as a member of the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, this is something that they're looking very closely at. We received an update from their legal counsel at our Monday meeting, specific to really all of the work that the Planning Council does around resiliency, some grants that they have gotten from the federal government on net zero, and just knowing our ISAP plan so well, I know that there will be implications to the work that we are doing, some of our goals around purchasing electric vehicles and things like that. And so I think that, you know, even though it hasn't been signed yet, it's important to go ahead and get this in the hopper so that our team can go ahead and start looking at all of the implications from this massive preemption bill. So with that, I move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item G1 passes unanimously with Councilmember Floyd being absent.
Thank you. Next up, we have G2, Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is respectfully requesting City Council approval of a resolution that is attached supporting the development of the Water Resources Development Act and urging Congress to include dredging of canals in St. Petersburg for flood mitigation in the WRDA. And you do have a resolution here before you that we worked on with our legal team. I believe Jane is here if we have any questions for legal. And really, I just want to speak to the residents of District 2 and thank them for their continued advocacy. Since the storms of 2024, you have all heard me talk about the need for dredging of our canals. This is something that you all approved some initial funding some time back for us to start laying the groundwork. Unfortunately, we need our federal partners to help us with this. And, you know, that is a massive undertaking, specifically Army Corps of Engineers, and the list goes on as to kind of the steps we have to go through. So this being one that I think is important to kind of helping us show our support as a city towards this need. And I think even District 1, there's some issues with dredging out there, maybe also in District 3, District 5, District 6, across the city, really. And we cannot do this work alone. We need our federal partners to help us with this. And so I am urging that we pass this resolution today. So with that, I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members, Big Sam, Councilmember.
I've got a question, I'm sorry.
Oh, there you go, you're good. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item G2 passes unanimously with Councilmember Floyd being absent.
Thank you. Next up, we have council committee reports. We have H1, the April 9th, 2026 HLUT action item, and on behalf of Vice Chair Floyd, Committee Vice Chair Harding is going to present that.
Thank you, Chair. Respectfully requesting the administration move forward with a scope of work for Phase 2 of ULI Tampa Bay study of the historic gas plant site within the next 2 weeks and provide an email update to City Council.
Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask the administration, we're a week past when this was passed at HOUT. We're now a week away from when we wanted this to be moved forward. So can you just give us a quick update as we approve this item today?
Sure. So Mr. Corbett recently met again with Ms. Lowry and the Downtown Partnership to try and keep moving forward on a scope. We're waiting on ULI to respond to us still with that scope, and we're doing the best we can to move it forward.
Very good. I'll expect to probably speak with them for an update myself since I'm the one working on this item. So I'll continue to urge them to get back to you as well. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I move approval. Oh, was there already, would you move that as the one? Okay, because I was going to second if you already did it, so yes, I move approval.
Okay, Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this is probably a question for Councilmember Gabbard.
Yes.
And I watched this meeting and then went back to the transcript, and I'll just be very honest, I'm a little confused, and so I'm hoping you can help me, because to me it seemed like, and administration jump in as well, to me it seemed like we needed phase 1 in order to get a phase 2 scope, but maybe
Yeah, I understand.
if you could help clarify that to me, because
Yeah.
I don't have a problem moving forward in the process that's been laid out, but I don't want to leave things out in phase 2
Yes.
if we need phase 1 to be completed. That's my concern here.
Understood.
Yeah, so if just some clarity from whoever would be super helpful.
So phase 1 is the gathering of all of the information
Right.
that we already have, all these plans, all these studies, everything that's been done. The Downtown Partnership has volunteered to step forward and be the financial stewards of that, and so that is currently underway. Phase 2 is the one that we need the scope of work for, so that we can speak with legal to understand procurement. We won't know all of that until we have that scope of work. And so that is, really the request is that administration and ULI move forward on that scope of work. So then legal can weigh in, they can evaluate that, they can understand it. And all of that piece of it does take a little bit of time. Phase 1 will be working, the partnership will be our steward on that. We will be working on phase 2 to figure out what that looks like from procurement. The partnership is also working with other partners who could potentially help to fund phase 2, along with whatever the city contribution might be. All of that also has to be worked out. But until there is a scope that is agreed upon between ULI and the administration for legal to even be able to look at, we're kind of stuck.
Okay,
So,
I appreciate that explanation. What I guess my understanding is the gathering of information and some of the interviews that happened during phase 1 help develop.
The interviews are phase 2.
Okay, maybe
Yes,
that's where I'm
yes.
getting confused.
Yeah.
That happens in phase 2.
That is a phase 2 act.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then, part of that, again, this is helpful, thank you, is how do they know who to interview just because of everything they've gathered? Is that how that's
So
put together? That's where I'm
right,
missing.
Understood.
Because
If I
it
may,
feels
Madam
like
Chair?
they need
Yeah.
to see everything from phase 1 gathering to decide who is it they're going to interview, what questions do we ask, things like that. And I want to make sure we're not missing anything. That's
Absolutely. So the partners who will come together on the funding, if you will, led by the partnership. So Jason was there that day, Mr. Mathis, and he spoke about some of those partners. And, he's going to be talking with the Chamber, he's going to be talking with the Urban League, he's going to be talking with the Foundation. The Suncoast Tampa Association of Realtors have stepped up to put some funding forward. They will all, during phase 2, work on who these individuals are throughout the community. I have also talked with Jason because he was part of the work that I did to get us to this point, is that the descendants of the historic gas plant who were present during that conversation, they will be very instrumental in this. It will be a wide collection, but that group, along with the city and ULI, will decide ultimately who these 100 individuals are that end up getting selected to be interviewed for the ultimate end product.
Okay, all right. Thank you for the clarification. So,
Absolutely.
and administration is working towards this now, and you're okay with, it seems it seems like it's relatively the same path, but a little bit different. You're okay with moving this way and going forward and
I don't want to speak for Mr. Corbett, but it's my understanding we don't need the results of phase 1 to do the scope of phase 2.
Maybe that, sorry.
No,
Maybe
it's
that
okay.
was the question I should have asked from the beginning. I'm sorry. But that was helpful because the conversation during the meeting, it bounced. And then with Zoom speakers, it was a little tough. And then the transcript, again, it's still the transcript. It's not the minutes quite yet. And so I'm very much thank you, colleagues, for a little bit of patience with me. I just wanted to make sure I was seeing through the right lens. So I appreciate that, and thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We have a motion. I need a second.
Oh, second, sure.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item H1A passes 6-1 with council members Driscoll, Gabbard, Gertis, Givens, Hanowitz, Harding voting yes, council member Fig Sanders voting no, and council member Floyd being absent.
Thank you. Okay, the next up, we have public hearings. That's at 5:01, so we have a little bit of break. So with that, we're in recess. Thank you, everyone. City Council meeting of April 16th is back in session. Now we're in the public hearings section of our agenda. First up, we have J1 and J2.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda items J1 and J2 passes unanimously with Councilmember Floyd being absent.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe, for being here. Next up, we have J3. This is setting the May 14th, 2026. Setting May 14, 2026 as the second reading, second public hearing for an ordinance amending the city code, creating a new section 16.30.060, transit-oriented development overlay, providing for transit-oriented development districts, including establishment of the Sunrunner BRT. This is the first reading and first public hearing.
I'll read the ordinance.
I'm sorry?
I'll read the ordinance.
You can read the ordinance.
Proposed ordinance number 633H, an ordinance amending the St. Petersburg City Code, creating a new section 16.30.060, transit-oriented development overlay, providing for transit-oriented development districts, including establishment of the Sunrunner BRT bus rapid transit overlay, providing for station area types and descriptions, providing standards for development, design, and parking, providing for servability, and providing an effective date. And again, the public hearing is on May 14, 2026, and we do have cards for this item.
Thank you. And before we start, Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. I intend to recuse myself from this item to avoid any appearance of a conflict due to my business interest that's in a potentially affected property.
Okay.
Your permission, I'll excuse myself.
You're excused. Thank you,
Chair.
Good afternoon, Derek.
Right, good afternoon, and thank you, Chair, Council. My name is Derek Kilborn, Director of the City's Planning Department, and we are presenting tonight on the Sunrunner BRT overlay. So almost everybody in the room I've talked to before. I think everybody here is familiar with the long history on this. But the long history is important because there are efforts that reflected where the community was at different points in time. And there has been an evolution in this process. And there are a lot of plans that are involved, including the countywide rules, the city's comprehensive plan, and the land development regulations. And so the intention today is to walk you through a presentation that is very similar to the presentation you have received in committee, or maybe you've seen us present at the DRC and CPPC. But we do have additional support information, and we're ready to answer any questions you may have about finer details of the proposal. So as always, I'd like to start with the 2012 Central Avenue Revitalization Plan to remind everyone that the bus rapid transit discussion didn't start today or in the last couple of years. It started in the mid-2000s when the idea of a bus rapid transit system coming to the First Avenues was first contemplated. And through the Central Avenue Revitalization Plan, there was a land use and zoning element in it that included changes and increases to the development potential for those sites. And so you can see on this slide that the development potential was increased from 15 and 24 units per acre with a workforce housing bonus up to 60 units per acre plus 10 units per acre workforce housing for a total of 70 units per acre, and a maximum building height was increased from 48 to 72 feet. So that is the code as written today, and those are the allowances along the corridor shown in the graphic. We then can jump ahead to 2019. There was the Union Central District Plan that was accepted on December 2019, and I included this master plan in the presentation today because this particular graphic shows the Central Plaza location as a recommended transit scale development option. When we get to 2022, we now are starting to look back at the 2012 land use and zoning regulations and asking, do those compare appropriately to the transit investment that has been made in what is the now realized bus rapid transit system? The stations are in, we know where they're located. And so this Sunrunner Rising development study was prepared and accepted in April of 2022, which shortly preceded the ribbon cutting on the actual bus rapid transit system, which started operating in October of 2022. In 2023, you had the Grand Central District Master Plan that was presented and accepted in August of 2023. And this had some different recommendations relating to Central Avenue corridor along the Grand Central portion between the interstate and 34th Street. And so this is something that may come up in public comments. You did receive one public comment that talked about some of the proposals and recommendations in that master plan. Also related to this discussion, 2023, the city adopted map amendments related to missing middle housing, and this is important because there was missing middle housing and parcels that were rezoned and implemented along the bus rapid transit corridor. And then finally, we wanted to highlight that in 2024, you had approval or adoption of the Sunrunner Target Employment Center Local Overlay, which was essentially the first station area plan for this TOD development option. And this was at the 22nd Street station location, which is shown on the map here. When you go through the Sunrunner BRT plan, there are 4 different station types identified within the city of St. Petersburg: downtown, urban, village, and neighborhood. And what we are talking about tonight, based on the geographic footprint of the Sunrunner Activity Center, are the urban, neighborhood, and village station types. And you can see on this map the outline of the activity center boundary and the location of the 3 stations and their station types. And that's really important, and we'll highlight this a little bit later, because the station type dictates the allowable floor area ratio and some of the other development standards. So the station type is important. This set of next slides just walks you through the different station locations. It shows you the radius of a 1/4 mile, and it highlights the parcels indicating that station type. So here we're looking at the urban station type at 22nd Street, 32nd Street, and now we start to transition to a slightly smaller scale, the neighborhood station type, which is here at 40th Street, 49th Street, and 58th Street. And then finally, as you move out to the furthest west end of the activity center, you have the village station type at 66th Street. So what we are proposing here is the creation in the city's land development regulations of a new overlay section called Transit-Oriented Development Overlay. And this is a new section that will create the framework for us to consider the current proposal, Sunrunner BRT, but also be ready if there are future proposals for other bus rapid transit systems. For example, the Spark BRTs running down 34th Street, and also there have been different discussions and master planning for Alt 19 out near Tyrone Boulevard, where a bus rapid transit system could potentially run Alt 19 down into St. Petersburg, circulate at Tyrone Gardens, and then head back out of the city. We think that creating this transit-oriented development overlay is the best framework to insert and accommodate those proposals if they come in the future. But tonight we're talking about Sunrunner BRT only. And there has been some debate and discussion over the years. Should this Sunrunner action be a rezoning or should it be an overlay? And some of this decision making has been dictated by state preemption decisions, telling local municipalities what we can and cannot do with different land use and zoning decisions. I've previously explained that right now we are under a prohibition from creating new land use and zoning regulations that are interpreted as being more restrictive and burdensome. And so by proposing this overlay, this is a strictly voluntary opt-in option. The zoning that exists along the corridor today will continue to exist, and any development entitlement that the owners have today will remain using that existing zoning. However, if that owner wants to opt into the overlay, then this is what we are considering tonight. What does the overlay look like? And so the flexibility of this overlay option, the voluntary action to opt in, keeps us compliant with state preemption rules, but still moves this action forward in a way that accommodates the bus rapid transit system and is consistent with the many goals, objectives, and policies that we have talked through over the recent years. Okay, when we're discussing use standards, the idea with any transit-oriented development overlay is to promote pedestrian connectivity and connect those pedestrian users and residents with the transit system, and in this case, the Sunrunner BRT. So one of the first things when we are thinking about land use is we want to move away from vehicle-dependent or vehicle-oriented uses. And so in the text amendment that is proposed, there would be a series of uses that are allowed in the underlying zoning, but if you are opting into the overlay, would be prohibited by the overlay. And so we have that list on the screen. These are very obvious vehicle-oriented uses: bank with drive-through, gas stations, car washes, any drive-through facilities. These use references are used in the use matrix today, and so that's why some things like bank with drive-through and drive-through facility seem duplicative, but they are individual lines in the matrix. The second thing we're doing is adding TOD supportive uses because the underlying zoning might not allow these uses as permitted principal uses. And so these are pedestrian supportive, they're neighborhood and resident support services, and so these are the types of uses that we think should be allowed in a TOD-oriented overlay. In this particular case, in bringing this application forward over the last few months, as I mentioned in the last presentation at committee, there has been some discussion about laboratories and research and development, manufacturing, light assembly and processing, which is included here. And since the HLUT committee, we did receive feedback from one resident who suggested that performing arts venue indoor more than 500 seats might be incompatible with the category and proposal. So I highlight those if we want to come back and discuss them. Next, we move into the individual station types and what is the development allowance. Starting with the urban station type, which you can see in the graphic here. This graphic is showing the quarter-mile radius, and it sets the development standard. The graphic table in the bottom left corner of the screen is taken directly from the Sunrunner Rising Development Study, which again was adopted also as the county-required special area plan that is the foundation for what we can and can't do with this text amendment. And in that study and special area plan, it had a maximum FAR cap recommendation of 5.0. And you can see in the table at the top of the slide, that's exactly what we're recommending. A FAR cap of 5.0 with an FAR base of 4.0. And you would use FAR bonuses to get from 4 to 5. But that is a top cap of 5.0 FAR. And for anybody who doesn't know and may be watching, FAR stands for floor area ratio, and that is the calculation of square feet of land area to the square feet of building area. So if your land area is 10,000 square feet, you can build a maximum 50,000 square feet with a 5.0 FAR standard. Okay, moving through the middle section of the corridor, you have the neighborhood station type. Again, the Sunrunner Rising Development Study recommended a maximum of 3. Our recommendation here is a maximum of 3. No bonuses here. 3.0 FAR is a lower standard, and so the idea of including bonuses here didn't make sense. We're just recommending a clean 3.0 FAR cap. And then finally, at the village location, the recommendation in the study was a maximum 4. We are recommending a maximum cap of 4 with a base of 3 and bonus of 1.0. Sorry. And then finally, you have this question, well, what about the parcels in between the station locations? And that's what's highlighted here on this graphic. The blue parcels are situated between the stations. They currently have an FAR of 2.5. The study and the recommendation here is to increase that number to 3.0 FAR, again, using bonuses. So what are the FAR bonuses? Here we have a collection of bonuses that are borrowed from other sections of the city code that are already in use, primarily the downtown center and also the Sunrunner Target Employment Center local overlay at 22nd Street. There's a combination of workforce housing, historic preservation, TDR credits, and different streetscape design and street frontage options. And this is a little different from what we presented again to the HLUT committee. At that time, we were referring to an affordable commercial space program. That language has been removed from the proposal you have in front of you. And in the alternative, we have put in language from the 22nd Street example that talks about activating or finishing out the first floor space for immediate occupancy. And so we have substituted some language in here based on your feedback from that committee discussion. On the bonuses, in the footnote, There is an exemption to floor area ratio calculation that was included that refers to, as you see on the screen, square footage of a designated local landmark that is retained and restored as part of the site is exempt from inclusion in the gross square foot area of the project. And so this is something that we do in the downtown center now as an incentive towards historic preservation. It was recommended by the Development Review Commission that the council consider accepting or this exemption for all buildings 50 years in age or more, regardless of whether they are listed on the National Register or local landmark designation. And so, again, I've highlighted here if you want to come back and have additional discussion on that. Regarding building height, there is a slight increase to the building height that is recommended in this package. The code today was established based on an interpretation we made of the Florida Building Code, and I confess that it was an erroneous interpretation because we had interpreted the number to mean the top height of the overall building, but the Florida Building Code refers to the floor of the top occupiable space. And so we were able to correct this at the 22nd Street adoption for the Target Employment Center local overlay, and we are recommending the correction here to bump that number up to 86 feet overall, which would accommodate for and properly coordinate with that Florida Building Code definition. And that Florida Building Code definition is a threshold where a low-rise building is interpreted to then become a high-rise building, and the building standards change. So it is an important number in the Florida Building Code. Now, for the Central Plaza portion of this, which you see highlighted in purple, the recommendation there is 150 feet. And that is based in part on some of the existing construction that is on site today, but also this graphic, which was included in the Sunrunner Rising Development Study, identifying for this area a maximum of 12 stories with some staging on the perimeter, but we are recommending here 150 feet. And again, that is consistent with the transit classification in the Union Central Master Plan, which I highlighted in the timeline to open. In the code today for setbacks along this activity center, you have in this graphic that we have on the screen a base requirement, a height of 45 feet, at which point there would be a required 20-foot setback from that front property line. We are recommending moving that 45-foot number up to 50 feet to be consistent with downtown center where we use 50 feet. And we're also recommending decreasing that front yard setback above the base from 20 feet to 10 feet. Okay, parking, minimum number of parking. This is, to be clear, a minimum number of parking required. It is not a mandate, so it just sets the floor. And the expectation is that most developments are still going to incorporate some level of parking in their project. That would be set by the builder developer and not necessarily by city code. So this is simply setting a minimum requirement. It is not prohibiting or setting a maximum cap of 0. It is setting a minimum. There's been a lot of discussion on this over time. Staff has taken those different inputs, and we had earlier put together an original recommendation which we continue to include in the text amendments for your consideration, which is shown on the screen here, which is a 0 minimum parking requirement within 1/4 mile of the station area locations. and then applying the downtown center parking standards in the blue areas, which indicate the gaps in between the quarter-mile locations. Now, as we've gone through this, as you can see in the City Council report, staff report, as you can see in the public comments that you've received and we've distributed since then, many of the recommendations coming in from the public are asking you to consider zero parking throughout the entire overlay. And that is represented in this graphic here. Now, the Development Review Commission, when they were reviewing this proposal for consistency with the city's comprehensive plan, they did vote to make that finding of consistency unanimously 7-0, but they also included a recommendation that you consider going to zero parking throughout the entire overlay, again, as shown in the graphic on the screen. In this graphic here, we are illustrating for you a second alternative that is referenced often in the public comments you received, which is to consider zero parking requirement within a quarter mile of all station locations, regardless of whether you are in the overlay boundary or not. And so in this illustration, we're trying to show what parcels outside the overlay would be impacted from that kind of decision. And you can see we have those highlighted here. Now, some of you may be wondering, how can we go outside the boundary when you have consistently told me that for land use and zoning, we have to stay inside the boundary? And the answer here is that the parking regulation is in a separate text section, which we call the parking overlay, in the section number you have on the screen. And in there, there's a subcategory called Administrative Adjustment of Standards. And in there, we do have individual parking reductions for things like grand trees, uniquely shaped parcels, substituting bicycle or motorcycle parking for vehicle parking. And so what we could do is a text amendment in the Administrative Adjustments of Standards in the parking section that uses language that we have on the screen. So again, we can come back and talk through this a little bit more after. And if both of those proposals are combined, this is an illustration just showing you what that would look like. Finally, we have building and site design standards articulated in the text recommendations, and those are featuring or focusing on site layout orientation and design, pedestrian circulation, designing buildings to have activated storefronts to the streets that are within those station locations, as you see them listed here on the screen. Finally, I wanted to go over some resources because this is the first reading and first public hearing, and there's a month's time until the second reading and adoption public hearing on May 14th. So for anybody who's been following this initiative or is just picking up this discussion tonight, please visit stpete.org/sunrunnerTOD, where we are updating all the information in real time. If you go there, you'll be able to access interactive maps. You'll be able to access all the different reports, archive videos, and presentation decks, really over the last 3 to 5 years, even as we have been taking action on the other comp plan and related changes. In terms of schedule, this is where we are in the process. We are here at the City Council first reading and first public hearing. And as I just mentioned, there's the second reading and final adoption public hearing scheduled for May 14. We did intentionally pad a little extra time in here so that we would be able to make any adjustments that you might direct us to do tonight. And then finally, regards to public engagement, we have had invitations out to neighborhood and business associations. Some of those have invited us to speak. You can see on the list here, we've presented to Kona, the Downtown Partnership, Central Oak Park Neighborhood, Historic Kenwood, We talked to the Live Oak neighborhood. It was not a presentation at a neighborhood meeting, but they did have several questions about the process and content. And you've also received a number of public comments. It looks like most of the public comments coming into our office were coming to your office and simply copied to us. But to our best ability, we did collate all those, and then we packaged those updates and sent them over to you. And those also have been published up online at the website. And then yesterday morning, we also attended the Mayor's Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. And this was a late action that they took yesterday, which is why you don't have a print material on it. But I'm just going to read this here because this came to me from the chair of that committee. The Mayor's Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee supports, in general, the lowered or eliminated parking minimums proposed in the Sunrunner BRT Transit-Oriented Development Overlay per both alternatives presented. And so that was from the Mayor's Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. You have those public comments. We've talked about the process. And that concludes the initial presentation. And like I said, we have different resources over here to help answer your questions or also support the discussion that you might have after. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Derek, fantastic job as always of talking about this in a way that we can understand, even though there's a lot of moving parts. But I think the presentation was done really well given how complicated. That doesn't mean we won't have questions. Okay, so now we move to the public portion, public comment portion of the meeting. I just want to say before we start that I see a lot of familiar faces. I think a lot of you know how this goes. There's a lot of people here that feel passionate one way or the other. The only thing I ask is, you come up here, say your name and street address and cross streets, and then when someone else is speaking, please just let's maintain quorum and no clapping or anything else, because I know people get very passionate and it's very easy to lose control, but we just still have to maintain quorum. So with that being said, clerk.
I'm going to call 2 speakers at a time. When I call your name, please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council. First 2 speakers are Kristen Ehrlich and John Tyler.
And go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Kristen Ehrlich. I live at 2386 Granada Circle West, and I'm here today representing Connect Pinellas. I did want to make a note right before, as a personal note, I do live near the Spark Line, so this is really interesting for me to see how this works out with the Sunrunner. And also, I really do support the historic preservation provision that is in here that on a personal level. So I'm going to read a portion of our letter that's in your submission packet. On behalf of Connect Pinellas, a nonprofit organization dedicating to advancing transit and alternative transportation options throughout Pinellas County, we would like to express our support for the proposed transit-oriented development zoning overlay. We also want to acknowledge and thank city staff for the extensive work and thoughtful consideration that has gone into developing these proposals. The Sunrunner has become a nationally recognized example of successful bus rapid transit, and the city's continued efforts to align land use policy with this investment demonstrate strong leadership and long-term vision. As an organization focused on expanding transportation choice and creating safer, more accessible communities, we believe that thoughtful development around high-quality transit is essential. The Sunrunner corridor represents a unique opportunity to support housing, businesses, and community activity in ways that allow residents to rely less on driving while still maintaining convenient mobility. For this reason, Connect Pinellas respectfully requests that City Council consider creating greater parking flexibility by removing parking minimums within the Sunrunner zoning overlay and for parcels located within a quarter mile of Sunrunner stations. Parking mandates often require property owners to build parking spaces based on standardized formulas rather than actual demand. This can increase development costs, reduce opportunities for smaller housing options, and require residents to pay for parking spaces they may never use. While many residents will continue to rely on cars for some or most trips, it is equally important to recognize that others choose to live car-light or car-free lifestyles due to affordability, age, disability, or personal preference. Providing flexibility in parking requirements near high-frequency transit allows property owners to provide Transit allows property owners to respond to the actual needs of residents and businesses while supporting the continued success of the Sunrunner. Eliminating parking minimums does not eliminate parking altogether. Most developments will still provide it where demand exists, but it allows projects to better align with evolving transportation patterns and the presence of high-quality transit. And you can see the rest of our letter. We reference the flexibility around ADU development, allowing parking choice, which we think is really important, particularly with an aging community where we have to take care of maybe not just ourselves, but extended family members. And so we'd really like to thank you for actually having this meeting. And I personally, when I moved here in 2010, I couldn't even dream that the transit would exist the way it does. And so it really is very impactful, everything that the city has done in these past 15 years, 16 years. Thank you.
And I wanted to mention, as you notice, the clocks are not working down here. That's the clock up there, so that's the clock you have to keep track of. And she did a great job.
Yeah, I'm John Tyler. I live at 3701 13th Avenue North. And my Sunrunner stop is the 40th Street stop. I just wanted to come up today and talk about how, I got involved in this, and one of the reasons I got involved is my wife and I currently, like when we want to go out in the evening, we try to take our bikes or walk, and we have to make that treacherous crossing across 34th Street to get over to Grand Central. That's where all the great restaurants are and things we want to do are always over there. On our side of 34th Street, it has not experienced that kind of revitalization. It's a lot of, parking lots where there'll be like 30 spots and 5 cars and vacant office spaces, all this kind of stuff. This package of reforms, including getting rid of the parking mandates, is going to be a really great step, I think, in revitalizing the west side of 34th Street and getting us, a lot of the same amenities that people on the east side currently get to enjoy. Just the second point I'd like to make is, if you go over into Grand Central, you'll see Slim Charmer, Twisted Indian, Wild Child. What they all have in common is they're locally owned, they're delicious, and they don't have off-street parking. On my side of 34th Street, you'll get, things like the Carrabba's and Burger King and all this stuff, and it's just surrounded by seas of asphalt, and it's, you're kind of your placeless, anywhere USA corporate chains. So one of the reasons why I like to see us do away with these parking mandates is the parking mandates definitely seem to, favor the corporate chains and disfavor the local businesses. And, I want my neighborhood to have businesses owned by my neighbors. So that's one of the reasons why I support getting rid of the parking mandates. Plus, I just think having that side of St. Pete, having people living in loft apartments, condos, over these, small businesses, and just be able to walk right down out of their homes and get on the Sunrunner and ride it to their office job or ride it straight to their St. Pete Beach job rather than having to make a bunch of different switches means they're going to have more time to spend with their spouses, with their kids, because they're going to have shorter commutes to these jobs at the beaches or to these jobs downtown. Anyways, I want to thank you all for your time this evening.
Thank you. Next two speakers.
Next two speakers are Bill Hillman and Mac Feldman. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good evening.
Hello, Bill Hillman, 2828 Central, 2901 Central, and 2927 Central. I'm here to support transit-oriented development. I'm in favor of removing the parking requirement for development along the entire length of the Sunrunner BRT, and I'd like to address some of what I see as problems here that we're having with the floor area ratio matching the height. If you have 86 feet of height and you're able to build on a building lot, that would require a floor area ratio of 9 to get to 86 feet. So it's not in alignment, and so we should err on the side of increased floor area ratio, not decreased. Zoning inconsistency, like the last speaker, I'd like to see the whole district upzoned so that everybody's building and has, yeah, everybody's building from 16th Street all the way up to 66. It was the original conversations 20 years ago in 2003. That's what it was supposed to be. It was an awesome idea then. It's an awesome idea now, where people can take the bus from the beach or downtown and go in either direction, and then they'll hit nodes that are being revitalized, and then be able to go. I had a house in Central Oak Park, and it was a nice house, but it was a ghost town out there. There's nothing there. So I think that that's a great idea to have standardized density throughout the entire district. I haven't seen any initiative. I'm assuming that we're doing all of this to increase the number of residential units along the corridor to help address the housing shortage and availability issue. But I haven't heard anybody address how these initiatives are going to create X number of units. It's like nobody's talking about that, and nobody's reviewed. The last 30 years on Central Avenue between 18th Street and 31st, there's been 4 mixed-use buildings constructed that have only contributed 23 residential units. This is on Central Avenue only, not the First Avenue North, First Avenue South, and from 19th Street to 31st. And there's 2 blocks that were added to the Grand Central District, 16 and 17, where the True Hotel is, and 2 other nice apartment buildings. I realize we can't.
Sorry.
Bill, I'd like to have as much time as Derek had, please.
I second that. Mac Feldman, 132 Mirror Lake Drive North, here just outside of downtown, a couple blocks away. Derek, thank you so much for the extensive labor that's gone into this. I know it's been a long time coming, so thank you. Here to speak in support of the overlay generally, and to echo what all the other speakers have said, to have the broadest possible parking minimum elimination that you guys are comfortable with. Parking is a real cost when you go to develop. Anywhere from $20,000 to $40,000 a space, just to quantify what one of the other speakers mentioned earlier. That is a cost that gets added directly on to the unit of housing. There's an opportunity here to co-locate jobs and housing. Former Councilmember Ed Montanaro used to talk about this all the time. There's not just housing affordability in a silo. Jobs and job creation, the mixing of the uses that we're going to create with a district like this, and the opportunity to, maybe there's a 2-person household, one of them has a car, one doesn't. There are several examples of that here in this room right now. It's not just a fantasy. That is $500, $600, $700, $800 a month in savings that you can spend on going out to your restaurants, going on more vacations, more free time for your family because you can just hop on the Sunrunner rather than sitting in traffic and commuting to your job from somewhere further away. We have a crisis, not just in Pinellas, but especially acute here, of driving to qualify. People are driving further and further and further away. We're pushing people to Bradenton, Pasco even. The first responders, nurses, the people who can least afford, who deal with the most stress in their lives, are having to spend an hour and a half or 2 hours dealing with rush hour traffic every day. This is one of those rare opportunities to combine housing, jobs, and a higher quality of life for St. Pete citizens all over the place. I firmly support it, and I hope you go with the broadest possible parking exemption. I also just wanted to mention the historic preservation concept that Commissioner Conroy had mentioned in the DRC hearing. Totally supportive of that. Creating an exemption for on-site historic properties is something that we should all be supportive of. I would even go a step further and say there should be a TDR program like we have elsewhere in the downtown for properties over 50 years of age. That's an option. If a developer or a property owner wants to use that, by all means. I wouldn't support a mandate, anything like that, of forcing these things on it, but if we want to create more options for preserving historic properties and older properties to preserve some character, that's a wonderful thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next 2 speakers are Jillian Bandes and Justin Cornoyer. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Jillian Bandes at 828 28th Avenue North at the corner of MLK and 28th North. It's a pleasure to be in your district. Most of you know me as Chief YIMBY Instigator, but I am proud to wear another badge today, which is Chief Biker Mom. Who knew that when I had my child, I would be biking around this city to school, errands. I've even brought him to a meeting or two for my job. I take him to friends' houses. I take him to the park. In fact, we are rarely in our cars when we are in St. Pete because that is the kind of quality of life that we have here. And discontinuing parking mandates in a Sunrunner district is a complete no-brainer. I can tell you that the biker moms that I'm friends with, because we all know each other, they are not here today because they are home taking care of their children. And none of us care about parking in the Sunrunner district. In fact, we want less of it. We would like fewer cars on the streets where we ride our bikes with our children, because that is why we moved to St. Pete. It's not because we wanted a suburban mecca with massive parking lots or chain stores or big thoroughfares with fast cars. We want traffic calming. We want fewer parking spaces for cars and more parking spaces for bikes. We want protections. We want safety. And we want policies like these to move the city forward. It's an easy win. It's an easy vote. And I will mention briefly about the development component of the Sunrunner TOD. I've spoken with most of you because you've been so gracious with your time to understand the nuances of why transit-oriented development is so important beyond the parking issues. It has taken too long to get to this point. I know there's been COVID. I know there's been a change in administrations. But 4 years after the Sunrunner was built is too long a period to wait to implement real change that could result in more patronage of the Sunrunner and, like Max said, more jobs and convenience. And so it is up to this body. It is not up to the unelected officials. It is up to this body to make choices about what types of coherent transit and housing policy make sense for our city. And so I would urge you to be outspoken on the next steps beyond this step to increase density around these stops. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Justin Cournoyer. I live at 1026 9th Avenue South. I'm here representing Campbell Park Neighborhood Association as well as Activate St. Pete. I support the removal of parking mandates from the overlay, in addition to the removal of parking mandates within a quarter mile of Sunrunner stations. Like a quarter of the neighbors that I have in Campbell Park, I don't use a car to get around St. Pete, and I choose to bike, walk, and use transit. My closest Sunrunner station is 13th Street at Tropicana Field. I personally feel the negative effects of what happens when a city prioritizes cars over people when I walk under the Interstate 175 and past the 50-plus acres of surface parking lots that was once the gas plant neighborhood. I was part of the coalition that had advocated to have parking mandates removed from the 22nd Street TEC overlay, which was approved by this council. We are the densest county in Florida, and we have a tremendous asset in the Sunrunner, the first BRT in Tampa Bay metro area, and smart growth with transit-oriented development as our future. Parking mandates are not. I actually support removal of parking mandates citywide. Rent costs have increased faster in Tampa Bay than in most metro areas in the last 5 years, with Tampa Bay seeing a 45% increase in rents. My neighbors are struggling to make ends meet, with many leaving the city for more affordable areas. We know that mandating parking increases rent. Strong Towns estimates that parking adds 17% to the cost of rent for apartment buildings. That means even renters that don't drive subsidize those that do. Cities that have removed parking mandates have seen the housing built, and some have even seen rent come down. Minneapolis removed parking mandates citywide in 2021. They saw more housing get built, and while developers still built about 0.75 spots per unit, rents went down 4% during that time. You're going to hear later tonight and during comment from people from Kenwood Neighborhood Association. I find it ironic that Kenwood is pushing for parking, because Kenwood is as desirable and as valuable today because much of the neighborhood in the Grand Central District were built before exclusionary zoning and before arbitrary parking mandates were written into our city code. People moved to places like Kenwood for the walkability and its access to transit. Kenwood and Grand Central, as they are today, would be illegal to build under current code. Neighborhoods such as Central Oak Park have signed on to the support letter to remove parking and are ready for their section of Central Avenue to be transformed into a vibrant place like the Grand Central District. With parking mandates, that dream likely won't be realized, and the parking lots that lie west of 34th Street will likely remain parking lots rather than the neighborhood scale retail and the residential that should be. The fears of overflow parking can be addressed through residential parking permits. That's a quick and simple solution. And thank you again so much for your time.
Thank you. Next two speakers.
Next two speakers are Daniel Camardella and Garrett Marple. Please go.
Sorry, go ahead.
Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Just to remind everyone again, the 3 minutes is up above me, not in front.
Hi, my name is Daniel Camardella. I live at 2726 2nd Avenue South. I'm a physician assistant, St. Pete native, Lakewood class of 04. Here asking City Council to be bold, be brave. These parking mandates are, removing these are essential to St. Pete's growth. And I think that includes along the Sunrunner corridor and including that quarter-mile overlay around the stations. Anything short of that is shortchanging St. Pete. We complain about traffic, but we do next to nothing to promote public transit or almost anything that doesn't involve one person per car to get anywhere in St. Pete. We complain about housing, but we keep parking mandates in place that make it next to impossible to build anything that isn't either a 3,000 square foot single-family McMansion or 30-story high-rise with a parking garage. We complain about keeping St. Key local, but it's very hard for an average person like me to start a small business. You know, I have to, if I want to start a coffee shop on the 40th Street Sunrunner stop, in 2 blocks from a walkable neighborhood, I'd have to build a parking lot that I neither want nor need, probably doubling the cost of my business expense to put anything there. Of course, I'm not going to afford that, but Starbucks can. You know, we complain about how crowded that downtown and Grand Central are, but we made it impossible to build any other vibrant walkable areas in St. Pete. You make it illegal to sell ice cream outside of your ice cream shop, and then you complain the ice cream shop's too crowded. It doesn't make any sense to me. So yeah, I think be bold. Anything along the Sunrunner corridor, quarter-mile around it, and especially all the affordable housing that can go into that quarter-mile area. Like doing it just on the Sunrunner is fantastic. You're getting a lot of business growth. But as far as like affordable housing, which there's prime real estate for it, those are people who don't necessarily need cars. Having mandated parking lots for people who can just walk to a Sunrunner, hop on, have access to so much of St. Pete, it's just silly. So please, we elect you to lead, not to follow. So yeah, remove parking mandates. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, sir.
Garrett Marple, 4021 38th Avenue North. I'm here to tell you guys a little story about myself as a homeowner here in St. Pete. When I moved to St. Pete, my apartment was in historic Kenwood, actually, believe it or not. And I quickly realized upon moving there that I didn't really need my car. I could walk or bike anywhere I wanted to, and anywhere that didn't cover, I could just take the Sunrunner. And I loved it. My quality of life was fantastic. I was more fit. I was more connected to the world around me. And then I decided to become a homeowner. And I quickly realized I wasn't going to be able to afford a single-family home in Kenwood, and there weren't really any townhouses or condos available for me. So I ended up having to move away and live in Distant Heights, about as far north as you can possibly be while still being within the city limits, much further away from all the businesses and places that I love. Maybe if there were no parking mandates during that time, there would be more affordable housing options, and I would still be in Kenwood as a homeowner. Maybe if there were more walkable neighborhoods like Kenwood, there'd be less pressure on the old Northeasts and the Kenwoods and the Palmetto Parks of the world, and there would be more affordable walkable neighborhoods for young homeowners. Please don't make young families have to choose between quality of life and affordability. Please remove parking mandates. Thank you.
Next two speakers are Max McCann and Margaret Kinsey Rushing. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Kinsey Rushing. I live at 827 Avenue South in St. Pete. I live between MLK South and 4th Street South. I am a mother and a grandmother and great-grandmother. I have grandchildren who have become young adults, and they are now out in the workforce, and they live near me, a couple of them with me, in South St. Pete. They work in various places, such as near the Tyrone Square Mall, the Don Cesar out on the beach, the Trade Winds. I also have a granddaughter that works at 318 Central Nails. And she has explained to me that it's hard for her to be able to continue working downtown because the times and the hours that she works, she can't afford the parking. She can't afford the new prices of the gas. And if her clients cannot find parking and get to the business downtown easily, their whole business is going to suffer because the people that utilize them won't be able to park. So what are they going to do? They're going to go somewhere else. Also, the rental conditions for these young people today coming out into the workforce, getting their own apartments, they cannot afford the housing because of the mandates that require them to have parking spaces at the different apartments where they don't have cars anyway, so why do they need the parking? So many young people are being attracted to the places near downtown. They use things like the Sunrunner. I myself would frequent the beach more often if I didn't have to worry about the parking. I love to shop downtown. If I could jump on a Sunrunner, my car is not coming. I don't have to find parking. I'll just come. I'll go to the nail shop. I love the butcher shop on Central. I love Shock Lloyd's and their little pastries and chocolates. Sometimes I go other places because I can't get parking spaces at certain times when I have to be here, or it takes me a couple of hours just going around and around to try to find the parking. So also, I am a member and board member of the Bay Area Apartment Association. So many of our people and our builders would not be able to put affordable housing if they have all these extra parking spaces that they have to have based on the rules and regulations. It would be all around better for older people like me, for the younger people coming into the job market, for our businesses on the beach and in downtown St. Pete. Yay, go for the overlay.
Good evening, everybody. Max McCann and Sloan McCann, 2648 3rd Avenue South. I'm a PSTA board member, vice president of the Palmetto Park Neighborhood Association, and co-founder of Activate St. Pete. My nearest Sunrunner stop is 22nd Street, and I'm here to ask you today to remove parking mandates from the overlay and from all parcels within a quarter mile of any Sunrunner station. These parking mandates force property owners to build an arbitrary amount of parking regardless of demand. Forgive me if you've heard this story, but I think it's really important. My wife and I are building a rental unit in our backyard, an ADU, and when we first got started, contractors told us we had to build 3 parking spaces on our property, even though we only have 1 car. We didn't have space for that, so that was gonna kill our project. And that means less housing for a service industry worker, a healthcare worker, a teacher, an educator, something like that. Luckily, with Mr. Kilbourne's help, we found an exemption, but it's telling that our contractors didn't even know about this exemption. And now that the bus route has changed, we're no longer eligible for this. So if we hadn't started when we could, we would not be able to build our project today. Our ask is simple. Remove the parking mandates, let property owners decide for themselves how much parking to build. There will still be parking, I promise. You've got the most recent version of our People Over Pavement Coalition letter, and I just want to quickly point out the diversity of the members of our coalition. We've got left-leaning environmental groups and a right-leaning think tank. We've got real estate developers and neighborhood associations finally agreeing on something that parking mandates should go. I want to quickly address concerns about spillover parking. We don't have a parking crisis here, but we do have a housing affordability crisis. In 10 years, when my daughter's 18, she's not going to be able to afford to live here if we don't take bold action today to increase parking supply. So what I hear when people complain about spillover parking is, my daughter can't have housing because I'm worried about people parking in the public space in front of my house. We've got to rearrange our priorities, stop asking where people are going to park, and start asking where people are going to live. Put people over pavement, let's support housing abundance, and then we can get housing affordability under control. Thank you.
Next two speakers, please.
Next two speakers are Eric Garduno and Neil Camardella. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good evening.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity. Eric Garduno. I am the Government Affairs Director for the Bay Area Apartment Association, representing the association. Our business address is 12477 Telecom Drive, and our cross street is Rivergate Place. I had to look that up. I didn't know. First off, for City Council members who may not have gotten our letter, I sent it out earlier this week. I apologize. I had some technical challenges, so I'm not sure if everybody received our letter directly. We did send it out directly. I do want to highlight one very specific passage in that letter, and I'm just going to quote it right here, read it straight to you. The Sunrunner Corridor is intended to provide a dedicated bus rapid transit route along a dense housing and commercial development district that will enrich the lives of the people of St. Petersburg and visitors alike. We absolutely have that rapid transit route. We don't necessarily have the full length of that, a dense corridor for both housing and commercial development. We believe this overlay will certainly help address a lot of that. Certainly, there are things that could be improved over time, but at the end of the day, this overlay proposal has a lot of positive things that will help developers build both the commercial and the housing projects that people want and need here in the city. I'll just highlight one thing in particular that we're especially supportive of, and that's the push towards higher FAR. That really gives developers a lot of flexibility in how they configure the final product, so that we can either have more amenities, have more housing, have a lot more options in the way we create and present the projects that are ultimately put forward. I will note there is, we don't want to make the perfect the enemy of the good. That said, there is an opportunity to make it a little bit closer to perfect, and that is adopting the DRC's recommendation to have 0 parking minimums across the entire overlay. We certainly support that. I'll note, as other speakers have mentioned, and I can attest from our members and the history with our members, we look at each project individually and do extensive studying to determine whether or not there is a need for parking, what amount of parking is needed. So to say that there will be no parking because of this is, as others have said, just not accurate. There will be parking. It's a matter of how much, and it's going to be contingent on each project depending on what the needs are that the developer identifies for their future residents. So I'll leave it at that, but I will just say thank you to everybody here who've been advocates and pushing this forward. Thank you to planning for putting together such a wonderful proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Neil Camardella. I live on 24th Street and 2nd Avenue South, and my Sunrunner station is 22nd Street. I'm here to ask you to please remove all parking minimums from the overlay and within a quarter mile of every Sunrunner station. I've shared a document with you. On the front page, you'll see a partial list of the over 100 cities in the United States that have already abolished parking minimums citywide. Here you'll see that the citizens of Baltimore, Buffalo, and Gainesville have spoken. They say it is immoral to mandate housing for cars as our neighbors struggle to house themselves. And here you'll see that the citizens of Gastonia, Chapel Hill, and Albany have spoken. They say they want their property rights back. They're tired of giving up their land to give away free parking. In here, you'll see the residents of Wilsonville, Cambridge, and Branson have spoken. They say it is unjust to force those who can't afford a car to have their rents increased to provide free parking for other people. On the other side of this document, you'll see an amount, $200 per month. This is a reasonable estimate of the average burden that your parking laws impose on our monthly rents. What does this mean for someone in St. Pete right now? Let me tell you a story about something that happened last night in Palmetto Park. I was enjoying a weekly Wednesday game night with friends at a local bar On my way out, I see my neighbor who I've known for years. We'll call her Alice for this story. I see Alice asking patrons for money to buy herself a meal. I'm surprised and concerned. I say, let's go, I'm gonna fix you a plate right now. So we walk back to our block, and we walk slowly because Alice doesn't have a car. Her only mode of transportation is a walker. Where Alice lives, there are 6 parking spots. All of them are empty every night. Alice and her neighbors could be saving hundreds of dollars every month if you allow them to. To be clear, your position on this issue will send a signal to every voter in St. Pete about where your priorities are. Do you care about allowing Alice to feed herself, or you continue taking money out of her pocket to give privileged car owners free parking? I dare every one of you in this room to have faith in the free people and free markets of America to provide parking at the right price and in the right amount. So lastly, clearly and simply, what we're asking from you today is to step out of Alice's way and allow her to help herself. Thank you.
Next 2 speakers, please.
Next 2 speakers are Nicholas Igneri and Julia Vasquez. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hi, Nicholas Igneri, President of the Historic Kenwood Neighborhood Association. I live at 2217 3rd Avenue North, intersection 22nd Avenue. Okay, first, thank you. And I would like to start by saying that Historic Kenwood is not against development or increasing mass transit usage. In fact, I'd say that we strongly support this. However, we are concerned about the impact in our neighborhood based on the reduction or elimination of parking in the proposed zoning overlay. If a building is constructed along the 22nd Street station with reduced or no parking, then the parking overflow will be concentrated in the historic Kenwood neighborhood. We already see this on weekends, and will get much worse with the proposed density increase. As you know, the Sunrunner does not connect all parts of Pinellas County. Ridership is low. The no-car commute data is lower in the 22nd Street station area, as stated in the study, which indicates most residents in the area travel to work by car. Our concern is that development will be strong, which is a good thing. Ridership will increase, which is also good. However, car reduction will be minimal and parking spillover will be high. So I know someone just talked about car spillover. So if we want to really reduce cars, let's just make historic Kenwood resident parking only as part of the proposal. That will eliminate our concern and fully support the proposition. If we can't do that, we are asking for a study on the impacts of the proposed zoning changes on residential communities and mitigation strategies to reduce negative impacts. These mitigation strategies might include immediate parking, residential parking permits, and public-private partnerships for public garage infrastructure. I see there is language to support public parking permits, but it's pretty onerous. It requires 2/3 signature and also a study. Besides parking, deliveries are a major concern in our neighborhood, with trucks stopping and blocking traffic, and a lot of commercial cars parking. Again, we are not opposed to development or increasing mass transportation usage. However, we want to preserve the character of our neighborhood. Historic Kenwood is attractive for a reason, and our property taxes provide a substantial revenue stream for the city. Let's not throw away the character of our neighborhood or any neighborhood in St. Pete. Let's develop smartly and reasonably with the focus on the reality that people are not giving up their cars, or at least until mass transportation is more robust. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Julia Vasquez. I live at 3460 14th Avenue North, and I'll keep it pretty short. I think people have made a lot of really good points already, but I'm very much in favor of removing the parking overlay mandates. Again, somebody else here mentioned that they live just across the street on 34th, and that's where my home is as well. There's huge opportunity for development along Central, and nothing but empty parking lots and buildings that have more parking than we'd ever be able to use. It's just a sea of spaces. I'd love for those businesses to develop just like the other properties further down Central have as well. My husband and I are a one-car home. I bike everywhere that I can. I ride many thousands of miles a year for fun too. And if we had been able to buy a home in Kenwood, I would probably not have a car at all. Although my husband, that's the only way he gets out of the house. But he never really leaves the house, so it's okay. But I'm just simply, I'm here in support of Activate St. Pete and Max's work, and urge you to remove the overlays. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next two speakers.
Next two speakers are Manny Leto and Tara Hubbard. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street. For the record, you'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good evening. My name is Manny Leto. I'm the Executive Director of Preserve the Burg. We're at 2219 6th Avenue South. You received a letter that we submitted, and I just want to go through some points. I had a script here, but I'm going to go a little off script and say that, our concern here is really primarily with the Grand Central section of Central Avenue and those historic structures that are lining Central. We support the DRC recommendation for some added protections for those historic properties, and I appreciate Mac's comments as well, supporting some increased protections for our historic resources. And I just kind of wanted to run through what we're talking about when we're talking about Central Avenue, because I think it's interesting that a lot of the comments here have highlighted how much fun they have on Grand Central versus kind of the other side of 34th Street. And there's a reason for that, and it really is the form following the function. So we published a study in 2024 looking at why Central Avenue, at least that portion between 1st and 34th, functions the way it does. And we found a few things. First, it's overwhelmingly historic. The majority of those buildings were built in the 1920s, and over 60% of those structures were built prior to 1950. And most are these simple, unadorned, low-rise, 1-2-story structures. However, the economic impact of those structures is huge. Everybody in this room loves local businesses. Guess where your local businesses are? They are overwhelmingly in your historic structures along Central Avenue. The older structures on Central are more likely to house a locally owned business. They are more likely to be occupied than their newly constructed peers. Between 2010 and 2020, the city saw a net loss in retail trade jobs, but on Central Avenue, they surged by 67%. Central Avenue is a success that we should celebrate, and everybody here wants to go to those cool places on Central Avenue. We're a little concerned about the increased FAR and increased densities, basically creating an impetus to demolish those historic structures. So we would just encourage you to include some protections. Central Avenue is a place where 80% of residents are visiting more than twice a month, or at least twice a month. Visit St. Pete Clearwater calls Central Avenue St. Pete's coolest street. We should build in some protections for that. It is a tremendous community asset that everybody in this room values. Finally, I just want to mention, often we hear, if you don't like it, change the code. Well, here we are. We're writing a new code. So let's build in some protections for our historic resources on the front end. Thank you.
Hello.
Hey, Karen.
Tara Hubbard. I live at the intersection of 47th Street and 6th Avenue South. My Sunrunner stop is 49th Street. I am a 4th generation St. Pete native. Love the city. Clawed me back from Miami. I thought that my future was in Miami, and here I am. Been really impressed with the Sunrunner rollout. Again, thank you all for your support of this over the last years. It's exciting to see the Sunrunner's rising study starting to get acted on. But I echo so many of the amazing comments that we heard today. Definitely supportive of the Sunrunner overlay, but without the parking requirements in the overlay, and as well as that 1/4 mile adjacent to those stations. I live right on the 49th Street stop, so when I go to the Sunrunner and sit there at the stop, on the Central Avenue side, there is a gas station, and on the 1st Ave South side, there is an empty lot. So without the parking requirements removed, would likely see a development like the Starbucks with the massive parking lot, instead of a mixed-use development with small retail, pharmacy, shop, cafe, and then the housing on top. So really excited to hopefully see that if you all approve. I also want to make a case for nature today, because with this gentle density along the Central Avenue, First Ave corridor with the Sunrunner, being able to see that increased density here in a densely populated county as Pinellas versus the sprawl that we're seeing in wild Florida, which is decimating our wildlife habitats and biodiversity here. I'm a big fan of wild Florida. So being able to see something like this take shape is also really exciting from that lens. I'm also going to make a case, as we are adjusting the zoning, to explore some possible tree preservation incentives for the zoning overlay. Haven't seen it in the current version, unless I'm wrong, Derek can correct me. But would love to explore some possible FAR bonuses, some setback variances to give property owners the ability to preserve these old growth canopy trees, which is so important for placemaking and everything that we also love about St. Pete. There's so many benefits of trees. I won't take up my last 45 seconds to go over them, but yeah, would love to see something innovative like that. I saw last year St. Pete explored some tree incentive preservation for the zoning code. So not just Sunrunner overlay, if we can explore that citywide, I think that would be really impactful for the future. Yeah, I think that's basically it. Everyone just nailed it on the head today. So I'm going to cut it short. Thank you.
Next two speakers are Matt Armstrong and Catherine Krabdell. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hi there. My name is Catherine Cradle. I live on 44th Ave and 22nd Ave South. I've never done this before, so thank you for having me. I'm here on behalf of quite a few different community groups, but tonight with Activate St. Pete, which is a group that I found through my partner, Alfonso, through our friends and community members here who brought us here. So thanks for having us. Thanks for hearing. I'm going to keep it short because they've said a lot of really amazing things, but I'm an avid biker. We are a one-car household, and we would not even have a car if we lived closer to the Sunrunner. We take the bus and bike and any combination of transit almost daily. And I'm really just here to make a case for community and connectedness. And I think that what we're asking for here is the removal of those parking mandates to really just encourage folks to get really creative with how they think about the way that community is built. And I think that the more that we can introduce opportunities for diverse modes of transit and diverse modes of being together and third spaces, and all of that is sort of more accessible and doable if we stop centering cars. I'm also here to sort of make a case for sustainability. I work at Sands Market as a manager and very focused on public health, environmental health, and I think that public transit and diverse modes of transit are directly connected to those things. So I echo what Tara says about prioritizing sustainability and nature conservation and all these efforts. And so I hope that that will be something we keep in mind with this, this project. And then finally, I just want to share a personal story of how our life has sort of been recently impacted by cars and bikes. And like I said, my husband and I both bike to work almost every day. We both work in the Central Ave area. And about 3 months ago, my husband was hit by a car on Central Avenue. And since then, he has not been able to bike. And our time spent in the car has dramatically increased. And I've noticed a very significant impact on our connectedness and our ability to kind of feel at ease when we're in public spaces, both from sort of a fear of the way that cars are moving and the way that cars are prioritized here in St. Pete, but also just from the way that it feels to be on a bike versus in a car. When we're on our bikes, we are connected to nature, we're outside, we're with each other, we're connecting with our community, we're saying hi to people, and when we're in cars, we're just kind of isolated and solo and trying to get somewhere quickly, and we're really irritated and often struggling to figure out where we're going and what we're doing. So thank you for listening. Thanks for having us. And excited to see what's possible here. We are also in the process of buying a home, so we're hopeful to be here in St. Pete for a long time. So I hope that this will be the first of many times here at City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead,
Matt Armstrong. I work at 831st Street South, St. Petersburg Distillery. Our sun on our stop would be on 34th, well, somewhere between 34th and 31st, actually, halfway. It's a beautiful city. This is a beautiful city. There's beautiful people here. There's a lot of really intelligent, creative people in St. Pete. I've had the pleasure of meeting while I've worked here. I wish we lived in St. Pete. It's been 6 years. I've been commuting from Pasco, so I'm one of those people. And the irony there is that I'm an urban planner and architect by training. I worked in the public sector for years advocating policies just like this. I've lived in Austin and Houston, Phoenix, Denver, Colorado Springs, the East Coast, been all over the country. This is a unique place. It really, really is. We've got 4 kids, ages 9 to 20. The older kids don't want to stay here. They don't want to stay in this area. They want to move to a city where they don't have to have a car. My daughter, who's 17, could care less about getting a driver's license. My son, the same way. It's a nuisance to them. They like going to places like Chicago or Boston or New York or places where they can not have to drive as an option. I think it's important for us to make sure that we focus on that. Because if we plan for people and places, that's what we're going to get. If we plan for cars and parking, that's what we're going to get. I am very much in favor, both personally and professionally, in removing the mandate for parking from not only the corridor, but the station areas around it. There's plenty of examples around the country of this. Raleigh, North Carolina, Austin. Austin's a great example. Pew Center for Research just published a study at the beginning of March that talked about the housing affordability in Austin. Austin saw this 84% growth in cost of housing with people moving there. It was a thriving city. By removing mandates across the city for parking, across the whole city, not just in specific places where there was transit, that housing is now, the cost of housing has now gone down in 17% over the last year. It's an extraordinary impact, statistically significant, that a decision to focus on the things that matter, people that make your city beautiful and special. That's what we need to focus on. So thank you again for your time. It's great work. We just need a little fine tuning. Thank you.
Thank you. Next 2 speakers.
Next 2 speakers are Dave Zornow and Alfonso Hernandez. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
My name is Dave Zornow, 555 3rd Street North, and I think I'm in, here we go. I'm speaking in support of removing the parking mandates from the neighborhoods that are adjacent to the Sunrunner routes. I wrote some notes, but then something happened to me on the way here, and I'm going to tell you about it. It's a little parking complaint, but please take this with the wink that it's intended. I got here on time, and I could not find any parking next to the building where I wanted to be because all the bike spots were taken. Now, the first thing is don't do anything about that.
Good problem.
But I did think it was kind of fun and ironic, and someone else was also raising the point of well, that's an interesting thing. Yeah, we are, sometimes this brings out crunchy people. I'm not sure that I fit that role, but it does underline that this is a city that active transportation is not like a concept that happens every day. You can see it all over. And one of the reasons my wife and I moved here and really, really enjoy being here is that we don't have to be in our car very often. And I think that the concepts that other people have mentioned here much more thoroughly, with much better statistics I'm going to bring up, underline that point, and I believe removing the parking mandates along Sunrunner. Transit-oriented development is a cool thing. We've got the hard part done. This tweak to zoning will help the rest of it. We've always been impressed by the city's walkability, its bikeability. The Sunrunner BRT is just like a really cool thing. I think everybody in this room would agree that we agree that traffic is a thing, but we also agree that affordable housing is a big issue here, and this is an opportunity to address all of these things at one time. So thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Alfonso Hernandez.
I live at 2459 44th Street South. Kathleen was my wife. I'm the person that got hit by the car. My arm is doing very well. I was here. I broke my clavicle. I'm okay. But something that I feel like hasn't been mentioned is the developer side of things. What are they gonna do with these passes and stuff like that? And I feel like in a positive note for them is like, if they don't have to worry about building parkings or building a garage or even in normal house and stuff like that, that gives them more space to build a studio, to build a little apartment, or to do something else. And for them, that's going to be more rent or more price for the property, right? So, in that sense, that's where the developers could win a little bit more, But like everybody here have said, I am for this plan. I think I work at a very popular bagel shop in Central Avenue, and there the parking situation can be crazy sometimes, but I always seen that most people come walking regardless of the situation of where we are, because they know already that parking is dire in the area. So it is kind of like a give and take, right? Because we take parking away, but then if people know that, it is an incentive of, let's just walk. I live half a mile away. If you live in Kenwood or you live somewhere else, people that don't live there can park there and you just walk, It's I don't know. It's just like, it's something that like to have community, you have to create the community. And I think this is very, like she was saying, it's very just community oriented is what we have to focus on, and what brings people together is being with other people and not being separated with other people. People have mentioned how like past 34th, it is like a black and white on how Central Avenue behaves, and if we can create everywhere along Central Avenue, it's just gonna be such a game changer for the city, a city that is already super good, So, yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me.
Next two speakers.
Next two speakers are Carlos Gomez and Christine McCann. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
You can lower with the button there to the side.
Carlos?
She's really into public speaking.
Carlos Gomez, he checked his box as against.
Okay. You could go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Christine McCann. I live at 2648 3rd Avenue South. I would like to request the removal of parking mandates from the Sunrunner overlay and from all the properties within a quarter mile of the Sunrunner station. I am a big supporter of the overlay. I'm very excited to have the west parts of Central line up with all the rest and look awesome. I am an employee of the public school system. I am a volunteer with my neighborhood. I am also a biker mom. I also had a hard time finding parking in the bike lot out front. I would just like to say that it doesn't make sense to prioritize pavement over people. We're here to support the people that live in St. Pete. Parking mandates are required parking for cars, not people, cars. So I also want to mention, because it is a little weird, but removing parking mandates is not removing parking. As Derek mentioned for the first half of his speech, it's just the floor. The floor is 0. We're not getting rid of any parking, and I'm sure it will not happen right away. So I don't understand why we have to force people to give cars free housing, but then we don't do anything for housing for people. We have so many people that can't afford St. Pete. A lot of teachers at our school have to move away. Every year we lose a couple amazing teachers because they can't afford to live here. They don't need big housing with a lot of parking. They just need a condo with one spot. We also don't need to require free parking for cars over small businesses. Grand Central, obviously where I live nearby, you know, it was made before all these parking mandates, and it's awesome, and everybody comes there. To the west of 34th, opposite, nobody goes there. So, I mean, it just makes sense that I know that people are worried about spillover parking, but our neighborhood is a spillover neighborhood, and we just park in our garage. So we don't actually really need the street parking. It's not technically ours anyway. Our neighbors were required to put in 3 spots, and they are removing one of them to put in a pool right now. And they just park in the street anyway still. So it's not like parking mandates actually really help too much. There's also, oh, sorry, thank you. You're good.
Next 2 speakers are Michael Long and Anna Ose. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hi, I'm Anna, and I live on 163rd and 24th Street. I will be very short and sweet and just say that I'm in favor of removing the parking mandates to increase the availability of affordable housing. Young people like me need affordable housing, as well as a lot of other people. So, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, Michael Long off of 22nd and 22nd, representing a development firm. Someone mentioned earlier, I think it was Alfonso, what is this going to incentivize developers to do? Standing here is one that has 3 parcels that would be in this overlay that would allow us to bring up to 240 units of attainable housing at 40, 60, and 80% AMI rents to people that need them most. We've got a long background in social services, foster care, juvenile justice, still do a lot of work in that space. We have over 600 kids that age out of foster care in Pinellas and Hillsborough alone. Most of those kids cannot afford a car. And I'm using this as a very micro example of like who would need affordable housing and then who would need that housing without a parking space. This is one micro example of who that person would be. We see a lot of our kids that age out of foster care. They make their way around town on the Sunrunner, on buses, and on e-bikes. So this is a very small subset of the population that this would work really well for. I also want to just point our attention a little bit towards the future. It's 2026. We've got autonomous vehicles that are roaming around cities across the country. It's not far off before that becomes more of a norm and a standard here. Living in such a progressive city, thinking 5-10 years down the road with these kinds of policies is really helpful, right? There's a scenario where we don't need this much pavement in very real terms when we have autonomous vehicles, cabs, taxis that can move people around much more efficiently and cheaply, and give people the opportunity to not have the burden of car ownership and the costs that come along with that. So strongly support this agenda item, and generally removing parking mandates where it makes sense, where there are existing resources and infrastructure for people to get around the city safely. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Our final public speaker is Justin Holmes. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
What up? I'm Justin Holmes. I'm at 1849 12th Street South. That's 18th Avenue South and 12th Street South. I mostly just want to join the consensus of people who feel we need higher parking minimums for bikes at City Hall, because I've lived here about 6 years, but I'm a touring musician, so I mostly live in my bus in other places. But I chose to buy a house here in St. Pete. A lot of musicians, especially a little older than me, choose Nashville. And the thing about Nashville is, I've ridden my bike, I think, in probably 49 states and 15 countries on a cargo bike. The thing about Nashville is, if you want to go see a couple of different bands, you got a band you really want to see, but then you get there and the crowd is maybe not what you wanted, or the set is not what you wanted, the sound isn't what you wanted, or you really want to just go see another band. you pretty much got to get in the car, right? Except on Broadway, where there are no parking minimums. The rest of Nashville, right, you pretty much have to get yourself an Uber, go from the station inn to D's, the Basement East, whatever, to see a second set, and you're going to miss the whole set by then. I think St. Pete is plausibly the second best music city in the South, for my money. And you can go from the Ale and the Witch to the Tavern at Bayboro to Cage Brewing and see 3 different bands in one night on a bike. I do that twice a week, probably. To go to the Bluegrass Jam at the Ale and the Witch, which is one of the best bluegrass jams in the United States on Wednesday nights. And so I think, you know, I want to encourage you to just remove parking minimums altogether. I don't think that if we had a clean slate on planet Earth, we would choose to terraform this place in service of compatibility of this one industry's devices, when we know that even if it was maybe important for the last 100 years, it ain't going to be important for the next 100, right? We have, in the 6 years that I've been at my place on 12th Street, I would say the number of cars to e-bikes has gone from 2 to 1 in favor of cars to 5 to 1 in favor of e-bikes in the last 5 years. And I think that we probably have a real chance to advance our stature as a city of nightlife, and especially of really awesome traditional music, if we can help people to see smaller bands on their second set, get people moving around the city, get that critical mass on Central Avenue that you have some evenings. I think that's it's hard to overstate how important that is to the growth of a music scene in a city. It seems obvious that on sufficiently long time scales, there's 2 types of city that are going to exist: successful cities and car cities. You know, I think constituents want one alternative, and the audio industry wants the other. So, let's see. Good. On you to choose.
Thank you. No more speakers?
No more speakers.
Okay, before we go to council members, I just have to comment on the speakers. Y'all did a really good job at staying with the rules. And not only that, when you were talking about the same subject, you gave some variety. So very much appreciated. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you everyone for coming out this evening. I could not agree more. This was probably one of the better presentations by the public that we have seen over the years. But certainly, you know, I hear that the matter at hand today is not do we pass this or not, but it's how far do we go and what are we willing to settle for. And, you know, I've had the pleasure of being here for 9 years along with Councilmember Driscoll, and we have seen a lot. And when you looked at the history portion of the presentation, we've seen most of it. We weren't here in 2012, luckily, but we've been here since 2019 and seen all of these different reiterations. We've done a lot. NTM was mentioned, and that is a prime example of a time when we wanted more, and quite frankly, we settled. And as far as it goes today, I'm tired of settling. We need to push, we need to do more. And, you know, somebody said, you know, generous with our time, but you've all been very generous with your time, and you've been very patient while we've kind of gone through this process. You know, we talk a lot about needing people to be able to live, work, and play affordably in our community. I heard a presentation the other day by the Tampa Bay Partnership, and it was all about housing affordability, even across the region. And they shared an interesting statistic that I went back and looked up while you all were speaking, that 11% of the people who live in the Tampa Bay area actually commute more than an hour to their jobs. And that's one way. So that's 2 hours round trip that people are not spending with their families, that people are not spending working on their personal lives, relaxing, recreation, and money that they are not able to spend in their own communities because they're stuck in cars. And so that statistic alone drives me to want to do more in this ordinance. Also, you know, the state has preempted us from doing anything with net zero policies moving forward. We talked about that a little bit earlier today. And I have to kind of make a little bit of a correlation to, okay, if we're preempted from doing anything to help to reduce the carbon footprint that the city is putting out, well, maybe we can work on our zoning to make sure that we're helping all of you reduce your carbon footprint. And that's a way to kind of bite back a little bit on some of that preemption. So I find a lot of interesting threads with the other things that we have spoken about today alone in our committees and earlier in our council meeting. And so I say all of that to say that Derek, hi. I want to talk about today how we get to slide 40, which is what everyone is asking us to do. It is the parking alternative that is the 0 minimum parking required, including the quarter mile from the station. And legal, please help me with this. We're always cautious when we're working on these things, and obviously this is just the first public hearing, but I want to make sure when I read the title of the ordinance and it talks about standards for development, design, and parking, changing and going to this slide and this being the ultimate recommendation, that doesn't change the title or anything like that, correct?
It does not.
Mm-hmm.
So we anticipated that there might be some changes requested in this process. So the ordinance title was intentionally written to accommodate for that.
Okay.
So the answer is we do not have to reset the timeline.
Okay.
We can continue on the same schedule, and because we do not have to change the ordinance title.
Okay, and so process legal, what would we have to do to get there for our voting purposes today?
So there's a couple ways to do it. Probably the cleanest way is just to start making motions for any changes that you would like to see.
Okay.
And then vote on those separately, and then at the end, it could be moving forward, whatever it is as amended. It's a little easier tonight too, because this is the first public hearing, and there'll be a second public hearing for you to see exact language and vote on a final product, so that's also helpful.
Okay, yeah, because there's a couple other things I do want to touch on. The FAR bonuses, I had a question on one of those, and then also the historic piece. I want to talk about those, but I really want to dig in on the parking first. So I'll just go ahead and make a motion for the sake of discussion that we, and help me legal if I say this wrong, but that we amend to have 0 minimum parking required at the stations and within a quarter mile of the station areas. Is that sufficient? Okay, that's my motion.
Second.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So do we vote on each one?
Councilmember,
Each motion. You can discuss.
You can discuss the motion.
Yeah, we can discuss the motion, so, okay. Anything else? Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone who has joined us here tonight. Also those who have emailed or had conversations with any of us. If you couldn't make it tonight, it's encouraging to see that this is so important to so many people. We want to make sure we get it right. And boy, it took a long time to get here, but I'm glad we're here. I'm still not totally satisfied with it, because when we talked about it in the last committee meeting, I pointed out that the Sunrunner runs on First Avenues north and south. But the boundaries of this overlay don't include anything that is on the north side of First Avenue North or on the south side of First Avenue South. So, sure, Central is included, but without both sides of the street where the Sunrunner literally goes, this is not complete. And it's disappointing that we came so far to only come this far. But I'm not going to throw it all into jeopardy right now. It just means, all right, we came this far. Please keep going. Keep going. I will not be on city council to see that part, but I urge you, and I'll come and I'll do my 3 minutes too. Please keep going. So so I didn't get what I think. I didn't get what I want, but I'm going to go along with what we have if we change this parking situation and eliminate the minimums, as Councilmember Gabbard has moved to amend this. It's something of a consolation. I mean, I want both, but it's called transit-oriented development, and that's how we need to be doing our planning. It was exciting to see the first round of this when we worked on 22nd Street, and there was so much that went into getting that right. You may think that there hasn't been as much discussion around this, but it's because we have been talking about this for so long, and we put so much work into getting the 22nd Street overlay right, that this round is moving a little bit more efficiently now as it's come to us. Part of that is because many of you who are here tonight or who have spoken on this, you were with us then. And you showed up on the second time around and said, we don't want parking, we want more neighbors instead. And I'm like, oh my God, these are my people. And it made me so happy. And that really got a lot of people questioning why we have parking minimums, especially in specific parts of our city or where we're working on transit-oriented development. So I'm going to be okay enough with what we're moving forward with here tonight. And I'll continue to be supportive, but I just wanted to make sure it was known that I'm settling just to get something going. And Derek, I do appreciate all of the work that you've done. You have listened. We don't always agree. I know and respect your views and the way that you present them to us, and it often makes us think about things in a way that we hadn't noticed before. And so this really is a team effort. A lot of times it comes down to compromise, but I think what we're going to end up here is something that's better for our city. So thank you for all that you've been doing on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to keep it to parking because I'm glad you mentioned, because I want to talk about the historic piece of it. And I'm just going to be specific to District 1 because there was a lot of comparison between East Side and West Side. My feelings got hurt quite a bit. I'm just letting you all know. I kept my, I'm about to. And so I just felt like my father there for a second, sorry. And so, yeah, I heard his voice coming out of my mouth. And so I think Preserve the Burg talked about it, where East Side to West Side, where there's some history on the East and the West. I will say there's a lot of our buildings that are over this 50 years, which is why I want to talk about it. I think the big difference is the parking. If you look at Central west of 34th Street compared to East, it's a 4-lane road compared to a 2-lane road. The 2-lane road with diagonal parking, 4-lane road with on-site parking. And so the setbacks are significantly wider with on-site parking, and so you can't develop. And that's why the buildings have been there for over 50 years, which is why I want to talk about it. And so now, again, I got a little defensive for my Alessia, my Side Door Deli, my Copper Kitchen, my Mercado, and Dead Bob's. Like, we've got some places on the West Side, people. Okay, but again, I do think this is a big deal, and I will readily admit I am one of the ones who was very protective when we had this conversation the first time where we settled. this is a totally different conversation where I think this brings a different element to the west side that will help us get to it. And I know we're going to do some more sections of this. I think overall, this is what I was talking about when we were talking about using a scalpel rather than a saw. So I'm all about this. I'm very excited to vote on this part. I want to have the conversation about the designation and the 50 years, but I appreciate this and looking forward to this vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Derek, is there anything you want to add on this, or anything that, you always write notes about what things that are asked, and so I just want to make sure, is there?
No, I don't have any additional details on this other than to say that, we receive a lot of different information from stakeholders. We try to package that and provide to this council a balanced proposal of all those inputs. And, in this particular instance, we provided you alternatives to illustrate what we know was being discussed, and hopefully that helps you in this conversation now.
Thank you. So in terms of the alternate DRC recommendations, just to put it on the record, what we have here, what is required if that were supposed to happen? What would be required to go down that road?
Okay, so this represents on the screen the DRC recommendation, which was to go to 0 parking within the entire overlay. And the sentence that we have at the bottom of the screen is the sentence that we drafted for your consideration that we would just substitute in to the existing ordinance draft. So this is showing you what we would write in the existing draft. It has Part A and Part B. And Part A says that if you are located within a quarter mile of the station location, you are exempt from any minimum number of parking. But it's the Part B that says if you are outside the quarter mile but in the overlay, then we apply the downtown standard. So when we come back to you at the next meeting based on the DRC recommendation that you asked me, we would strike B and we would strike A and we would insert the sentence on the screen.
Okay. And the motion we have on the floor is the original recommendation, but adding the quarter mile, adding the quarter mile, taking away the parking in the quarter mile, right?
Right, so
I just want to make it clear for the record.
The motion on the floor is different than the DRC recommendation.
I understand. I want to make sure that we're all clear.
And I'll show you the two parts. So the motion on the floor includes a quarter mile from station areas inside the overlay and outside the overlay. And the way that part of it would be accomplished now is we would amend the parking section 1640-090 to add a new administrative adjustment, which again, we attempted to provide you draft language on the screen, and we would just describe it as proximity to bus rapid transit stations. Because in the future, there might be additional transit-oriented development sections throughout the city. In this instance, we would leave it vague, as we're showing you on the screen. So you would potentially adopt this text amendment to 1640-090 when you combine it with the Sunrunner BRT section, which would say no parking within the overlay. This is what it would look like if you combine the two.
Okay, I just want to make that clear. And in terms of notice and the requirements, Heather, do you want to say something?
Oh, I think Derek just got it in right at the last bit, but I was going to say there's actually going to be, right now you've got page 6 of 10 of the ordinance in subpart F, parking requirements. It currently has a A, B, and a C. If we're going to do this recommendation, then we would probably be getting rid of B, C would become B, and then A is just going to reflect that sentence that all uses within the overlay district are exempt from parking. So we do an amendment there, and then we would add a new section to the ordinance with that second sentence that within a quarter mile of the transit stops in the parking code itself.
Okay.
So there'd be 2 tweaks to the ordinance.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Gertis, did you press your button?
I did. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, just because I didn't want to mix parking when we go to the other subjects, there was one thing I wanted to mention where, and this picture reminded me that I didn't talk about it. This also includes the portion, a big portion of my district that is adjacent to the Pinellas Trail, which makes this even more important on when it comes to parking. And so I just wanted, that's a big deal when we're talking about this, and it wasn't mentioned before. And so I just wanted to mention it real quickly. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to make sure we had the picture when we're voting so everybody
Yeah.
knew, because there were lots of pictures and lots of pages in this presentation.
He got through 50 pages pretty quickly.
And you did a great job. That wasn't a criticism. I'm just saying.
I didn't take it that way.
Okay.
And I'll just want to make clear that the 0 parking within those quarter-mile radius includes the single-family homes and everything else that's located in those geographic footprints.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Clerk, can you open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item J3 passes unanimously with,
It's the motion just for the parking amendment.
oh, I'm sorry, the amended. Okay. Madam Chair, the motion to approve the amendment passes unanimously with Councilmember Floyd being absent and Councilmember Harding recusing himself.
And that's why we have legal here. They keep us on track, not just us, you and everyone else. Thank you. Okay. So now we have the second issue that we're going to talk about, which is the preservation issue, I believe. Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Garrett, sorry. So can we just talk about this really quick? Because I want to make sure I understand this. We're giving people the option to have the bonus, and the recommendation is for any structure that's 50 years older, you get the bonus if you keep the structure on. Am I understanding that correctly? That's the DRC recommendation, right?
No, we'll get the presentation back up. I know there's some technical coordination today. When one of you is speaking, we can't have the graphic on the screen.
Because I can't see the name, you can't see who's speaking, that's why. This is not working either. That's, I'm trying to remember, yes.
Yeah, that part's hard.
Yes.
Okay, so in the downtown center, most of you are familiar, we have an FAR exemption table, and it has a list of different exemptions. And that is where you see the exemption for local landmark buildings in the downtown center. And then you have a separate FAR bonus table, which has a long list. In this case, there aren't exemptions listed. We just have an FAR bonus table. So what we did is we just, rather than have a whole separate table with an FAR exemption just for this one thing, we have just put it into this subsection as a footnote. And it basically, the footnote would just say that if you have a local landmark building that's designated and it's preserved as part of the site or a project, then we just exempt the floor area in that building. We don't count it. So preserving the building doesn't take away from any potential new floor area you might build elsewhere on the site, because we're not counting it towards the FAR number.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. What I wanted to make sure is that it wasn't going to quell development. I won't use specific buildings and I won't call anybody out, but like I want some of them to be redeveloped and go out to what we're talking about rather than keep it the way they are. And so, okay, I'm gonna wait to hear from my colleagues on what they want to do. I could go either way on this because, again, I don't think we have any technically historic local landmark designations, but we certainly have buildings older than 50 years the further west you get, because they build them west to east. And so it's really, I'm happy to go with however my colleagues want on this, so I'll sit and listen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I think this is actually a great idea. We may not be able to think of one off the top of our heads right now, but it's not just those that are, it's not just the one that we haven't thought of today. It's the one that will become historic 20 years from now. And so that kind of secures this for the future. And I think anytime that we can incentivize or encourage someone to keep a historic building, you know, it's not likely to be, it can really make a difference when someone's trying to make the numbers work if they don't have to count this, that particular building in their calculations. So I'm supportive of it. I'm interested to hear what others have to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Seeing that there are no others that have pressed the button, I mean, I'm interested in it also. First of all, the DRC recommendation to me carries a lot of weight to start with. And we've heard both from developers and Preserve the Berg, they're supportive. It's really an option to have a bonus, which makes it even easier. And frankly, when we talk about, and going back to that sense of place and how you feel about an area, I mean, at the end of the day, part of what we like about what's cool about St. Pete is that variety. And this is a way to allow for some of that variety and the types of structures that we have in that area. And some of the coolest areas have some of the older structures. Right, Derek? Or am I wrong? Of course. Of course. Right answer, Derek. So, right. So anyhow, that's the way I feel. So if someone I can't make a motion.
I'll make a motion to exempt all buildings 50 years in age or more, regardless of National Register or local landmark designation, for a FAR exemption.
Derek has something to add.
Well, take care of your.
Motion and a second. We have a motion and a second.
Only because you phrased it this way, Chair, I want to be clear about how this particular item came up in the DRC discussion.
Okay.
When the DRC took up the issue of parking, they actually voted 7-0 on the recommendation to go to zero parking, bundled with the finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan. Right. So there was a formal discussion and vote taken. Yeah. With this particular item, this was not included in their final vote, but it was offered as a discussion point, which is why I'm sharing it with you, but it was not a formal vote.
And I appreciate
just wanted to be
that.
clear about that.
So I take back what I said about their recommendation, because that would suggest that there was a vote and the majority voted in favor. Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Second, Councilmember Gabbard. Are there any other speakers? No. Okay. Seeing that we have a motion and a second, clerk, to the amendment number 2, clerk, if you can open the machine for voting, and council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve amendment number 2 to J3 passes unanimously, with Councilmember Floyd being absent and Councilmember Harding recusing himself.
Great.
Move approval for J3 with amendments.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting.
One moment, he's changing the title.
I'm sorry, he has to say the title.
He's changing it.
Oh, he's changing the title.
Oh, okay.
J3 as amended.
Yeah, that would have been a better way to say it.
We good, legal?
It's getting late.
Okay, clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item J3 as amended passes unanimously, with Councilmember Floyd being absent and Councilmember Harding recusing himself.
Great. Well, thank you. I think we're done here on this item. Thank you, everyone, for being engaged and for your advocacy and for caring about your neighborhoods. And Derek, great job as always. Thank you. Okay. Is there any speakers for No speakers for open forum? Okay. We go to announcements. Yes, Councilmember, he beat you. Councilmember Curtis?
Does everybody want to stay and sing Councilmember Gabbard happy birthday?
Oh, yeah, let's do that. Come on. Oh, that's very sweet.
It's Councilmember, wait a minute, I get to start it, not you. It's Councilmember Gabbard's birthday next week, and we do not have a council member this next week, and so let's sing Councilmember Gabbard happy birthday, please. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Councilmember Gabbard. Happy birthday
to you. Also, just really quickly, Madam Chair, Green Thumb Festival is next weekend, not this coming weekend, but next weekend. And again, we don't have a council member. I hope everybody to see on the west side where we're pretty cool, all right? Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Absolutely. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say, for those who missed it last night, my face still hurts from smiling because the Senior Hall of Fame Awards were last night. It was the 42nd awards. 37 seniors were nominated. The ages ranged from 62 to 90 years young, and it was 953 years of combined volunteer service for St. Petersburg.
Yes.
So I know they'll be with us in May, but I just wanted to recognize them all today and thank them for their service and encourage everyone to go to the Senior Hall of Fame Awards next year. You will not be disappointed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And it was a great event. As always, they hit it out of the park.
Amazing.
Our team, so great job. And if you can attend 1 year, anyone who has not attended, it's one of the best events in the city. It really makes you feel really good once you leave there. So it's great. Okay, great meeting, everyone. Thank you for being here. Meeting adjourned.
Hello, my name is Bob Turner. I'm the Assistant Director of Sanitation for the City of St. Petersburg, and I'm here to talk to you about a very important issue called hot loads. Historically, hot loads for us were centered around hot coals that folks had put into the garbage cans. Now the new culprit is rechargeable lithium batteries. These batteries actually combust when crushed. So as soon as they go into our garbage trucks and we compress the load, either the batteries themselves or the devices that contain these batteries are crushed, they ignite, and they set the load on fire. The important thing for our residents to know is that these types of batteries and the devices that these batteries are in can't be thrown away in the regular garbage. They need to be taken someplace where they can be recycled, where they don't cause a hazard to our trucks or our drivers. The best way to find out information about where you can take a particular device or a battery is to go to the Pinellas County Solid Waste webpage and use their Where Does It Go tool. It's a great resource. You can type in the item that contains the rechargeable battery or the battery itself, and they'll tell you what to do with it. It's important for our residents to please keep these items out of the trash so that we don't have trucks catch on fire and we don't risk our employees.
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, you know, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
Today it was a ribbon cutting for the Barack Obama Main Library in the city of St. Petersburg. I think it's a fitting tribute to President Obama and his commitment to education and knowledge, and it was really well received. I'm told over 1,000 folks came out here today, and just the joy and the energy from folks really reflected what St. Pete is about.
I could not be more excited. This is not just my district, this is my neighborhood. A big reason we chose this area was because we're so close to the library. My wife and I are avid readers. I'm really excited to be able to walk to such an amazing resource. It'll be full of programming.
I want the community, both our residents and our visitors, to wear the hinges out in this facility. This facility is so much more than just books. We've got 3D printers, we have engravers, we really have something for everyone at this facility.
You can tell there was a lot of attention paid to the small details, and that's what really makes a big difference. From the artwork that's on the wall to the flooring, just little things that when they all come together create magic, and I think that's what you see here.
After 5 years of having the facility closed, it is so exciting to be able to open this facility. I've had the privilege of walking through it numerous times, and to know that everybody that was in front of me was going to get to see it for the first time this morning, Christmas morning is the only way I can describe it.
The same moment I looked at the lake and the back doors of this library, a smile came over to my face and a calmness came over my soul. And I imagined generations to come finding a safe, unbelievably beautiful place to learn, to explore, and to grow. And in that moment, I felt the weight and joy of what this library represents to all of us here in the city of St. Petersburg, and a place of hope for our future. Thank you, and congratulations.
This is the municipal gateway to education. You can come here to learn to read, you can learn to socialize, you can get on a computer if you don't have something like that at home. It's really just an asset that shows high quality public goods can be delivered by your local government, and that's what we're doing here.
This library clearly has been designed not only for the way people are using libraries today, which is very different, but you can tell there was a lot of thought into planning for the future and how libraries will continue to evolve.
We're going to have the next leaders of our city and nation for generations start here at the main library, just like I did and many others did. So this is one of the best investments we can make in our city. Come down, get your library card, and build your journey to success right here.
Hi, my name is Barbara Stallbird, and I work for the City of St. Petersburg Parks and Recreation Department, and I'm here to talk about debris. No matter what type of storm we experience, there's a certain way that debris needs to be handled. First, it needs to be separated. It needs to be separated by vegetative debris, which would be trees and limbs, construction and demolition debris, which would be flooring and drywall, and also household goods such as appliances. Step 2, placement of your debris is very important. Place your debris on the curb, not on the street and not on the sidewalk. This will allow the call to come and grab the debris. Pro tip, never put your debris next to infrastructure or any obstruction for the claw to grab the debris, such as near a fire hydrant, a mailbox, a sign, or even under a tree. Number 3, please do not place your debris in bags. Monitors need to be able to view the debris to ensure that it's not mixed. And remember, always keep up to date with what's going on before, during, and after a storm at St. Pete FL.
Hi, I'm Chuck with the City of St. Petersburg Water Resource Department. Today, I want to talk about something small that makes a big difference, your sewer cleanout cap. Your sewer cleanout is an access point in your yard that allows you or a plumber to quickly inspect and service the pipe connecting your home to the city's sewer system. If the cap is missing or damaged, rainwater, floodwater, and debris can get in. And when rainwater enters the sewer system through an open cleanout, it can overwhelm the system, increase treatment costs, and even cause sewer overflows. The good news? It's a simple, inexpensive fix. A PVC cap costs just a few dollars at most hardware stores. Just screw it clockwise until it's snug. That small step helps protect public health, reduces costs, and keep both your neighborhood and the city's wastewater system running smoothly. So, check your clean out today and replace any missing or broken caps right away. For questions, call 727-893-7261 or visit stpete.org/waterresources.
Hello and good morning. My name is Andrea Kate, and I'm the board chair at Palm Lake Christian Church. And on behalf of the members of the church, members, can you all stand up? Because this is a welcome from them as well. On behalf of the members of Palm Lake Christian Church and our development partners, New Star and Pinellas County Housing Authority, we'd like to welcome you to this cornerstone blessing of Palm Lake Urban Sanctuary. Thank you, members. Look at that beautiful cornerstone. We're honored to have you all here today to witness and to participate in this auspicious occasion. Palm Lake Urban Sanctuary began a long time ago, and it was a long, hard road, but we finally, well, we're not at the end yet, as you can see outside, but we finally come close to the end, and we are very excited to have this occasion to share with everyone and to take the embodiment of the Christian Church Disciples of Christ in the United States and Canada, which is a movement for wholeness in this fragmented world, and Palm Lake, which likes to say, Palm Lake is love is the key to PLCC. We take the ideals of those two and the embodiment of them to create a space for grace for the members of our community to not only live, but also to thrive. Thank you, and we'll continue with the ceremony.
I think I was lied to. Brian, you said I was supposed to preach right here. Is this, because it's my pulpit, so no, I'm just playing. Let's go to the throne of grace in prayer. Most loving God, we thank you for your love, your grace, your mercy that keeps us, that covers us, that strengthens us to be your hands and feet in these difficult times. God, we thank you for those who have gathered in this space, celebrating a hope in a time where there are many in this community that are seeking a hope. So God, I pray that you